Painkiller Already, episode 345. No guest tonight, just a show amongst us boys. First topic, Jeff Bezos, temporarily richest man in the world.
Got a couple sponsors tonight, though.
Thank you.
Lyft, MeUndies, and Texture. And I think there's a few hats left over, so I'll talk about those later, too. But yeah, Jeff Bezos becoming the richest man in the world as of like right now, I guess. But according to Chiz, won't be the richest man in the world tonight because of some earnings report or something.
He said he missed earnings.
According to Chiz, I thought you guys were like saying for real that at the end of
Chiz
the
didn't make it up. Chiz didn't get
an
abacus and figure this out. You know, he was on CNN or something, and like that's what all information is now. And I think it gets a bad rap, right? Like whenever you learn a thing, like people always want to know, where did you learn it? Did you pay for an education where someone wrote that down and forced you to learn it? Oh, you elected to. Oh, well, that doesn't count. That doesn't count.
I thought it was really cool hearing that he was the richest guy
totally
in the world. Like when I saw that today, I'm like, oh, that's neat. He's got to be like pretty pumped about that. But it's not nearly as exciting now that I know it was trending on Twitter for no reason, that he's just the richest guy of the next 6 hours.
The guy, I'm sure he's fine with second richest. He is the best looking richest man in the world. I'll say that. He could beat the fucking shit out of Bill Gates in a cage match.
He can.
Oh God! Are you clicking this before and after picture for the audience? Jeff Bezos 17 years ago on the left. This is when he's like the head of a bookstore, right? Very nerdy. This is his best look, by the way. There are much worse looks. I've seen him in sweater vests and shit. This is his best look on the left back then. This was a good day for him. And then on the right, he has transformed into Schillinger from fucking Oz. Like, he's doing so much TRT, shaved the head. He got wider somehow and just added like 25 pounds of muscle.
He looks like someone from a time traveling movie where like season 1 is the first guy, and then by season 3 he's grizzled, he's ready to take it. Like he's been honestly, it almost looks like twins that took two very different paths in life. Where one of them is kind of frumpy, and because on the right now with that vest, he looks badass.
One of the reasons I don't take TRT or haven't taken TRT is I worry it'll change my personality. Like even at the level of football that was parallel to my swimming, those guys were on steroids, and they would like rage out and break their dorm room furniture.
But they're using super doses, right? Like
probably
they're starting with the testosterone of a 25-year-old man and going to double that or something crazy.
Yeah, 19.
But after listening to people talk about it on the internet and comparing TRT to like full-blown bodybuilding steroids, it seems like you're just getting back to that 25-year-old level.
Really?
But would that change your personality?
Because when I look at like Rogan or Bezos, it looks like they went to like more than just their. I don't think Bezos looked like that at 25.
He's got the testosterone of a normal 25-year-old man. Now 25-year-old Bezos might not have had those levels, but that was a problem back then. I bet if 25-year-old Bezos got those tests today, they'd be like, "Whoa, Jeff, let's hook you up with a little TRT. You're 25, but look at you. I mean, you got a mirror, right? Did I need to do the blood test? Look. Like,
well, I'm on a soy-only diet.
You're lactating right now.
But I worry that
just have sweaty nipples.
Maybe you're right. But my I'm a better husband than I was at 19. I wasn't married at 19. Than I was at like 24 years old. I'm more reasonable. I'm calmer. I'm more thoughtful. I'm a better personality guy than I was as a young man. And it's like, and if you just pumped me full of testosterone, would I be more argumentative? Would I fly off the handle like roid ragers do all the time?
I don't know the answer to that question, but there's only one way to find out. Because this is a completely reversible thing. You just stop taking it, right? You know, you're like, oh, I was on that testosterone thing, and then I snapped at Jackie and called her a cunt, and
right? I don't want that.
So now I'm not on it anymore, and I live here.
Oh no! Yeah, and then
hang on, let me fix that. Go to widescreen for you guys.
People get psychologically addicted to it too. Like if I get on this stuff, is that a lifetime sentence? Is that it, or will there be like a huge crash of like who I am? Like
I like
whatever.
your point about your younger personality. Because it's like, even if it didn't turn you into a roid rage monster, if it just turned you into the 22-year-old version of yourself, like that's still a very different personality than the 44-year-old Woody. You know, like who knows, like maybe Jackie would be like, oh, this young buck back in the house, I'm loving it. Or like, oh my God, like we have to fuck 6 times a day now just to keep you from being horrible.
Sometimes
like,
11.
Yeah, sometimes 11. She's just worn out.
That's a steep
dishes
slope.
are
You go from
piling
6 to 11.
That's our record. That's our record.
Oh,
okay.
In fairness, it wasn't really one day. It was a 24-hour period, you know? But
Okay.
yeah.
Well, in vampire time, that's
right,
that works.
right.
That's
I feel like if that's one day, first of all, 11 times in a day, that's pretty impressive because you know that you weren't metering that out. Like, all right, now we'll just deal with my refractory period and we're back to it. Like, no, you were just, fucking. Like, I feel like after, I don't know, 7, you're like, all right, well, let's save some of this for later in marriage. I don't want to prorate this too badly. Like, by the time we're both 50, be like, oh, no, remember those trips? No, you burnt up a lot of those coupons early on. But
yeah, so Bezos is the richest man very temporarily. I saw that and I was like, what? Like, Bill Gates has been the richest man through my entire adulthood. Like, I don't know, like somehow, like an icon was
count all
replaced.
those Saudi Arabians.
Right, I even thought that. We all talked before the show about how we were going to try and not be too political. But part of me wonders, is Putin the richest man?
Yeah, he's got more money than Bill Gates, I bet.
Or access to?
Yeah.
Can he just not direct the whole Russian government's funds to whatever he wants?
What I've read on the internet, and not in like scary parts of the internet, but like mainstream media, is that he may or may not have access to like close to $1 trillion, and they think that he's like funneled like hundreds of millions and billions of dollars perhaps into shady places where he can access it after he's out of power, and that his biggest thing right now is, who do I leave in power behind me that doesn't immediately come and take everything I have from me? Like that's got to be the only thing that he cares about, right?
It seems like it's not truly fair to include him in that richest talk, though.
Okay, well then include the Saudi Arabians because they're a royal family, and they're like Game of Thrones royal family. Cersei Lannister has access to as much of that gold as she says she does. If she says, bring me a pile of it as tall as the mountain, they'll just fucking do it because it's all hers technically. And in the same regard, these Saudi princes, they're all like cousins and nephews and uncles and aunts, but they're all have like access to the big pot. And I'm sure, like, the higher ups are like, oh, your cap is 100 billion a minute. No more spending. This is crazy. You tried to buy New Zealand. Like, I'm sure some of that happens, but like, there's definitely like a pretty endless supply of like funds there.
I feel like if you give credit to richness to people who use the political power to get rich, like then you would have to start including like there's probably a Kenyan warlord who, if you just talked about the extent of his reach with his child army, controlled like 100 billion or something just in like holding down crops and shit like that.
What crops? You've seen Kenya, right? Like what are they? The
all
reason
right.
The warlords is because there are no resources to lasso.
Okay. All right. That's totally fair.
We meant blood diamonds.
I just wrote 100 hectares of sand.
They grow blood diamonds. That's the crop in Kenya.
Yeah, and that's why you need the children.
Yeah, you need their little fingers to pick apart the iPhones.
No, it's their supple, malleable anuses to store the diamonds into. This is just like Rick and Morty.
That's not a part of the diamond trade, is it?
Well, it is.
Is it
smart.
the seed? That's how they smuggle them out.
That's how, if you're a diamond miner, you put one up there and maybe you get out and like, because the diamond is worth like 1,000 days labor, I'm sure, right? But they're checking, and then they catch you, they beat you to death with shovels.
I've got enough stones in my asshole to get us to Germany. Come with me. We must get out of here. Just wait 1 second while I squat. I swear to God, there was more up there. Yeah.
Oh shit! Where's that hole?
Yeah. Oh, I mean, but if
That's
I were,
why
if
they
I were
call
a
them
diamond miner,
blood diamonds.
Oh.
No, it's not. They call them blood diamonds because they're like, oh, you didn't. You bring only 2 pounds of diamonds to me today. That is the kind of rate that you get to walk home with one hand. How do you feel about this? Not good, I doubt.
That's not why they're called blood diamonds either. Apparently, part of the money goes to fund conflicts like Middle East and terror and stuff like that. That's what they say. But you know what? Bride-to-bees don't care about conflict.
It's slave labor, like mining diamonds to be sold. And part of it is they're not supposed to be selling those diamonds the way they're selling them. They're selling these diamonds illegally. And then, like you said, funneling that money back in and like buying a bunch of Russian armament so they can take over some other warlord's child army. I
watched some diamond thing It was just a YouTube video, but it was going through like Canadian diamonds, because apparently people who want to feel like they're not contributing to the blood diamond trade, they go, oh, I just buy Canadian diamonds, so I'm good to go. And this dude bought a bunch of Northern Canadian diamonds and then took them to like diamond evaluating places or whatever with the certificate of authenticity to be like, hey, can you confirm for me real quick? This was mined out of Canada. And every single place he goes to, they're like, no, this isn't from Canada. We have no way of knowing exactly where this is from.
Yeah, sometimes they said it's not from Canada. Sometimes one of them even said this is a blood diamond, right? But oftentimes they were just like, oh, yeah, this certificate of authenticity, that doesn't prove that it's not a blood diamond. It just proves that it's a diamond.
Yeah, it's just like when people try to argue with me that the first episode of Rick and Morty is going to be episode 2 for some reason, and then link me to the fan wiki. I'm like, oh, okay. Now it says what I think. Like, what are you doing,
Kyle?
Like,
the thing is, I want those other people to be right so bad.
I want them to be right too.
You make a lot of sense.
Watch episode 1 this weekend. I would love for it to be episode 2. Here's what it should be, if you ask me. They should be like, bonus episode, bitches. We got 11 this season. Opening night, you get 2. The one you already saw, followed by, episode 2 of the season. That would be the way to make everybody happy, and I guess, like, get Cartoon Network their money, and Roiland would kind of shoulder the burden of them doing their little April Fool's thing, which we all appreciated, and I do. But no, that's not what's happening. I guarantee you're getting fucking episode 1 again replayed this weekend. Just got the ad dollars. It just doesn't make sense for them to take 90% of their potential ad revenue on television broadcast.
You're probably right.
Yeah.
I'm trying to make sense of it. I'm trying to
think
be
about
like,
how lost the fan base would be. This is a small show. This isn't Breaking Bad. This isn't like a massive. This is a little show on Cartoon Network that has a really cult following that includes us. If you put episode 2 after, I don't know, 13, 14 months of this show not even being on the air at all, like as far as new episodes, I'm sure they show repeats. But if you just throw episode 2 out there, the majority of the fan base is going to say, but wait, Rick got arrested the last time I was watching. He gave himself up to the intergalactic fucking insectoid police or whatever. They locked him in that thing and like vaulted him away with a million other criminals. What happened? Where's the escape? Those people are still waiting for the escape.
They would get way more hate as Roiland or whatever his name is, the creators and Adult Swim. They would get infinitely more hate, I think, if they did just stream episode 2, because the 20% of hardcore followers are the only ones who have seen that. Most people had no idea that it was even there. And so, like, if they just started with episode 2, all the tech and TV articles the next day would be like, Roiland thinks that everybody follows his show to the point that they're caught up based on a 2-hour spree where they could have watched the episode 6 months ago.
Yeah, if to follow the show, you have to be ready all the time for surprise episodes popping up when you didn't know they were going to pop up and get live streamed, you'd lose a lot of your audience. I want Kyle to be wrong so bad. I'm like brainstorming, like, well, maybe they think that 18-month gap was worse for business than losing the first episode, and that's why. But he's going to be right.
Yeah, I think they'll do the standard thing that they do. I think Adult Swim tends to do this, where the day it airs, they just show like most of the previous season leading up to it, and then they'll show episode 1 to kind of like give the illusion of more content than you're really getting. But yeah, I haven't rewatched it in a while, just because, those shows where you drill it to death so much in the beginning that no matter how much time you wait, when you go back, it's like, oh, I know every single line in this episode. Like, that's how a lot of Seinfeld episodes are for me, where like I will turn on an episode of Seinfeld, or I'll just be on Hulu looking through because I love the show, and I'll be like, there is no way that I know every episode in this entire series. And I'll be scrolling through like season 5, season 6,
Muffin Toss,
season 7, season 8. God damn it, I know every single one. Like, I'll turn to a different episode in like the clicker and be like, oh, yep, that's and know like 3 lines from it. And so I don't want to Seinfeld it to myself.
I haven't gotten there yet with Rick and Morty. I rewatched the thing, and especially in season 1, there was a few episodes where I was like, oh, I guess I just didn't really pay very close attention the first time around. I'm seeing some things that I didn't remember seeing. I don't know what's going to happen next all the time. So I watched it all and got caught up. I'm looking forward to it. It'll be good.
I had to watch season 3,
it's a big weekend of entertainment.
A couple of times. I feel like I didn't get it all with one viewing. Like, I've seen it a couple times now to really follow the whole, like, all right, so this Rick went into that Rick, and then there were so many Ricks. It wasn't as easy to follow, I thought, as some of the other Rick and Mortys.
Every once in a while, you get the benefit of being able to enjoy the same content twice. That happened with me at Django Unchained in theaters because I went there with friends and I was so drunk that by the time, like I remember the next morning being like, man, that was a really good movie. And then trying to think, and I'm like, what the fuck happened though? Like what happened in that movie? And like the last thing I could remember is, oh fuck. It must have been when Colonel Sanders, when Colonel Sanders is in there and being like, you can't come in the big house or whatever it is, or like, oh, come on in, child, or whatever the fuck he was saying. Like, that's the last thing I remembered. So rewatching it again, I'm like, it makes a lot more sense now. Like, the second half of the movie really, really is what ties this whole thing together.
Yeah, it's a good fucking movie, man. Quentin Tarantino's next movie, I'm trying to think what it is. He announced it the other day, or it was announced the other day. I remember thinking I hated the premise. I hate it. I think you're gonna hate it too. I can't even recall exactly what it. I have to find it now because I brought it up. This is a big weekend of entertainment. Quentin.
Yeah, anything with Game of Thrones.
Next movie.
Big week of entertainment.
We'll focus on
the Charles
Manson murders. Yeah, so it's about the Charles Manson murders. He's, it's a historical kind of biopic kind of thing, right? It's about Charles Manson and the Sharon Tate murders.
And you don't think that's a very interesting premise?
I don't think that's what I want Tarantino doing. I want Tarantino doing fucking like space gangsters or something. Like he can do whatever the fuck he wants, but I want him to. I like his body of work thus far. I mean, Kill Bill's nothing like Reservoir Dogs or Pulp Fiction. I mean, it's totally, but I still love it.
Hateful
this doesn't sound fun to me.
Unlike all the other ones too. I know not.
And Django Unchained's a fucking western. They're all different.
I'll see it just because it's Tarantino.
Totally, yeah, but not excited.
But yeah.
I don't know. I think it could be
feel
good.
the same way I felt when
serial killer movies are fascinating.
This isn't a serial killer movie though. So like, Charles Manson was a manipulator. He got these people to believe that he's, a god or something, and he was trying to direct them to go kill. I'm going to butcher this, but he was trying to get him to go kill like a record producer or something like that who had turned him down business-wise in the past. This was a petty, like, revenge murder on Charles Manson's part, and he got these people to go do it for him. And, like, that's the whole movie, I would imagine, if you're just going to stick to the facts.
I hope he doesn't get, like, chained down by facts. I hope he Tarantino's it a little bit.
I agree with you, like in Inglourious Bastards, where you got sort of an alternate universe where Hitler gets machine gunned in the face and everything. Now we're talking. My brain clicked another peg farther, and I'm on board now because every one of Quentin Tarantino's movies are an alternate universe. They all exist within their own universe, where things like Red Apple cigarettes are a brand, and there's common things throughout every single one of his movies, and he's confirmed they all exist in the same alternate universe. One of the reasons that like the events in Reservoir Dogs, Pulp Fiction, and so on are so violent, he said, is because you're dealing with an American society that got a very different ending to World War II. World War II was ended with a bunch of American Jewish commandos storming a theater and machine gunning Hitler in the face and blowing up the entire Third Reich, right? So we're hard fucking core. We're a little bit more rough and tumble than our current versions might have been otherwise, or are, So I'll watch this now that I have that in mind.
That's an improvement.
I'm a little more on board.
Cool.
I changed my own mind.
Hey, can we do fitness talk a little bit? I know it's early in the show, but
as long as we do entertainment talk after that, because this weekend is outrageously chock full of great entertainment.
Your terms. You know what? Yeah. I'm just excited because I have entered Wonderland. Wonderland is a place where your weight starts with 1, and I now weigh 199 pounds. What's funny is that yesterday was the first day I hit it. I hit it again today. It was a cause for celebration yesterday. By today, I wake up and say, haha, you're still fat. You would look better at 190 than you would at 199. And I'm not even sure we're done then. I'm not sure 9 pounds gets us where, people look at me and say, damn, like, it's impressive.
I bet you anything you won't stop at 190 because you'll get there and you'll be in that mentality already of like, I'm in self-improvement mode, and you'll be like, I'm in for a penny, in for a pound, or in for 40 pounds. How about I get down to 180 or whatever? Like, because you've already done 30 pounds worth.
Yeah, I don't see myself like I don't know, like this is just my lifestyle. What I've done is I've gotten very snobby about food, right? I see someone drinking soda and I'm just like, Look at them. Look at them, soda drinkers. Less of a person than me. And thanks, Kyle. And or like whatever, like a milkshake or something. I did have my cheat meal today. I've been skipping my cheat meal, but anyway, yeah, I just don't.
That's risky business, no? Like, so you hit 199 and you're like, it just happened to fall on a cheat day. So,
no,
did you say you skipped it?
It was the day after. I had been not doing my cheat meal for weeks, and to be honest, there are people who think it helps, who are like, yeah, if you just go straight up clean diet all the time, then like they feel like your body treats carbs as more precious or whatever. Like, you got to do a cheat meal once a week, and it aids it. I don't know. But
I think it's probably person by person. Kind of like there are people out there who are like total alcoholics who, if they have one drink, they'll go back on the wagon, off whichever the bad one. Yeah, they're
Seinfeld joke, by the way.
Is it?
You're right. Remember that Seinfeld episode? He has that. Yeah. It's the one with the cashmere sweater.
But which one is it? Is on or off the wagon?
That was the argument Jerry has with the alcoholic in the crowd. He's like,
I don't remember that joke. But
on the wagon to go get the booze, or something like that. Whatever he said. But if you're off the wagon, you're drinking.
Yeah, you've fallen off the wagon.
Then it's kind of like that. So some people like one little sip of wine and they're off the wagon. But some people, if they can have a drink, even if they like to drink too much, and keep it under control. Same thing with cheat meals, I think, where some people might have an Oreo and totally lose their shit. Oh, I'd love an Oreo.
I bought Kitty Kitty asked the other day. I went out. She's like, I want Nilla wafers and Oreos. And I haven't bought cookies in so goddamn long. And it's not even the fitness thing. It's just like part of my lifestyle requires that I not go. When I go to the grocery store, I don't go down that goddamn cookie aisle. I really don't. It's ridiculous how there's so many cookies now. Woody, I don't think you go to the grocery store often, dude. You go to a nice grocery store, and it's like cookies as far as the eye can see. There's like 8 different kinds of Oreos, bro.
Cookie wonderland.
At first, I believed it to be propaganda until I walk in the aisle and see they truly do have dozens and dozens of types of cookies.
I cry with shame. Yeah,
I picture like 4 bananas and 8 aisles of cookies.
Yeah, that's a true story about Gorbachev, coming to the U.S. and wanting to see like one of these American grocery stores. They take him to one, and he's like, bullshit. Of course you take me to this one. It's a plant. I will pick a grocery store. And then they drive down this one, Winn-Dixie.
That happened.
And they go in, and it's like loaded, of course, like every single American grocery store, like everything you could want, and more and more and more. And he cried. And his security's there looking at this shit, and they're all like, everybody's eyes were open that day. Yeah.
And then they had to like turn it into their own propaganda in a way and be like, fat-ass Americans, not even content with double stuff Oreos. They need triple stuff Oreos. You believe that they're butchery.
Is triple stuff Oreo a thing?
Yes.
Yes.
Dude, there are so many. There are Thin Mint Oreos that it's Thin Mints.
Sure.
How they have that chocolate minty coating. They take an Oreo and apply that. There are all kinds of dessert confectionery type Oreos. There's like pink lemonade Oreos where it's like a vanilla cookie, and on the inside it's sort of this pink lemonade.
None of these are my weakness.
Yeah, they are.
Oreo R&D has to have the easiest job in the world because they've started with the foundation of perfection, of a wonderful cookie, and so they can be like, how about we just like coat it in fucking caramel or something? And they're like, yeah, it's gonna sell. Okay, how about we put dark chocolate on it? Once again, people will buy them. Like they don't have to worry about anything. You'd have to try
shit
to fuck
on
up
these
an Oreo.
2 chocolate crackers, and they buy it. They don't care. It's delicious. No, but I bought those things for her, and she's little, so she doesn't eat many cookies. She said, oh yeah, I had my one. And it's like, well, there's a whole goddamn sleeve now. And like I would just walk into her office every time I passed and be like, oh yeah, 1 Oreo. And
you can't leave 97% of a sleeve open.
She did.
Someone's got to finish that sleeve. Obviously, it's 2 servings.
I ate I ate a lot of those Oreos. This has been a week or so ago now. Let me I have a story I'm going to tell, but I'm going to wait a little later. I'm going to tell the Zaxby story. But yeah, I wanted to I guess fitness talk. I've been running more.
Have you?
I kind of like the downstairs. No, not running outside. I wouldn't do that.
I pictured it outside. Okay.
No. Down here with the AC. I have the there's a bit oversized AC vent right above my little gym area, and I like Will Smith slide whatever piece of equipment I'm on right under that motherfucker. So if I'm on the Stairmaster that wings left here, cold air. If I'm on the elliptical or the treadmill, same thing. But I don't know. I kind of like the idea of cardio. I
like the idea of cardio too.
The idea of cardio. It's because it's usable strength. Like I'm fairly strong, I guess. At least average, probably above it, I'd say. And I don't often use that sort of above average part of my strength. I don't usually have to lift 80, 90, 100 pounds above my head or anything like that. It's usually 35-pound stuff. But with cardio, that's how long you can go, right? That's your gas tank. And I don't know. I kind of got inspired watching Conor McGregor getting ready for this Floyd Mayweather thing, because I know that cardio is so important in that thing. To a fighter, if I were a fighter, it would be one of the most important things, because there's two ways to lose, I think. There's dozens, but two ways that in this regard. You can go in there and get knocked out and beaten, or you can go in there and run out of gas and embarrass yourself and beat yourself. And that seems like the worst way to go. If you go in there and you don't have what it takes to even perform with that guy, like you're clearly...
Imagine coming out between rounds knowing that your gas tank is empty to take your beating. Like, that would suck. You'd just be like, I have nothing. That last round didn't go my way, and this next one's looking worse. Do I have to...
Cowboy Cerrone had a fight just like that. Not necessarily his gas tank was empty, but he knew he was going back to more ass whooping. It was one of those things where, like, we done a couple rounds of this, bro. You sure you want? And Nate's over there. He's no mercy. He's like, Stockton, motherfucker, come on.
Let me lay this out. So Nate Diaz is like, Stockton, motherfucker, always giving the fingers, like totally disrespecting his opponents. And a lot of it pre-fight, the opponents are just like, whatever, what happens. Maybe even beaten mentally. Cowboy was not that guy. Cowboy was like, fuck me, fuck you. Like it was really neat to see the unstoppable force and the immovable object like go at it. And you're like, Cowboy versus Nate Diaz. I can't wait. And then Nate's getting the better of him, for it's 3-round fight for the first 2 rounds. And then everyone knows it. Everyone knows Cowboy's not winning this fight. It's not his night. It's clear. On that night, Nate was the man. And 2 rounds in, Nate is like, fuck you. And Cowboy goes, yeah. And here we go. Like, I'm coming out for the 3rd round. I'm not leaving. And it's just like, it was so impressive to me. It was such a feat of like strength and mental strength, mental fortitude. It's like,
which is bigger, that or when Rory comes back out with his nose hanging off his face?
I guess Rory did it in a championship fight and for 5 rounds. So Rory was winning that fight. He was winning on the scorecards. He would have won that fight if he didn't get knocked out in the 5th.
He didn't get knocked out. He couldn't take the pain of his nose breaking for the 4th time.
Who is this, Rory?
He took another jab in that bloody nose, and he just goes,
didn't the ref
the pain, and goes to the ground.
I want to say the ref broke it up.
He did break it up, but the reason he had to was because Rory gets tapped in the nose with like this stiff fucking jab, or maybe it was a straight, but it was just a flat, straight punch right into his nose that flattened his nose again, and it was already hanging off, and he stands for maybe like 1 beat, like not a second, but a beat, if you know what that is, and he just goes, oh, and like goes down to the ground, and of course, Lawler's coming for him. His lips hanging off. He don't care about that fucking nose. Yeah, he wants to tear an ear off while he's at it. So I'm sure the ref,
that fight was the fight of it ever.
That was a crazy night of fights. We saw Conor McGregor come out and fucking put on his light show at the end. Yeah, but right before that, we saw that Rory fight, and it was like, wow, is this Conor McGregor guy going to even be able to like top that? Because that was the best fight I've ever seen.
Yeah. At the time, Kyle was less into UFC than he is now. And I was just like dragging him by the hand, Kyle and Chiz, to go see these UFC fights at a movie theater. And I'd never been to a UFC event at a movie theater before. It was a little like a live event. Like the people would cheer. There was like, it wasn't like they were talking like during a movie, but they were all of us were sort of looking at the fight. Some people were on Mendez's side, some McGregor's, and like their highs and lows, and it was neat. It was kind of, it had an energy there.
I would do it again. I would drive to go do it, especially if you got friends. Like it's definitely superior to watching it. Even I got a big TV and it's close to me and everything, and I'm in my room and it's blacked out, but still, that was a really cool experience being in that. The crowd was as cool as the screen, and it's a movie screen. No, it's certainly not small.
Exactly.
The huge movie screen and the sound system.
And this weekend, I know you wanted to go to entertainment talk. Maybe this is entertainment talk.
The
DC versus Jones is the headliner on the card this weekend. As this goes live, there's 3 title fights, Kyle saying. As this goes live, it'll be the night, tonight-ish. It's Thursday for me right now. And DC versus Jones is a huge build-up. This is like maybe once or twice a year, UFC does a Super Bowl card. And like the fans are like, oh, we'll sacrifice this fight just to make the rest of them go on to the MMA gods.
Let Maya die as long as Cormier keeps his belt.
Right. If Woodley has to not make weight for the DC Jones fight to happen, it's a sacrifice we're willing to make. It's oh my God. So there is a super card this weekend. The main event is DC versus Jones. Huge. It's a rematch fight. DC has won every fight he's ever fought except one. He won a Strikeforce title. He's won the UFC title. He's beaten everyone they ever put in front of him. He beat the heavyweights. He had like a couple, 4 maybe UFC heavyweight, and just as he was about to get a title shot, his good friend was the title holder. So he stepped down to 205, beat guys there, gets to Jones, and Jones wins a decision against him. It was a good decision, but it was still a decision. Finish him. And then Jones, of course, is taking steroids and crashing into women with his car. They strip him of his belt. DC's been the champ, but he hasn't beaten Jones. And here's his chance. And Jones might not be the same guy. Jones won't be on steroids, presumably, this time.
And they've tried to do this before. That's the other thing. That's what makes the build-up so crazy, is they tried to have DC Jones 2 already.
At UFC
and
200.
It fell through because of something Jones did. He's done so much stuff, it's hard to keep the timeline straight, whether that was dick pill steroid pop or that was running over the pregnant woman.
He had 2 illegal substances in his blood, and it was 2 either steroids or masks for steroids. And DC heard about it, and they're like, dude, you can't fight this guy. The athletic commission's doing it, whatever. He's on steroids, no fight. And DC goes, can I fight him anyway? I want to fight him anyway. I'll sign it. Just let me sign it. I'll sign, and then I'll get to fight John Jones. I want to fight this guy. I don't care if he's on steroids. And it's like, oh, you're such a badass. So the hope that Jones, DC hasn't gotten better. That's not a thing. He might have mentally gotten better. That was his first title shot ever. And there's a whole lot of hype and pressure that goes on a guy as they enter a title shot. So maybe DC's got a little mental advantage, but he's older and he hasn't learned anything new, I'm sure. You don't pick up new fighting skills at 38 years old. The hope for me is that Jones is worse. The hope is that...
You were dealing with roided Jones before, and now you're dealing with a lesser athlete, but I don't think that's the fucking case.
I thought both of you guys were pulling for John Jones a bit to see the...
No. You were very wrong, and I'm slightly insulted.
John Jones
I thought you were pulling for the Blackhawks, Taylor. Take that.
It's clear who you want to root for. These guys face off. And one of them is like a really friendly, happy-go-lucky kind of guy. He's like, hey, I'm Daniel Cormier. I wrestled in school, and man, I'm the world champion. And you like my suit? I know I'm a little overweight, but man, I'm a hard worker.
I love my wife, and my kids are so important
to me. I love them so much, and they love me. And why wouldn't they? Because I'm wonderful. And then you've got John Jones over there. He hit a woman on the way in. He's getting up on the stage. He's getting up on the stage, elbow checks a fucking ring girl, and bitch.
Yeah, right.
Here. He's kind of a jerk. And the real thing I hold against him, more than anything, because I don't care if my sports athletes run over women and do drugs. I really don't. That guy's there to hit a ball or to hit a man or to sink a putt, whatever. I don't care what he does in his spare time. But he pokes people in the eye when they're fighting on purpose. And he's already got 84 inches of reach. Why does he have to add 3 or 4 more?
The first time
the
Jones...
I saw of him doing that was enough to make me really dislike him, because you can tell there's nothing about it that looks accidental. It doesn't look at all like, oh, I just fight like this and you happen to walk into me. It's like, no, you're looking where their eye level is and trying to get them to walk into your fingers or
They do police that a little more than they did during Jones's run. You flat out crazy got away with it. Now, the ref will tell him, close your fist, do it. I don't know how much it'll work.
Where that controversy happened. I don't remember the fighter's name. But
it was Gunnar Nelson versus some jackass.
That cunt is so much worse than Jones, though. Taylor, this guy, when he throws
Nelson's his name?
As he's throwing his strikes, he's like, punch with a thumb in your eye. He's like, punch with a thumb in your eye, and like he's like dragging his thumbnail across their eyeball. And it's just like, and he does it 4 times. And every time after, the guy's like, it's kind of hard to see now. And he's like getting the worst of it. And he's like, the ref is either not seeing it or not caring. I know for one thing, if somebody pokes me in the eye, I would scream, eye poke!
You should see an eye poke.
Home would hear.
You might think of an eye poke as like a gentle kind of thing or like an eye touch. No, dude, they get 1 or 2 knuckles deep. Like you have to see 2 knuckles into an eyeball and you're like, oh my God. I didn't know eye pokes were that bad. What'd you say?
Your eye is not meant to be poked like that. Like it's like it's the testicles of the face. Like they're very sensitive. And I don't remember where I heard that, but it's very
great.
apt description. Like that is, if you want to ruin somebody's face, you go for the eyes. Like I watched some clip, a friend of mine talking about Nate or Nick Diaz, whichever one fought Anderson Silva.
Nick.
The spider. Nate did. Nick. So I watched that like highlight clip because he was like, he's into UFC and he's like, you got to watch Nick do this and see how much of an asshole he was and how much he was showboating the whole time. And I was like, oh, he must have really beat the shit out of Anderson Silva. Like, let me check this out. I started watching it, and like 4 minutes into this compilation video, I'm like, you know what? All he's doing is like flipping him off and then getting punched in the face. Like he's like being like, oh, I'm Anderson Silva. He was mocking Anderson Silva, and then he'd go up and Anderson Silva would dodge all his punches and land one of his own. And it was like, man, how many times can you do that before you realize, oh, this strategy, it's making me look like a douche. Like if I'm going to be this cocky, I can't be getting my ass beat. And that's from the amateur eyes I was viewing it from. It seemed like he was making a fool of himself rather than, doing what I saw Anderson Silva. Oh, yeah, okay.
So Anderson Silva is a counterpuncher. So what Anderson Silva does is he waits for you to punch, dodges it, and hits back. That's his big thing. And he's especially good at it. He trains it constantly. They'll have, like, painted footprints on the gym. Both of you guys stand here, well within range, dodging. Like, they just practice counterpunching all the time. Anyway, the other thing he does is he kind of clowns opponents. So he needs you to come at him for his fight style to work. He's just like, I can't pressure you. I suck at that. What I need is for you to pressure me, to extend yourself, and then I'll find an opening as you try and hit me. So Nick Diaz was like, I don't want to do that. I'll do anything else. And so he lays on the ground. He puts his back against the cage. He's doing all kinds of things, being like, no, you come to me. I'm not going to do what you want me to do. What you want me to do is to walk into you, to pressure you, because you're excellent at dealing with that. So how about I force you to pressure me? And that led to a bunch of bozo antics where both of them are just like, you come at me. No, you come at me. No, you do it. You throw first punch. I'll throw the first punch. Like that fight, I thought that fight sucked. A lot of people are just predisposed to really liking Nate Diaz because of the way he does interviews.
Or Anderson Silva.
Now that you've explained it, that Anderson Silva gets all his hits from countering, that does make more sense.
Yeah.
Is Nick a guy who also is a counter
Not
fighter?
Typically. I think that fight he wanted to be because he's up against the best counter puncher in the world, so he doesn't want to be a pressure.
Stupid.
Yeah.
Whenever it's stylistic like that, one guy is trying to beat the other guy's style. The Cormier guy who's fighting this weekend, he fought Anderson Silva. He had a solution for it. He just took him to the ground and laid on top of him.
Anderson Silva?
The Cormier guy that beat Anderson
Daniel
Silva.
Cormier?
Oh, yeah. I forgot they fought for a second. My bad. Yeah, you're right.
Because, so here's a little inside knowledge that you won't know then. I thought maybe you did. Anderson spoke to John Jones the other night, calls him, and he says, DC, he has fear in his heart. He had to take me down every time, and I am old man. You are a young man. He will not take you down. He has fear in his heart. and so John Jones is like, now that's what John Jones is saying at every media thing. They're like, so John, we heard that you spoke to Anderson the Spider Silva. What did he have to say about the upcoming fights? Well, he said that DC had fear in his heart. like that's what he says there. And DC's over there smiling. I had never seen how bad DC's teeth are. His whole
missing
top
one too.
Front row. Forget the missing tooth because that makes it that's the best part about his smile. That black segment where nothing exists, that void without a tooth, that's the best part. They're all they look honestly like they have a film of filth on them from not brushing for a week. It doesn't look like they're decayed. They just look yellow, a little bigger than they should be and not straight, but they really look like they have a film that if you took like a washcloth that was dark and like rubbed them, you would get visible like grody stuff that would like scrape off his teeth. And that was at the press conference. I was like, God damn, dude, get your teeth whitened if you're gonna smile in front of 10 million people.
I was gonna say that. Like,
yeah, that's.
I'm having wow. In a lot of his pictures, when he smiles, he doesn't show his teeth.
Yeah, that's smart.
I didn't realize it.
Yeah, they're quite bad, and it's the yellowness more than anything. It really is the color. Not I don't. If somebody's got jacked up teeth, like I think that different shaped teeth can definitely have character, and they don't they don't necessarily like. It's not like a scar on your face. You're not Jose Aldo. You just got some messed up teeth. You'll get by. But like this is too much. Like if that were a woman, I could never kiss that woman. I feel like my tongue would like go across her teeth, and it'd be really slippery.
Ooh.
Like you know, rocks in a river with algae on them, how you can like
yeah,
like that's his teeth.
I'm not getting a good picture. I'm like showing people pictures of DC Smile or Cormier Smile, and
that's a good strategy, I think, in a fighting sport to just have horrible, nasty breath. Like at the very least, it will be a little distracting. Wayne fucking Gretzky did that. He would eat 4 hot dogs with mustard and onions before every game and breathe on people.
Who was that? It's the NHL. Like, you know better than me, but who was that really like bothering? Like
it's not about bothering
teammates.
as much.
He cut
as,
my finger off, but goddamn, did you smell his breath? That man,
yeah,
he's a Tic Tac.
aside from
That's
Wayne,
true.
let me ask you. Maybe you know this. How common is it for NHL players to just piss on the bench in their pants? I know Gretzky's done it. Do they all?
I've heard about Gretzky doing it before. I don't know if that's confirmed. Maybe it is.
Fuck.
I don't think. I mean, as a goalie, I didn't really see that happening because I was on the ice the whole time.
Right.
But
was there ever any yellow section?
No, there was never. Like, you would have to be a real animal to just fill your cup with pee, and then like out of like your cup breathing holes, there's just, you know, fluid coming out and it's dripping down. Like, if somebody peed on the ice next to you, it wouldn't be like, oh yeah, it's a real tough game, eh? You know, we can't get out there to use the bathroom. The coach is really riding us hard. Like, it'd be like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, no, you don't piss here.
Vladimir pissed himself again.
That's a thing that happens.
I did it on purpose. I do it on purpose. That's where that whole myth came from.
It is a mind game. You know,
some incontinent Ukrainian like started this whole thing up. Like,
it is culture. You know, do not be bigoted.
The way they tell the Gretzky story is like he's an absolute hero. Like, oh my God, this guy's so into hockey, he peed himself on the bench. And I'm just like, it sounds to me like he had bad planning. You know, it's only 20 minutes between periods. You know,
and wasn't he known as like a fast, agile skater? He couldn't like tiptoe his way to the bathroom real quick and piss. Like, if you told me he shat at the bench, I'd be like, wow, okay, all right. If you told me that he like dropped his pants and like a bucket was produced and he filled it up and then just slid it back under there nonchalantly.
Like,
he does like one wipe.
They had a baby wipe.
The sharding thing you're talking about, like, you don't notice with players as much because if they need to run to the locker, they just get off the bench and run back. It's happened with goalies before, where they are sick and they have like diarrhea in the middle of a period, and so like right at a whistle, like I remember it happened to Roberto Luongo, where like right after a whistle at one time he just was booking it to the bench, and they're like, oh, must be something up with Luongo there, really headed to the bench in a hurry, looks like the backup's coming out, and then like 2 whistles later he's like sweaty and like walking back up to the bench, and they're like, all right, and the backout's back out, and it looks like Luongo's back in the net. And I think he's known on Twitter for being funny, and he tweeted out later that night like that he like, no big deal, guys. I'm not injured. Just had to take shit right in the middle of a game. But yeah, if somebody pissed on the bench, you'd be a real asshole.
All right, so just to cover the UFC thing, because that's just the beginning of this one weekend of entertainment. You've got 3 title fights. Of course, you got Daniel Cormier and John Jones facing off this crazy grudge match. But you got Chris Cyborg coming back,
who can no longer enter the U.S. Army. It appears.
Yeah, well, we'll get to that later. I'm on board with that one. We got Chris Cyborg coming in, and she just looks hideous. She's so fucking like, and I would say this if she were a man. There, like Bigfoot Silva is a hideous fucking man, and I say it every time I see it. Chris Cyborg, like looks just like that puppet from Saw. Like I'm gonna send you that image. And anyway, she's fighting this other lady who also looks like a brawler. Looks like she can hold her on. So I'm really looking forward to that. And then you got Tyrone Woodley facing off against Damian Maia. Tyron Woodley's a fast, tall, striking guy. He just hits like a ton of bricks. And he's defended his title 3 times. This will be the 3rd time this year he's defended his title, which I like a lot.
Yeah.
He beat up Wonderboy twice now, in my opinion, not 1.5. And I think this is going to be a really good fight because he's facing off against Damian Maia, who is a really, you know what he's doing. Like a lot of times when you go a UFC fight starts, it's like this guy has like, this guy could wrestle you, this guy could strike you, this guy could hit you with an elbow or a knee. Like, I don't know what's going to happen. But this time you're like, hey, I'm Damian Maia. We're going to the ground, and I might break some parts off of you. Let's go. And everyone knows it going in. Woodley knows what Maia wants to do. Maia knows that Woodley knows what he wants to do. And all of us watching out in TV land know all of that shit too. But they're still going to fight it out. And Damian Maia's got a very good chance, if you ask me. He's a big dude.
I want to talk about how ugly Cyborg is. And the thing is, I would not be hazing somebody for being ugly if it wasn't so like self-imposed.
Bigly.
It's not that it's bigly to me. Like, you could be a very ugly person. I won't say a word. Here, I'm about to. I think Joanna Champion is not a good-looking girl. I like her. She's kind of nice, and she's a fighter, and she brings it all the time. But in terms of modeling, she has no modeling career. This woman looks like that because of a lifetime of steroid abuse.
You want to play a game?
Her face has been distorted. She has like TRT head. There's a certain kind of cheekbone structure that you see. This is what happens when you abuse steroids. And by the way, she's been busted for steroids twice now, right? It's not like I'm assuming she's on steroids because she fails the eye test, which she always does. It's because twice she's been busted for steroids, and now they're giving her a title shot. This is clearly a man-min or whatever the in-between term is. She's ugly as fuck because of her lifetime of drugs.
Taylor, have you ever deadlifted?
Yeah.
Like to find out how much do you lift? Like what would be a heavy weight for you to grab?
Since high school.
Yeah, but sure, you're a grown man and you're strong. How much would be a heavy weight for you to grab right now?
I don't know, a couple 100 pounds. I haven't done it in so long.
Like 250 would definitely be a heavy deadlift for me. Cyborg does like 400 for reps.
That is outrageous.
That's so she's a very, and these, like, you linked this picture, Kyle. This Jigsaw guy does look exactly like her.
Yep.
Like she's a little scarier, frankly. Like if I were walking down a dark alley and I saw that shitty little toy on a tricycle, I would walk right by it. I wouldn't even turn around. I'd be like, I'm still saving the time going through this alley. Walk right by him. You're not going to catch me. I'm an adult. I can run faster than you can ride a trike. I can run faster than anyone on the planet can ride that trike. like it doesn't matter if you're fucking Neil Armstrong. But
Lance.
This lady, Lance Armstrong, it doesn't matter if you're Neil either.
You said anybody. I really didn't need to correct.
Or Louis Armstrong. But this lady, if I saw her in a dark alley, like I would not want to play her game. I'd go right back out of there. Like
she's playing some.
This is not a natural.
Can you imagine her? I think she's straight. Man, I bet she like what kind of man does it take to handle this? You know what I mean? Like for her to for her to ever like get like tousled a little bit and held down for like maybe that's what she's into. Who do we have to find?
Yeah.
Like the average guy's not cutting it.
I think if I were to have sex with her, she would just find herself unimpressed.
She'd squeeze you out of her and be like, "Get out of here."
Yeah,
squeeze you out.
Yeah, she'd get out.
She'd kegel and I'd pop out of the bed.
She literally would. I guarantee that like this is you've seen those women who like put a watermelon between their thighs and crush them. I can't do that. There are totally women who can. Well, I know I've held a watermelon before, and I know my thighs don't possess that power. They just don't. God, no. Chris Cyborg, she's so powerful.
I really want to do some fruit destruction on the show. I wonder if I can crush a watermelon. I have on a live stream torn an apple in two once.
What a badass.
We'll have an apple crushing competition. But first, all of us need to get on TRT, testosterone replacement therapy. And let's do this as a bit. All of us get on TRT for like a month and see if PKA devolves into like, I'll tell you a thing or two about Game of Thrones. The Sansa point you're making is fucking retarded. Like, and then, no, it's not, Taylor. No, it's not. It's like we're just yelling at each other all the time. Maybe that would happen because testosterone, it would make us all less agreeable. You
I
know?
definitely think so. Yeah, we'd be less agreeable. We'd be more prone to maybe some disagreements and some outbursts. You'd be less likely to let something go that maybe rubbed you the wrong way a little bit.
We need to update the PKA logo to be like PKA and then diagonally like on TRT, and we just all fight for 4 hours.
You just put muscles. You put like arms coming out of the P and out of the A, like out of the side with like bulging, like one of those. Like yeah, that'd be cool. So yeah, that's just the beginning of the wonderful entertainment this week. And of course, we got Game of Thrones. Maybe we'll talk about that a little bit later.
Oh no, we did cover all 3.
But you also got Rick and Morty premiering.
Episode 2, I'm told. It's on the fan Wikipedia.
It has been said by some silly people. But yeah, it's a big weekend of entertainment. I think that's it. Is there anything else?
In entertainment? I
thought there was something else in addition to those 3 things. But yeah, that's still pretty big. I'm looking forward to it.
I finished that show Ozark. Very good.
Because I added it to my watch list. I saw that I read the description. It says that it's about a Chicago man who relocates to Missouri with his family, and he's being forced to launder $500 million of drug money, I think.
Yeah, a huge amount. That's not all in the first season is the $500 million, but he has to do a lot there. And he's not in like St. Louis or Kansas City. He's in obviously the Ozarks, which is its own kind of weird culture.
Is that southern or north?
That's far southern.
Okay.
Like about as far south.
Is that your grandparents or grandpa?
It's closer than I am to them, but they're actually further south than that.
Ah, even more extreme, I see. Okay.
Even more extreme. And then that poor character lady, she dances around from this voice over to a different kind of voice, and then sometimes just talks like this.
Hell, we don't even watch color TV.
Yeah. It's I don't know. It's good. I really like it. It has that Breaking Bad vibe without that Breaking Bad weight. Not that the Breaking Bad weight was bad, but still, I think you'll like it a lot. I like those. I don't know what it is. I don't know what you could even solidify about the genre. Like, what is it about Breaking Bad that's so great? Like, it's his character arc, right? Like it's
watching someone outsmart people and do something naughty. It's watching a guy who is bigger and better than the system. We're all constrained by that system, and here's a man who wouldn't take it anymore. And it just so happens that he's also like smart. He's a smart guy. He doesn't just break the law brazenly. Like he doesn't just steal the car off the side of the road and tear off into the night. No, it's these meticulously planned out plans. The way he puts everything together. Everything Walter White did. Whether it's getting that giant magnet in the truck to erase the laptop, or whether it's whacking 15 guys in prison or whatever, like it was so cool to watch this guy go from high school chemistry's teacher who would they never really address it. Like there's never a point where Walt stops and goes, my whole life it's been this and then that and then this and this was taken from me. Like he doesn't bitch and moan. He never complains to the audience. When he has so much reason to, right? His wife. Remember that lazy hand job she gave him on his birthday in the first episode?
I forgot that.
Yeah. His whole life is dog shit. His life is very much like Nygaard's life is in the first season of Fargo. And you saw what happened there. Nygaard finally puts the hammer to the back of his wife's head, and that'll fix
Have you ever got like halfway through a hand job and just been like, this is just making me sad?
No, I'm a fan. No,
you are? You don't feel, I almost see it as like, oh, honey, like let me take a shot at shaving your legs today.
No,
it's like, no, it's not helpful, and I'm not going to be that good at it. Like,
you got to get an enthusiastic hand job. Someone who's like down there, you got to get like both hands rocking and all kinds. Maybe one hand's like down here and the other hand, like with the girls' hands are smaller. Girls' hands are smaller. So they like put the palm like right on the head of your cock and like grab the whole head of your cock, and it's like in their fist, and they're just like crazy stuff going on.
I should have clarified. Lazy hand jobs.
No lazy hand jobs.
Everyone has gotten a lazy hand job before, and halfway through, you're all thinking like it's starting to look like she's playing with rope, like because it's just not fun.
Like one of those saltwater taffy.
But you're right. The difference between a good it's like saltwater taffy.
Almost every aspect of sex enthusiasm is the key. It doesn't matter if it's regular fucking, if it's a blowjob, if it's a hand job. It's really about the enthusiasm.
Yeah, the blowjob thing. That's a better way to put it. It's not about the act as much as the enthusiasm. Because if you're getting a very lackluster, let's get this done blowjob, that's still not as pleasurable because you're like, this person doesn't even want to be doing this. Like now I'm like thinking about that instead of thinking about having fun with it. You know, don't care for that. Don't care for that.
Well, I've never found a woman who didn't like sucking dick. Like, I guess I have. I just didn't talk to them anymore, right? I've never been interested in a woman who didn't like sucking dick.
I mean, right? But like, there's lots of levels of sucking dick. Maybe one weekend you're out with someone and you get a great dick sucker, and then the next week that same gal, you know, you get a lazy one, and you're like, oh, what did I purchase? Like, what it'd be like if you went to Chick-fil-A and you got a delicious sandwich, and then you went back there, you know, the next week, and it was a Wendy's chicken sandwich. Ugh. You'd be like, I don't know what to expect anymore. Like, which was the norm? Was the Chick-fil-A sandwich to dupe me into continuing to purchase these shitty Wendy's ones, or was this Wendy's one the exception? And we're going to quickly return to that delicious peanut oil fried.
This is a good segue. I guess this is kind of an I'm an asshole moment, but the truth is I am an asshole.
I'll be the judge.
So like you don't need to ponder whether or not I am an asshole. Let's just begin with I'm an asshole and go from there. Okay. So I drive about 10 or 12 minutes to a restaurant, Zaxby's, to get some food for myself and Kitty. It's a very simple order. I'd like a number 1 combo with a Coke. I'd like a number 2 combo also with a Coke. And in addition, 1 order of onion rings, sir.
And something for Kitty.
Well, the onion rings are actually for Kitty. She really likes the onion rings. I don't love them so much. So he's like, I can't hear you through the window and everything. He's having lots of problems with his headset or something. He just can't hear me, can't get the order. So he's just like, all right, pull around. And I'm already behind cars. So it's like, well, I'll just sit here and wait next to the speaker that apparently doesn't work. So that didn't make me mad at all. I didn't care a bit about that. Got to the window. Big fat cunt. Big fat motherfucker. This dude is huge. Big fat motherfucker. And he's real bad at his job. He's got an effeminate voice. He's like, I just don't know what I'm doing with this headset. And he's just like, he can't make my drinks. Like he can't. So like this really hot girl comes over. She starts making the drinks. I don't care about fatso anymore. I'm more interested in the cute girl. I'm like, I want to come back here more often. This girl's really pretty. She gives me my drinks. Eventually he gets my food to me. I leave. I get almost to the on-ramp of the interstate, and I'm like, let me slide my fast food into this. I have a heat bag that zips up that keeps the food warm because it's a 10-minute drive and it's Kitty's food. So let me slide my food into its heat bag and zip it up. Oh, shit. Only 2 plates of food. Should have been 3. Where are my onion rings? So I go back, get back in the drive-through line. Not really mad at all. This shit happens. It's fast food. Get to the speaker. Hey, can I take your order? It's like, just here to pick up the onion rings that you left out. Okay, pull around. I really don't have much of a choice. So I sit there through the line again, 6 or 8 cars, get to the window. No apology at all. No apology at all. He just kind of hands me these onion rings.
Like you're annoying him.
Yeah.
Like you inconvenienced him.
So I take the onion rings, go on my way. Didn't give me any straws to my drinks either time. Get to the exit of Zaxby's, about to pull into the highway, and I'm like, you know what, these feel a little light. These onion rings feel a little light, because like at Zaxby's, if you order onion rings, you get like 30 rings. Like they fill a styrofoam plate up that's like this big. It's like it's rectangular. It's longer than it is wide. They give you a bunch. There's always leftover, and they're really good onion rings. Pop the top. Let's check these out. There's about 8 of them in there. About 8 fucking onion rings in my box. He's wasted too much of my time now. It's been half an hour on this journey, and haven't even started on my way home. And I'm just like, all right, that's it. Put the car in reverse. Just like back into a parking space. I'm going in. Go in with my onion rings, and I'm just a boiling vessel of rage. And there's a pretty girl though, and I'm like, hey, is your manager here? I need to speak to someone. He's like, I can help you. I was like, really want to talk to the manager. And I hear someone in the back, and she goes like, Karen, someone wants you. And a 22-year-old girl with braces comes out. See, already there will be no satisfaction had here today unless I earn it. So I say to her, hey, these are my onion rings. I had to go through the line twice. This is my 3rd trip back here. That's not a full order of onion rings. That guy's really bad at his job. He's not able to take the orders or even get them straight, and he doesn't know the menu. And he gives me a look. And I didn't like the look. And I said, that's right, fat boy.
You said that?
Bad at his job. And she acted like I called him a nigger or a kike or started talking about the Third Reich or something. She was like, whoa! Whoa, whoa, oh, and I'm like, what? I didn't know they made uniforms that big. Oh, wait, they don't. Because his uniform is stretched over his enormous body, and he turns away then. No more smirk from his smart ass. And she's like, you get back here. I got a thing or two to say to you. And I'm like, good night, braces, because she had braces on. I guess that was a bit of a slut. Good night, braces. And I left. And I don't think I can ever go back to Zaxby's after that.
Now who's mean to wait staff? Huh? Did they mess up your order? Did they make you wait too long? Huh? Who's mean to wait staff now, Kyle?
I'm always, I will be incredibly mean to wait staff if they fuck me over like 2 or 3 times. You have more of a spontaneous rudeness.
That's so not fair.
Woody's is a little more organic.
Everybody uncomfortable. Where I was like, I hope she doesn't spit in my food because of what he said.
They just make this up, people. They like to fuck with me on this.
See, Kyle, like the thing about like you having to go in there a third time, you can't even go back into a restaurant, fast food or not, a third time and expect your food or expect any kind of satisfaction, because even if they bring you out a delectable tray of onion rings, you still have no confidence that the crack team of food specialists back there didn't fuck with your food. Because they would have fucked with it. Those people, you think that the Brace's manager is going to get on to the fat guy that she's defending if he were to rub his nutsack on one of the onion rings? Like, no, of course not. Like, I don't know.
That was part of it as well. Like, as soon as I got there, the girl was like, oh, I'll get you some more. And I said, it's not about the rings anymore. I walked in here knowing that I would have no onion rings tonight, man. like that's gone. That's like in a battle scene in Game of Thrones where someone's like, oh no, it's more like what is it? It's fucking Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid when they're on the cliff face and they're all pinned down and the bullets are ricocheting all around them. And he's like, we got to jump into the river off the cliff. It's like 200 feet down. And one of them's like, but I can't swim. He's like, you fool. The fall will probably kill us. Like, it was one of those moments. That I didn't care about the rings. There were no rings going to be produced. I needed satisfaction.
Yeah, sometimes it's good just to complain.
I feel a little bit bad for calling the guy fat, but he was a grown adult and he was very fat.
So from an accuracy standpoint, spot on.
No, I'm saying he wasn't a child or anything. He was an adult. He can fucking take it, you know. If he
The thing about her getting wildly offended when you called him fat, I hate that same technique used around a curse word.
Yeah.
Or what's worse yet is you say hate. Every once in a while, I'd be like, oh man, I hate this. He said hate? Oh my gosh, it's so terrible to have hate in your heart. You cannot like something, but to hate is just vile. And all of a sudden, the topic is about me hating something. This is not a word that has tremendous depth and meaning to me. I hate some stuff. It doesn't
I don't feel that well.
It's a convenient way out for that manager, at least in this example, where there was no way to justify it and be like, yeah, sorry, I just don't have a good control on my team. Like, we're just not very good at what we're doing here. Like, as soon as you gave her an out of, you like that fat ass? Like, she's like, oh, thank God. All right, I don't have to take responsibility for my actions. I can now pretend to be offended.
You wanted
and
more.
With victimhood comes power, and so I'm good.
She was following me out. Get back here, sir. And it's just like...
What a manager of a fast food restaurant follows customers out.
And it's crazy because they had a shooting there. Like, that's where the cops got shot in Livonia.
We watched that on the show.
Yeah, we watched. It seems like she'd be scared to go outside chasing some maniac who just stormed out of a store over some onion rings, right?
That's why that happens.
Just
those cops
all out over onion rings, lady. Like, are you really want to follow him out there? He's clearly a bit of an asshole.
They do it about curse words too. I do feel a little bit bad
about what I said to him, but my outrage was genuine, and I really do think, at least in some small way, he was trying to fuck me over when he gave me that light box of onion rings, because it was just so night and day difference. It wasn't like a little light. It was like a spiked box of onion rings.
And you know that guy is the kind of guy who notices the weight and girth of fast food items. That guy is a Rain Man of sorts. If you put just put a plate and then put any assortment of Zaxby's food on there, and that guy can keep his eyes closed and be like, that's 920 calories, 2 butter biscuits, 1 fried chicken wing, and is that mashed potatoes, and no gravy. Interesting. Like that kind of shit. Like
boneless or traditional wing? Boneless. He's got it.
He starts clicking his tongue like a bat, like I can hear the bones resonating. These are bone in. These are bone in.
I have an am I an asshole kind of topic I saved. Are you guys ready for this?
Yeah.
All right. So it's called ProRevenge. It's a subreddit, and I've been storing it for a little while. It's about 4 paragraphs, so get comfy. I work in a small-scale accounting firm, 150 employees. I get along well with all my coworkers except 2 or 3. I'll introduce the story. There's a female coworker of mine, let's call her Jessica. Jessica's the office flirt, and while others don't mind it, I very much do. My boyfriend and I have been together for 6 months, and I frankly don't appreciate some of the tramp flirting with me and grabbing my ass and whatnot. For confusion's sake, this is a gay dude, and this woman's flirting with him. I don't know why she singled me out. I'm not above average attractiveness. I'm going to rate myself, I'd say, a strong 6. The first time her advances came on too strong, I calmly rebuffed her, told her I didn't appreciate it, and I told HR. For a few weeks, she left me alone. Then she cornered me in the break room. While she was wearing a low-cut blue blouse, she was fond of. And that honestly was against company dress code, but something she got away with by teasing our boss. I can't remember her exact words, but it was something along the lines of, I love men who play hard to get, but I'm getting impatient. She left shortly after, and I went to HR and reported the incident. The boss came into my office later that day. We had a few words over the incident, and I was basically laughed out of there. So I went home for the day, contacted my boyfriend's brother, an attorney, and talked to them about my plan. A few days later, she came on to me again, and instead of going to HR, I walked into my boss's office and told him I planned to sue if nothing was done. I had the reports and the confirmation of my female co-workers as evidence. Jessica was fired the next day, but I wasn't done. For the past 9 months, she's been going through a nasty divorce. I had my SO's brother contact her soon-to-be ex-husband's lawyer. So her attorney friend contacts that woman's husband's attorney. Turns out the divorce was because he suspected her of cheating. I volunteered as a character witness against her. My testimony ultimately led to her getting no alimony. He got majority custody of their son, and she had to move. I don't know where you are, Jessica, but if you're reading this, you deserved it. Really? So that's where I was. That's where I wondered where this whole thing went. So to sum it up, she kind of did some grab ass on him. Maybe came onto him too hard in an office environment, which is totally inappropriate. So as revenge, he got her fired, lost her alimony, lost her majority custody of her kid. Really fucked her over. And here's where
flip the genders and nobody bats an eyelash. Fuck that cunt.
I was just about to
go
there.
She's a sexual predator. She's inappropriate in the workplace, and she's the worst kind of sexual. Like the part about like the boss letting it slide, that makes it so much better that he goes to the boss and he's like, "Hey, fire her or I sue." And the boss is like, I don't want to. I'm sure there was a meeting after that would have been delectable to listen in on with the boss and HR and maybe some other higher ups or something. That would have been the great meeting to sit in on. But I bet nothing could have been as satisfying as that courtroom scene. That's beautiful pro-revenge. I fucking love that. I love that so much. I want to give that man money. I want to support him. I want
fund me.
Like, I'm hoping like he did that so well. I want him to be like a like victim's advocate, like going out and finding men out in the world who suffer from similar issues and helping them. We should be funding this guy.
I'm torn.
Yeah, he needs like one of those.
What she did is what did she say exactly? I like the ones who play hard to get with her blouse buttoned down low, and she grabbed his butt, apparently. She definitely got it back 100 times. I mean, losing majority custody of the kid, losing all the alimony. Let's assume that's like $200,000 or something she would have gotten over a period of time.
I bet she grabbed his. I bet she did more than just like, "Hey, cutie." Like I bet because he goes into if he's going to HR. Like he had already told her, "Hey, stop grabbing my ass and harassing me," and she didn't stop. Like it kept going, and then he has to go to HR or whatever. Like if you've gone to HR on this person, like it's probably like a pretty aggressive, right?
Or he's a little bit of a baby about it.
Could be that.
You know, like.
But he's a winner.
He did win. Yeah, he definitely. There's no debating. He won. This was a rout. A series sweep in favor of this guy.
The husband of the cunt won, right? Really? Can you imagine how delighted he was when he got that phone call? Hey, hi. I'd like to... That would have been great. He'd be like, "Oh, thank God, that bitch was gonna drain me dry."
Can you imagine that? Like when the first week he had his son, after it's all over, It's like, little Johnny, put your best on. We're going to church. It's like, we've never gone to church. Oh, we do now. We do now. We go to church. Like, we're religious as fuck. Like, I was, I think, on where Woody was going with it, that it might be a little too harsh based on the look I was getting from you based on your readings. But Kyle, you really sold me on how it's not too harsh, and that, like, really your statement there of flip the genders and you wouldn't have a problem with it. You're right. If this story was a man harassing a woman,
been grabbing your daughter's ass, and she's already complained about him once to higher ups, and they laughed at her. Oh, ruin the fucker's life. Oh, someone's been doing this to your girlfriend at work. Oh, ruin that guy's life. Like you'd be so on board with it.
Just to play devil's advocate here, it is true that the genders are different, though, right? Like, the reason that just playing devil's advocate, it is worse for a guy to do it to a woman because she can be scared. She could feel defenseless. She could feel like she needs to play this right, or, the implication or the rape threat or whatever, right? If a woman comes onto a guy too strong, especially I think their peers at work, whatever. Like, he can hold her on the forehead, and that's the end of her aggression.
Not every man can.
I assume that
there's a lot of sexual assaults from like the amount of like the percentage of rapes that are committed by women is still like 20-something%, right? Like it's not that crazy
higher
uncommon.
Than I would have guessed. I knew guys got raped a lot, but it was by other guys.
They rape women too.
Guys do rape women. That's right.
No, women rape women
and children.
Yeah.
And so children. It's all over the place.
Yeah. But usually the women that rape teenage boys are hot. So it's
not usually. Those are the only ones
which
that
is
you get
ridiculous, right? Here's my theory on this. The teenage boys have their game plan completely ass backwards. There's plenty of ugly female pedophiles fucking boys, but the boys are too embarrassed to tell anybody about it. Oh yeah, I fucked Miss Johnson, bro. Holy shit, the new gym teacher. Oh my God, she's 24. You don't brag about fucking Miss Wilkinghouse, the librarian, who's 68 and only has one real leg. That's on
the down low.
Stop. You don't tell anybody about that, so they don't get found out. But that's why I think, probably not. We're always finding out about these hot chicks fucking kids because they're bragging about it. They're just being too braggadocious about fucking these hot chicks.
I can totally see
that.
There was a substitute teacher was like sitting in for our bio class, and I'm almost positive one of my students was fucking her. Like, they had dated. He worked as a bartender, even though he was 18 though, so it wasn't like illegal. But in New Jersey at the time anyway, you could be 18 to serve alcohol, not to drink it, but to serve it. And he worked as a bartender, and I'm pretty sure he fucked our substitute teacher. Like, it was just widely known. And the way they didn't like talk about it, but you could tell in their interactions they knew each other outside class. Like, that's a thing. He was like, "Hey Pat, hey," like, yeah. I'm 90% sure he fucked her.
Nice.
I had a teacher my 7th grade year that I don't think anybody fucked her, but looking back, because what she used to do is she would sit, you know how teachers would sit on a stool in front of the class, not necessarily with a desk or anything. They're just sitting on the stool reading. And this lady, she was, when you're 13, anyone who's an adult seems like just adult territory for the most part. But looking back, she's probably like 25, 26. And I don't know how all of us that sat in that class, all the guys in the front row, thought she doesn't even know that she's sitting with her legs open and sometimes doesn't even wear underwear. Like, she doesn't even know. How is she so silly that, like, she's letting us all see this?
You saw your teacher's vagina? Or is that what's being told to me right now? That there was a pussy show in your 3rd grade classroom?
No, this is 7th grade.
Oh, that's totally different.
7th grade.
Okay.
Oh. So it was like, 7th grade. Like, it wasn't every day, but you could see underwear regularly because she did like the Sharon Stone leg cross from Basic Instinct, where it was, and it, like, if I were to sit in there now, like a class auditor, like at my current age, and look, I'd be like, oh my God, this fucking lady's showing her pussy to a bunch of kids. like, but at the time I'm like, oh my God, Miss Julie doesn't even know that we're getting to see her puss or her underwear or whatever. But, yeah, thinking back on it, I bet she banged some kids. She had huge tits, and
let's look her up now. Goddamn, you're not that old. I mean, the bitch is 33 or something. Come on.
Kyle brings up a good point.
Yeah, I'll get on FB and check.
Yeah, find
up on her.
Let's go.
Yeah, that's. Yeah, your point about
never stop learning.
Only coming out that they're hot because the boys brag about it totally makes sense.
Yeah,
nobody brags about fucking the old librarian.
Yep.
I have another woman, sexually inappropriate woman story.
Oh.
I believe it's a Florida woman. It is, of course, I should have known. Arrested for animal abuse after having sex with her 2 dogs. I'm sorry, oral sex with her 2 dogs.
Oh, well, then that's fine.
Wait, did she let the dogs lick her, or did she go down on the dogs?
Well,
there were 2 dogs involved, so it's probably happening, concurrently.
Well, not
it's a good policy.
I don't think the dog's gonna mind if you don't return the favor, right? Like
Have you ever tried orchestrating a 3-way with 2 dogs? You can't keep them.
It takes jars of peanut butter to keep them interested. It's a good policy to let what goes on in bedrooms stay in people's bedrooms. Yet it might seem like those who are doing the really gross things in their bedrooms no one really wants to know about manage to let their business air into the nightly news on a regular basis. Woman arrested for animal abuse after oral sex with 2 dogs in Florida, naturally. As if Florida wasn't already a hub for some of the weirdest news related to bad human behavior, one woman has brought the animal kingdom into the mix. It broke out that she's having sex with her 2 dogs. Hardly written story. She's 21 years old. She lives in Naples, Florida. She was handcuffed and charged with engaging in gross misconduct with her animals. You might be wondering how she got caught. Turns out her boyfriend sent the video that was shot on his cell phone to the police. Now the video's online. Apparently, he didn't send the police videos out of concern for the canines. Rather, he'd been accused by her of sexual assault not long before the incident took place. So she accused him of sexual assault.
I think my girlfriend's cheating on me. And who do you think it's with? Our dog Fido and Snickers.
So she accused him of sexual assault, and in revenge, he sent pictures of her blowing the dogs. Let's get some more.
Do you know for sure she was blowing the dogs?
They cover it. I'm looking for that part. Johns, that's the woman's name, had filmed herself having sexual interactions with her pet because the boyfriend encouraged her to do so. And that's on the video, by the way. He used
I bet the dogs were licking her because, like, the dog blowjob doesn't make any sense. And I think we've all seen that on the internet, and that's just not a fun thing. It doesn't look like any fun. I don't think you'd want any part of that.
I've never seen somebody blow
Oh, come
a dog
on, you stumble across it along with the child pornography, right?
Okay, so
it's just out there,
Right, Woody?
They looked through the man's phone.
I love that. I gotta stop for
this
just
is
a
the
moment,
answer that you're looking for.
Okay.
They looked for the man's phone and they found videos of the dogs giving her oral sex while she masturbated. They also said that there were lurid text messages back and forth between her and the boyfriend involving these pictures.
Lame. So, this is
really.
I don't like the boyfriend's a jerk here. Like those dogs were down. And he encouraged this madness. She's not terrible looking. I'd say she's like a solid 6. I don't think she should be in any trouble for letting the dog lick her, right? Like you let the dog lick your face, it's all good, right? Like all of a sudden, just because I'm smearing peanut butter across my ass and vagina, it's a crime. I don't.
But it's like
I'm coming down with Kyle. I'm being pro dog oral sex on this. It's not a
also, but it's not like you can force a dog to do a thing, right? Like dogs lick things they want to lick. All right, the dog's happy to make you happy.
Do you really think that she was laying there and the dog was just like, "Oh, it's time to go today," and went over there and started going to town on her pussy? Or do you think he had like a choke collar on it?
No.
Oh no. I think there was something
Taylor,
she did to her pussy.
Come on.
I think there was some peanut butter involved.
Do you think you could put a choke collar on a dog and make it lick like a piece of plastic? Could you make it lick a piece of plastic? Like you couldn't make it like anything.
Have you ever forcefully brought the dog's attention to where they like peed on your rug? Right, the dog's not having anything. Yeah, just what? Get me away from that. And frankly, I think it was your mom. No, it could have been one of the other kids. I don't know.
That's dogs like doing their best pretend. Like when you're like, "You see what you did?" and they're like, "Oh, gross, gross. Oh, who did that?"
Yeah.
And they're not smart enough to realize. Yeah,
someone must have ate like a whole bag of Hershey's Kisses with the wrappers on. What monster?
wasn't me.
Yeah, you know what? I'm as mystified as you are by this whole situation, and I don't know. So I suspect she's putting something on her. I keep saying peanut butter, but who knows? It could be coconut oil. It could be crumpled up Oreos. But is he doing something to make the dog lick her? And I don't think the dog is a victim in this thing. I think the dog is probably the highlight of his night. Dogs love human attention. You know, you just talk in a silly voice to a dog, and they're super happy. They're just loving it. So she might have been just saying, "That's a good boy," as he goes down on her, and she's gelling herself, and that's that's his best part of his night.
Yeah, I'm totally against her being punished for this in any way. And the boyfriend's a real scumbag, because he encouraged this thing.
The more you guys are talking about this, the more it's making sense, and I don't want this perspective to make sense. Because really, I bet the dog's sitting there like, I'm just being part of the team. You know, she's always way less stressed out after I finish up.
The dog doesn't share your predisposition against this kind of activity. The dog is down. The dog is down.
Dog is totally down.
If it were anything. Yeah, the fact that it's just the dog doing licking makes it hard to say that it's abusive. If it were anything else, then it would be easy to make that connection. But it's still fucked up. And call me a Puritan all you want. I'm very against fucking animals and allowing them to do things to you or letting them lick you in way like a dog licking your cheek is like, oh, what a sweet little animal. But what was this lady thinking? What is her life? That's an autobiography I'd like to read. Wouldn't it? Just to see, like, I wonder if someone is born like that, to where as soon as they hit 14 or puberty, she was like, I can't stop thinking about dogs. Like, I just love dogs and animals. Or if this is something that happened later in life with like a kinky boyfriend or...
That's what the article called that out. It said that the guy encouraged it. This isn't something she'd ever done before or whatever. It wasn't her kink so much as she was doing this to please her man. And I think inadvertently the dog got happy too.
Yeah, absolutely. So I feel bad for her, because that's, it's a shame that all went down.
Male sexuality is so much more foul than female sexuality. Like, no woman would.
Yes, you're about to make a statement that's just provably false. No woman would ever want a dog to fuck her.
No.
Disgusting.
I think you're taking it a different direction. Right. I'm saying that I bet there are plenty of cases out there of a relationship where, like, the sex, they start getting crazy, and the guy's like, yeah, Susan, I want you to pick up Fido, and I want you to put him between your legs and just what happens. And she's like, I fucking guess. And they do that. I don't feel like that would happen in the other direction as much, where a woman would be like, all right, I want you to take this dead octopus we got at the store, and I want you to wrap it around your cock. I want you to wrap it around your cock so it turns blue. And the guy's just like, I mean, I'm going to do this, but I'm not pleased with it. It's very cold and slimy.
Suckers.
Yeah, the suckers. I don't know.
So, Kyle, you think women are just as sexually adventurous as men?
Yes, depraved would be the word. I think there's a spectrum of like the stuff like people like feeling good sexually, and there's a whole spectrum of things that make them get that same feeling. So some people, just a beautiful woman, touching you, like, I'm at 10 out of 10. But for some people, they're like, I gotta have a giraffe watching. I gotta have my grandpa in the corner, like, massaging me with oil. They need something crazy. And I wish we had Filthy to talk about this, because he's got that whole sexual studies thing. He'd probably have some input on this. I've read the Kinsey data. That guy that did the whole sexual. All those sexual studies, and there's a breakdown of percentage-wise what percentage of people engage in bestiality, and it's broken down depending on whether they live in the city or in the country, whether it's a man or a woman, different age groups, different educational groups.
I think a lot of people dispute his stuff now, like in recent years. Like,
I think they dispute some of his findings, but I don't know if his research, his actual data. I don't know that was... Like,
if the actual methodology was fucked up or something, or if it was just you only used 6 creepy, goat fuckers to complete this whole survey or whatever.
I always thought that that some, like, opinion that he had based on his studies was, like, wrong or had been proven false or something. Some ideas he had, but I didn't... I guess it's possible that his data's wrong, but that's the only data there is on, women fucking dogs, right?
Everybody likes depraved shit to an extent. But to pretend that on average men and women want the same amount of, like, sex and are as interested in that kind of stuff is just kind of silly.
Yeah,
Like,
of course.
biologically, men think about sex constantly, all the time.
Yeah.
Like, women don't, because it's like women live in a candy store of sex and men live in a desert of sex. Comparatively, obviously, there's so much middle ground there. That's just hyperbolic to make the point. But so, like, when a guy gets sex, it's like, all right, I had to work for this, and let's fucking make the most of it. You know, when a woman gets sex, it's like, I'm not going to buy another Snickers today. I've already had far too many. I'm getting fat. You know, like, I don't want that. It's just...
Give me that variety bag. Yeah,
there's nothing wrong with
for
that.
Halloween.
Yeah, nothing wrong with it. It's just
Like
men are definitely more sexually depraved.
Yeah, definitely more sexually depraved just because of the sex drive, I think. And like, I don't know, just the way we are driven to sex, it just seems a bit different because it has to be, right? Like I mean, those are some rape inclinations if we're boiling it right down to being honest. Like that's what it's about.
Think how much of a disaster it would be.
Yeah. Like when you get horny, like of course you'd prefer if a woman allowed you to, but your biology is saying go get some pussy. It's not saying if she wants you. Like there's no part of being horny where like your penis still works whether she wants it or not. I feel like I feel like we've evolved to be a bit rapey, just like all the other animals.
You know,
like orangutans.
I have to be very careful about rape.
Ducks,
apparently
very rapey. Otters, rape. Very rapey.
But
squirrels.
Kyle's not crazy on this, I think. You know, of course you have self-control and you don't hurt anybody.
Yeah.
But the instinct is to find somebody to get
grab
laid.
and take and bind.
If it wasn't...
Yeah. Genghis Khan wasn't like super concerned about consent.
No,
like at all.
Not. Do you really think he had to ask though? I feel like if you see Genghis Khan walk into your village, you're just like pull your skirt up, like
it's
yeah,
because
give
of
it
the
to
implication.
Me. Give me that Khan seed.
I want to know what happens
that stallion
afterwards,
that mounts
though.
the world.
Is your kid like are you set for life? Does this give you financial security and protection forever? No. It's just
because we'd all be safe if that were true. Because he spawned it's got to be thousands. He had thousands of children, right? It seemed like he raped a different woman every day, twice a day, 3 times a day. It's so much rape that you can measure the amount of
I've heard every man, woman, and child
have.
on the planet has a little Khan in him.
You know how much fucking you have to do? Like, keep in mind, this is a guy who is known for being a warlord. He's not like he's Genghis Khan the fucker. He's Genghis Khan the great, the warlord, the conqueror. He still found time to be one of the most prolific fuckers of all time.
He would giggle at my 11 times a day.
Oh, please.
One day.
11.
Right?
He's getting 11 women a day at least.
It says that 0.5% of the total world population might be descendants of Genghis Khan, according to the data. And I'm not going to follow the link.
0.5%?
Data. Yeah,
wow, that's 0.5%. Only 0.3%. Oh no, that's not true.
According to the data, around 8% of men, around 16 million individuals residing in the former Mongol Empire, carry almost identical Y chromosomes.
Wow.
So that's
they all descended from the same
16
man.
million people in the same area now. I wonder if that caused any problems genetically or anything, just because people maybe didn't even know that they were banging someone that was like Genghis Khan's great-grandkid.
They've been a little bit related, and he clearly had some good genes, right? Like I don't know what he looked like or what his stature was. I doubt if anyone does, but he was a real winner.
What would that percentage be if he was fucking people in a more populated area, right? So he was from Mongolia. Mongolia hasn't really blossomed into the centerpiece of a current Earth, right? Now, he spent some time in China, but if he had conquered China in the same way that he had conquered Mongolia, maybe 20% of people would have some Khan genes.
I just don't think he could have done any more fucking than he did. And I don't think there was ever a point where he was like, if only I had some more women.
See, he fucked, I'll say 1,000 women, and then their descendants turned into 1 million people. If he had fucked 1,000 Chinese women 1,000 years ago, then maybe they turn into 1 billion people.
I've got an answer for this. So it wasn't people in Mongolia that were related to him. Those 16 million are people that were in what was the Mongol Empire, which at the time was much, much larger and took up parts of China and whatnot. And so these 16 million people, a lot of them are in China, a lot of them because Mongolia.
China. I want him in the center
has,
of a booming population, right? He needs to be in like early America, early Europe, early China. He spent too much time in a wasteland.
Just jizzing everywhere.
Yeah, that's it. He needs to be at the start of where populations explode. I'm sure the bulk of his he didn't go to China until he was well established in Mongolia. Mongolia barely has paved roads.
There's only 3 million people in Mongolia,
I watched
and
it
so
on Long
most
Way
of these
Round.
people live in China.
I'm not mocking you. I'm like, yeah, I guess isn't that where they drink the fermented goat milk or something like that? Yeah,
no, that was one of the
that is the place where Borat is from. That is Kazakhstan. Oh, I watched a show last night. It's called House of Saddam. It's about Saddam Hussein. It's about 10 years old, and it's on HBO. It's a 4-part, 1 hour each part telling of the whole Saddam Hussein story, beginning with his taking of power back in like 92, 93, whenever the fuck. I thought that you were going to see some sort of charismatic warlord. Like you were going to have some moments where it's kind of like watching a Tywin Lannister, where you're like, I can appreciate this about him, or that was very wise what he did here. No. Saddam Hussein is such a paranoid fucking murderer that like everyone loves him. Like he's surrounded by a group of people who love him. The people outside that also love him. The people outside that shell fear him. And he does, but he just kills the people who like his best friend right away. He's just like, boom, shoots him in the head. He's like the man who can kill his best friend. He does not need to fear anyone. This makes me strong to my enemies. And it's like, dude, and his wife's like, but he loved you. He loved you, Saddam. And every step of the way, he'll just get more and more paranoid, and he'll be like, my brother-in-law. Yep, he's got to go too. He kills his brother-in-law. He kills both of his sons-in-law. He killed his best friend. And that's just the people closest to him that he's just laying out left and right. Not to mention the gassing of the Kurds.
There was no clever thing.
No,
I don't want to make this
stupid.
political, but Trump said
stupid.
something that I've often thought. He said, I'm going to mess up his name. Is it Kim Jong-il, the young one, the current one?
The current guy is Kim Jong-un.
Kim Jong-un, okay. Trump said, that guy's not dumb. He's like, that guy's pretty smart. He was a young guy, and when his father died, there were a dozen people trying to take power from that country, right? It was kind of, he was maybe the favorite, but he managed to do it. He held it, and he's still ruling that country in an environment where, things are a little chaotic, but here he is still on top. And, everyone else says he's a madman with no brain and yada, yada, yada. But Trump says what I think in this case. I'm not often lining up with him. But like, hey, you know what? If you're leading a country, there's probably something going on between your ears. Just to maintain power. Just to get all the key holders supplied, all the keys to power, right? To keep them happy enough so that they keep you in power.
Saddam had so much power to watch this thing, of course. It's really fun to watch because every now and then they intersplice an actual Saddam Hussein quote. And one of them is like, the law is anything I write on a piece of paper. Like this is kind of his mindset. He had it tracked back, his lineage, all the way to Muhammad. So now he has it in his head that he is divine in some way, and he starts having a Quran transcribed in his own blood. Just his early war with Iran, with the Khomeini or whatever the fuck, like that seemed like a justified thing. And then the invasion of Kuwait is painted in a way that I'd never seen it. Apparently, the deal was this: the Kuwaitis are using American slant drilling oil technology to drill into Iraq and get their oil. They're stealing their natural resources, and the Iraqis are like, whoa, stop stealing our natural resources and apologize. And the Americans are, of course, giving them this technology to do it. And so Saddam finally has a meeting with the Kuwaitis, and they're like, we have powerful friends. We don't give a shit. Fuck yourself. Meaning the United States, of course. And Saddam's like, all right, we need to talk to the U.S. ambassador. So he sits down with the U.S. ambassador, and he's like, she says, of course President Bush wishes for peace in the Middle East, but he has no opinion on Arab affairs. And he was like, oh, the president has no opinion on Arab affairs. No, of course he wants peace, but, And he's like, he walks out of that meeting thinking he's got carte blanche to invade Kuwait.
I've heard many times he asked for permission. Carry on.
Yeah, so they drop special forces in. The family of Kuwait has to flee. They're pillaging Kuwait, taking like things that they claim were bought with these ill-gotten oil money gains. And then George Bush assembles 30 nations, and they start building a force over the course of weeks. And at 6 weeks later, it's game over, because there's this one really cool scene that I wondered, watching this all as a child and then later as a young adult, why no one ever says this to Saddam. One of his son-in-laws is like, Baba, The Americans, they have missiles and smart bombs. We will be destroyed before we even see their faces. And he's like, oh, coward. It's just like they will fight to the last man, you know, like the Americans can't stomach 10,000 casualties. We have more willpower than them. And it's like, how can you ever hope to kill 10 of them, dude? Like, what are you don't get it. You don't get it.
It was it was a real lopsided affair. I know someone who was
Both
a tank
times.
commander, you're right. And he actually had some guilt afterwards because their tank battles, they just like beyond visual
That battle
range.
was mentioned. That highway of death or whatever they call it, with all the burnt out trucks and vehicles with the skeletons in them.
Mm-hmm.
That's sort of mentioned. There's a part where Saddam's, I get them mixed up because I just watched this thing, but son-in-law, someone he's got in power, the leader of his military, is on the radio. He's like, no, cowards will be shot. You can't run. Don't run. Cowards will be shot. Do you understand? And Saddam walks in the room. He's like, what's going on? And the other guy's like, our army has been overrun. There's a highway we are retreating on, and we are all pinned down, taking terrible casualties, and there's nothing we can do. And he's like, why didn't you tell me this? And there's always like this infighting with the people closest to him, playing each other against him. One time Saddam asks his like 2 most trusted guys for an opinion on something that he's going to do. And the first guy's brother-in-law says, if I were you, I'd do this, 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 and that. Then all this will be smooth, and these people will like you, those people will fear you, and those people will be dead. What about you, Jim? What do you think? Oh, well, I could never presume to put myself in the position of the president. Never. and then Saddam looks over at his brother-in-law like, he did just presume to put himself in the position of the president. He thinks he's got it all worked out. Like 2 weeks later, that guy's blowing up in a helicopter crash. And like Saddam's whole family comes to him, like his wife, her children, her grandchildren. He's like, there he is, children, sitting behind his desk in his uniform. The man who killed my brother, who killed your uncle, who killed your father. And Saddam's just like, He's just such a monster that like you couldn't get on board with Saddam at any point throughout the whole 4-part thing. But it was entertaining to watch.
I wonder.
Check that out.
Did you feel like it was biased? Did you feel like it was accurate?
I felt like it was accurate, but not because I know any of the things and I can like check up on their facts. Just because they were so fair to everyone involved, except for Saddam, who by all accounts is a monster, and Uday. The oldest son, is painted as an absolute. Saddam has this part where he's slapping Uday around. He's like, violence is a tool, not for fun, not for play. We use violence as a tool because Uday just had. There's a party next door. They're celebrating Saddam marrying his second wife. Uday is from wife number 1. He does not appreciate wife number 2. So he goes over to the party. There's Saddam's best, most trusted friend. He is shit-faced. And Uday's like, this party's over. Everybody get the fuck out of here. And the guy's like, brother, this is my house. And he's not his brother. He's just calling him, this is my house. We're celebrating for your father's great day. He gave us permission to have this party. Forgive me, but you should go. And he's like, how dare you speak to me like that? It's like, I'm so sorry if I spoke out of turn, but I am very drunk. I can barely see you, sir. Uday starts beating him to death with his cane until there are brains on the ground.
This is the guy that was just at the wedding party of his dad?
And that's a true story. It wasn't a wedding party. It was just a party they were having, celebrating Saddam's second marriage. Uday comes over, beats Saddam's best friend to death with his cane. And then, like, his friends were like, what did you do? You beat him to death. And he's like, he's not dead. He's not dead. Like, doing coke. He's like, his fucking brains were on the floor. They're on your cane right here. And then all of a sudden the phone rings. And it's Saddam's, like, scary henchman. He's like, is it true? They're like, yeah, it's true. He killed him. I'll handle this. Click. And like next thing you know, Saddam's having Uday thrown in a cell and having him beaten up and stuff. But still, you know, he lets him out eventually. It's his son. Uday has this moment with one of Saddam's trusted guys because he has a lot of them. He says, Saddam, Papa has had many favorites, but only one firstborn son. And when I heard that, I was like, fucking right, bro. You need to get on this guy's good side. He
Yeah.
ain't going nowhere.
He's got a golden ticket being the first porn star. I couldn't believe when you told me how bad Uday and Kusei were. I thought that they were just kind of like Dennis the Menace over there, you know,
you
throwing
didn't know that?
No, I'm totally joking. I know that like they had people
sorry.
eaten by dogs. That's the big thing I remember. I'm sure you guys know more, especially Kyle, now that you've
Bunch
watched
of
that.
rape things.
But
He was kind of rapey.
rape things.
That was
rape
Uday.
is like that's not surprising for them because you would assume that they're bad and they'd rape. It's the dog eating and like the weird methods of torture that are the most
right
upsetting.
there.
So Kusei, he ran the trying to think of the equivalent, but like their intelligence agency, the guys who went out looking for the people who were against Saddam and then tortured them, killed them, and found more people to torture and kill and went on. So his torture and his violence was always the tool that Saddam kind of refers to at one point. Uday, on the other hand, was like a monster. He was a Joffrey. Like he really liked inflicting pain. He would just find women and rape them. He would just find people and kill them. He was just a real monster.
I like the story you're telling. I'm not saying it's wrong. I just can't get past the notion that to stay in power for 25 years, you have to be more than just an asshole. Like, you have to have some sort of political awareness and vision, and like.
I'll tell you what he did is when he comes in like right away and takes over. This kind of refers to the, what do you call them, the key holders of power. He lines up all the key holders of power. He has people lie under threat of torture against their families and admit to a conspiracy that never existed, and then name co-conspirators who all are like cabinet members and stuff. Then he selects a new cabinet, and he has them stand face to face outside, and he takes his pistol out and hands it to one of his new cabinet members and says, "Fire." That guy kills his previous counterpart, hands the gun down, and they go down the row. And every one of his new key holders murders the man who used to hold the key.
Which is
that's
crazy,
gruesome.
But is there some cleverness? I'm trying to find
Absolutely.
it here.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Clearly it was. He had power like.
That's the established
that's what I'm
fear.
saying.
All
That
the
was
key
his thing.
holders know what happens on their way out, so you better continue to support this guy. I guess.
Oh, there's a couple scenes, and you can see it in real life. It's really fun to like find the old real life Saddam speeches where like someone will be like, they're sitting at the table, all of his generals. It's kind of a wartime thing, and he's like, that general's a traitor. Take him away. And the general's like crying, and they're taking him away. And the rest of one of the remaining generals at the table, they're all scared, terrified. You can tell these grown men, 50s and 60s. He's like, "I think I speak for everyone here when I say that I love the great leader, and I want him to live forever, and I love him." And everybody at the table, like in unison, starts like taking their hands and slamming them on the table in agreement. And they don't stop until he tells them to stop. So he just sits there watching as they pound the table. Same thing would happen.
He demands loyalty.
What a fucking maniac.
Yeah.
Another time, and I've seen the video of this, he's got this huge group of people assembled. It might be Congress or Parliament or whatever they had. And he starts naming fucking conspirators. And they're dragging them out one after as he names them. And the people are so terrified that their name could come up next. They start standing up. "Saddam! Yeah, Saddam! Woo!" They start cheering. And like, you can't allow like Bob to be the one man who stands and cheers for Saddam. You got to join in, right? So everyone gets in, and it's like a competition to see who can clap harder, who can be more enthusiastic and boisterous and happy to be there, and who could be more part of the team. And so like you see this ocean of politicians just acting their asses off because they know it might be the acid baths if they don't or something.
I've heard that about North Korea too. When I heard it specifically, it was about when Kim Jong-un maybe died, or Kim Jong-il.
Yeah, and when Kim
never
Il-sung,
get it.
when both of them died.
And like they were competing in a similar way to grieve more, to be more upset, to wail louder, to whatever, to prove their loyalty.
If you watch those clips of like the competitive grieving, like you can see like as they're panning across crowds, like you can see like people like dabbing eyes and then like looking to the right or something and seeing somebody else like, "Ah!" and then that person's like, "Oh fuck, ah!" and everybody just escalates. It's like if a kid on a playground trips and they all start freaking out, because they see a bone or something. Like it's just It's so creepy. You have to wonder what you do in that situation. And I know 1,000% what I would do is be banging my hands on that table like, you are the fucking man. Frankly, Ted isn't banging his hands hard enough. Ted, do your hands hurt? Are your hands a little tender, Ted? Because I could do this all night. Got it, Mr. Saddam. You know, like that's exactly what I would do. I would pander so hard. If I were in North Korea right now, like if I got captured,
you'd be
there would be no thing of like, I'm an American citizen. You got to help me. I'd be like, I defected and I'm here to help. Like, it's like you gotta do something. Be like, I know their military secrets, and then you just have to go into their base and be like, you know, I hope I know enough that they don't know more. You know,
a lot of Call of Duty, a few RTSs. I hope that's gonna help me out here.
You're gonna bomb LA? Oh man, like I couldn't. I'm on your team. Yeah, I'll hit the button. I guess. You know, like that. There's no other option. There's no other option. If you want to live, you have to do that. Like if you watch North Korean defectors, those interviews on YouTube, and they talk about what it was like defecting and knowing as they were leaving, like, yeah, when I left, I knew if they were going to kill the rest of my family. Yeah. You know, and there were people that would tell their family members that they were going to escape, and the family members would rat them out, and then they'd be publicly executed. Like it's beyond barbaric. It's going to be crazy when that finally collapses and we could really get in there and see everything that's been happening.
See Nazi-style war crimes, and it's going to be all of the leaders who stood by and let it go down are going to look like bad people. I think. I think that they do some awful things in there. You just see that when someone has unchecked power, they seem to default to evil mode, right? Like it just seems like there's some human experimentation, or forced human experimentation, or gene manipulation, and we know that there are concentration camps and death camps and labor camps and slave labor, running that economy. It's pretty terrible.
People are born into labor camps there. Like they live their whole life.
I didn't know
in
that.
a labor camp. They don't even know that like there is an outside. Like
I never heard that. That sounds absolutely horrible. That's forming people. I watched the Joe Rogan Experience for an hour live today, and he had Jamie Foxx on, and that was spectacular.
I hate that guy.
Oh my, Jamie Foxx,
the guy from Django,
the multi-talented genius. You don't like the comedian, singer, actor, dancer?
I don't.
Entrepreneur.
Never listened to his
real
comedy
highly
or
of
singing.
himself.
He should. He should think very highly of himself. He told some of the greatest stories on there today, and his impressions are off the chain. Every step of the way, as he name drops or talks about who's at a party, he does an impression. Like Floyd Mayweather, nails it. Then all of a sudden, he does a German grandma, nails it. I really enjoyed that. Why don't
I like
you
him
care
as
for
an
Jamie?
actor.
I
just don't know his music or his comedy, but as an actor,
oh come on, that song with Kanye. I ain't saying she's a gold digger, but she ain't fucking with the bro.
Oh, that is Jamie Foxx in it.
Yeah, the guy singing. Hey, you hear me, mama?
That's Jamie Foxx.
Oh well, I mean that part's not that good.
Yeah, that's Jamie Foxx singing that part. Yeah, that was his first singing thing. Kanye comes to his house with his jaw. He tells that story. Kanye coming to his house and being like, "Hey man, I got this song. I think you'd be great on it." And they go back to his studio, and Kanye says, sing this lyric. And I don't know. This whole story was fun to listen to. He was hilarious. He had Rogan rolling laughing. Why don't you like him? I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
I thought he was a bigger guy.
When he lost me, it was at that roast. And I can't remember it, but like the absolute details. I think the other guy is Terrence or something. But the guy's telling his jokes, and Jamie Foxx is just ruining it. He's up there saying, "Your jokes aren't funny. Nobody's laughing. This is dull." And the guy would be like he's not doing well. But part of the reason he's not doing well is that Jamie keeps fucking up his rhythm. He's like
being
the
sabotaged.
Worst. Yeah, Jamie's heckling him, but Jamie has a mic, so it's like a really rough heckle. And he's a bigger star than the other guy. He ruined that guy's career, and he's just. I tried to find the video of it.
Well, if you could ruin the guy's career by cracking some jokes, the guy wasn't very good to begin with. Maybe his jokes weren't funny.
There was a string his career was hanging from. If that was the thing that snipped it.
I wish I could find it in time. I think it was the Emmett Smith roast. Anyway, yeah, so the guy was up there, and he was doing okay, I guess, but Jamie just kept, fucking with his routine. I don't know why. There was no good reason. So then they interviewed him afterwards on, some sort of radio show. And he's like, well, we're all competitive. Yeah, comedians, we're all gunslingers up there trying to beat each other. So, that was me beating that guy. And it was just like, oh, no, it wasn't. Like, you weren't being funny. Jamie didn't have anything clever to say. They weren't good lines. It was just every time the guy started up again, Jamie would interrupt him and say,
I think you're just racist.
They're both black. I don't know how I'm racist in that at all. But
You're not.
No, of course not.
I wish I could find it in time. It was a really, like, a lot of people thought Jamie Foxx was a full-on asshole for the way that he did it.
Well, hey, everybody has a night where they're an asshole. I just called a grown man a fat ass, you know, at a fast food restaurant. If that was your only, you know, bit of interaction with me, you know, I'm sure that manager thinks I am a complete piece of shit. You know,
I mean,
it sounds like Jamie was being an asshole, but what I'm talking about is like his whole body of work. I find him fascinating. I find anybody who's like multi-talented at a high level fascinating. Like whether it's was it Barry Sanders? I always get it fucking no, it's Barry what's his fucking name? The guy who played football and baseball. Bo Sanders. Bo Jackson, thank you. Yeah, like whether it's a Bo Jackson in athletics who does that, or like if you look at what Jamie Foxx does, he has been at the highest level of singing, comedy, and acting. Yeah.
So you must love Tim Tebow, because apparently he's a baseball
Tim Tebow is
guy.
someone who is not very good at a lot of things. Apparently, no. Tim Tebow is not of any interest at all. I hate Tim Tebow because he played at Florida and they beat Georgia. No.
Oh yeah, you would hate Tim Tebow. He made Georgia look like a bunch of losers for years.
Fucking it's Matt Stafford at Georgia and Tim Tebow at Florida. Stafford stays in the pocket. He's an accurate, strong thrower. Now he's playing for the Bears. Last time right, Chicago. Yeah, and no, Lions. He's with the Lions and doing really, really well in the NFL. You got Tebow playing minor league baseball somewhere, right? Or do they bring him up for some?
I feel like we're doing some
dollars?
MMA
Minor league
math here.
baseball.
You know, like they went head to head and Tebow smashed him.
Oh no!
No,
Different game, different sport, different.
Yeah,
like
totally
the difference
It's
is
a very
collegiate-
similar sport. Totally
No,
different.
you're wrong
I
about
object to
You
that.
don't know enough about football.
It's
Huge
very different.
difference. The
I'm not
collegiate
saying
game to
I object to the
NFL,
totally different part.
totally
If you're a
different.
quarterback who relies on running like Tim Tebow and you're just excellent at it, you can dominate like he did. And he used his running to dominate like all through his college football career. But if you go in the NFL,
where you never knew what Tebow was going to do, he's going to drop back, he's going to do a little half circle, and he's got an option there. And they'd have guys in the backfield. You don't know if he's going to hand it off. You don't know if he's going to take it and run it in, or when he's got a very strong arm and he was accurate enough at the collegiate level to throw on the run. He's moving around back there throwing it. He was known to Michael Vick, but against us, they just dominated us. They beat us every year that I can remember. Every time it mattered to me, they beat us. But Stafford's playing football and he's playing minor league baseball.
if you go like compared to NFL, it's like the fastest guy he ever went up against in college is slower than the slowest guy on that NFL team he's dealing with for the most part, because those are the creme de la creme.
Everything
creme de la
you're
creme,
saying
like
is right. I just have
That's
a
why he couldn't
particular thing
run.
about the totally different part. Like football and baseball are totally different. College and pro football are very similar.
College baseball and professional baseball, completely different. They're playing with aluminum bats out
Are
there.
you sure that's what completely means?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
To me, they're played in a completely different way.
I think
It's the
Call of
difference between-
Duty and Battlefield are not completely different.
But would you agree Call of Duty 4 and Modern Warfare 2 are significantly different?
Significantly, I'll get
used
on
in
board
one
with. You know,
might not
it's the
see-
completely that I've always
They're
objected
completely
to.
different in the sense that the things that will allow you to succeed at the collegiate level don't carry over. You know, it would be like comparing Taekwondo to Muay Thai. Like, no, they're not completely different. They're both combat sports with hands and feet. But like,
Now we're on the same page, right? Yeah, but they are significantly
But
different.
what if at the professional level you were like, no, a Taekwondo guy can never go against a Muay Thai guy. It just doesn't work because of X, Y, and Z. But the case is true with the collegiate thing. Like his style of play, this open
Well, the
offense,
thing
only
is-
works for super athletes. The only one you can think of, right? Michael Vick.
And Randall Cunningham and
No, not nearly as effective.
no,
I mean,
he was the same. Randall Cunningham. It was a long time ago. It was like 91 or something. Was amazing. He led the Eagles in rushing like year after year after year. He was the Michael Vick of his day. He actually like got a punt kick record. Like the fucking Randall Cunningham, the Eagles' record for how long a punt could go. fuck out. Like,
I didn't know that.
But it actually rolled a lot. But for whatever reason, the guy didn't catch it. I saw the
It
play.
landed in a peanut truck, and they went a few blocks.
You could have just left it as like a super impressive thing, but you tagged it with the honest thing at the end. It did roll a lot. It was a windy day. You know?
Yeah, that's what happened. For whatever reason, like, I guess the guy didn't want a fair catch, or maybe they just didn't expect the quarterback to actually kick it, and it landed. He got a significant amount of yardage when it, like, after a first bounce. But anyway, yeah, this guy was the Michael Vick of his day, super duper crazy athlete. There are some of those. Tim Tebow, the thing is, it seemed like he was really good enough to make it work in college, but not good enough to do that same thing at the NFL level where you have to be
what made him good at it, his technique, his whole style of playing, doesn't work at that high level unless you are at an incredibly high level at what you do. Like, he was able to run around and be elusive in college, but it just doesn't work in the pros for him, I guess.
It's the same thing with
Meanwhile, Matt Stafford stays in the pocket and is incredibly good at Georgia, stays in the pocket and is incredibly good at the professional level, you know, like as probably top 5 QB in the league.
There's a lot of intangible stuff too, I think, when it comes to being, and I know that's like a joke word in sports when like the reporter's like, you know what, this game just came down to the intangibles, and the kind of thing we can't talk. I got to fill up 3 minutes here, so I'm going to keep talking about the intangible, and it's like that doesn't make any sense in that way, but
you're literally saying
there really is a thing, and it's not just football, college football versus NFL football. Like baseball, like you said, soccer, I would imagine, you know, our European counterparts can tell us, but I'm sure it's the exact fucking same. Hockey, like if you play in the KHL, you might be fucking incredible. There are players that come over from Russia every year, and it's like, oh, fucking Yakov Smirnov showing up on the U.S. shores. He's killing it in the KHL. You watch his clips, and he's just playing hockey, and then you put him in the NHL, and the guy just gets butt fucked because it's like you're just not good enough. What you were doing over there, even though it's the exact same. The rink in the NHL is smaller, so a lot of the Russian guys get kind of gun shy when they realize they're going to take some heavy hits. But it's similar enough that you'd think it would transfer.
Completely
it just
different.
Doesn't.
It's completely different, Taylor.
The
KHL and the NHL actually have nothing in common whatsoever. They play on asphalt over there, and they don't use sticks. Completely different.
They wear
That's
Adidas
where I was coming
track
from.
pants. Yeah.
yeah. I was just like, it's completely different. I can't get on board with that. That means something. That like the hockey and baseball are completely different.
We'll
hockey
segment it down. The tactics are completely different. A tactic doesn't work at all in college that does work in the NFL and vice versa. I think is what we all agree on.
It does. It just works for very few. It works for Michael Vick. It works for Randall Cunningham and probably some others I can't think of.
Does Michael Vick, it seems like you guys know more about this. I'm sure you do know more about this. Was his playing style, Michael Vick, very, very similar to Tim Tebow, just better?
Michael Vick is like a one-of-a-kind athlete. I don't think there's ever been anybody quite like him with that much power and speed.
What was it that made you kind of compare him to him is what I'm kind of wondering. Like compare Tebow to Vick.
Oh, just because they're, you know, outside the pocket moving around. I'd always see Tebow would be a couple of defenders would break his line and they'd be chasing him around and he'd fucking shake one off, or he'd like run in a circle around the guy because he's more agile. Michael Vick, on the other hand, like, goddamn, like there's a reason you play those old like Madden 2004. Oh my God, Madden 2004. You got Vick. It was like whoop, right up the side. I don't even need to pick a play like that play and right up the side with Vick. It doesn't even matter if the play's designed for Vick to run. You know, like he'll still just be so fast and agile. I don't like football, and I've never really cared for football, but I watched every Vick game I could. I remember him playing again in maybe it was the NFC Championship against the Rams, and watching him run for some ungodly amount of yards. I think he got a touchdown, but I just remember him running up the right sideline, and nobody could touch him. And he's just everybody's following, and he's pulling away. He's just pulling away, and he's I'm a superhuman. You know, he just
fast as a dog.
Yeah, because like all these other top athletes in the world are looking at this guy like, God damn it, he's just one shade better than us, one level, one step higher.
When they used to do fantasy hockey in the 80s and 90s, they split Wayne Gretzky into two different players. So you had to pick Wayne Gretzky's
defense
goals or
offense?
Wayne Gretzky's assists because you couldn't have both, or you would win every league you were in.
That's hilarious. I've seen some people draw the comparison of, you know, Connor versus Floyd as what would happen if you took the world's best figure skater and had him play against Wayne Gretzky. But I don't think that's a good comparison. I don't think there are any good comparisons, which is why this is so fascinating.
Yeah, it's a hard comparison. Yeah, because there is a chance that McGregor will win. There's no chance that a figure skater's beaten Gretzky. So I think it's definitely closer. I hope McGregor wins.
Yeah, me too. All right, let me tell you a bit about Uber. When you drive for the right ride-sharing app, oh, God damn it.
What happened?
I'll tell you a bit about MeUndies.
Yeah, I was like, oh, I guess they don't get a graphic.
There's a reason we've been telling you about MeUndies for months now. They are simply the softest, most comfortable underwear you'll ever wear. Once you try them, you won't want to wear anything else, unless you're naked or in a swimsuit. For every other second of your life, there's MeUndies. Every pair of MeUndies is sustainably sourced and made from micromodal, a fabric that's 3 times softer than cotton. If you're used to buying packs of uncomfortable, boring underwear that only come in white, gray, black, or tan, MeUndies will change everything, because MeUndies comes in all kinds of colors and patterns, and they release a new limited edition pattern each month, and they always sell out. This month is a rainbow confetti print called Celebrate. Try MeUndies today. Go to get the Celebrate pattern before they're all gone at MeUndies.com/PKA, and you'll save 20% off your first pair. You have to feel for yourself to see why MeUndies has sold over 5 million pairs to date. And if you don't love your first pair of MeUndies, they're free. Get 20% off your first pair plus free shipping at MeUndies.com/PKA right now. That's MeUndies.com/PKA. MeUndies.com/PKA.
Awesome. Yeah, MeUndies, truly good underwear.
I think I don't have any underwear that's not MeUndies anymore. I actually did a ton of laundry yesterday, like an embarrassingly large amount of laundry. If I'm just telling the truth, I know you've got a whole system. I don't know if do you know? I don't like the way that labor is dispersed at your household. Could you operate the washing machine? I don't mean that to be insulting.
We have a magic laundry basket. You just put clothes in the laundry basket.
Okay.
Yeah, and then they show up in my dresser. It's the coolest thing.
I did like 8 loads of laundry yesterday, and one of the things I did, I culled out all of the Fruit of the Looms. I culled out all of the Hanes. They all bit the dust. They went right in the garbage can. They were rough and scratchy. They're all gone. So we're 100% MeUndies now. I have the boxers, and I don't wear boxers in anything else because like the material, I don't know if this makes sense. It kind of like the way it hangs or the way it feels, it kind of bunches up and is scratchy sometimes. But the MeUndies material is really soft and it doesn't bunch up. So I like the boxers as much as the boxer briefs.
Did you get the same color swatch thing as me?
Well, last time I was going to get an order of stuff. I told Chiz, I was like, hey, tell them to send me panties so that, I can give my girlfriend, some MeUndies panties or whatever. And I guess that they like kept that box checked. So this month I got some confetti panties or Celebrate panties. So
is that a box that you're going to continue to leave checked?
I told Chiz to try to get that sorted for me. So I, some more manly underwear. I have a lot of female underwear right now. Yeah. MeUndies is really hooking me up.
Nice. Well, they're great.
New topic?
Yeah.
Sure. I don't have an answer for this one picked out, but I saw an Ask Reddit and it was interesting to me. Who is your anti-role model? The person you never want to be like when you grow up?
Man, there's so many.
Really?
There's so many people that you like just don't like. You look at them and you think like, oh, that person kind of sucks.
Anti-role
like a pub.
I don't know.
Right?
Definitely like, all right, so like I've always had this thing in the back of my head. It was never a big thing and my father's never even mentioned it. So it's like it's not but my grandfathers both died for alcohol related stuff. And so I've always had it in my head that like I never like was afraid to drink, and I've drank plenty, like hard liquor, and I've drank to excess plenty of times, but I've always had this thought that like I don't want to become an alcoholic. I don't want to do that because that would be a real like cliche if like I did that. I couldn't do that. So like if anything, like I guess my grandfathers are my anti-role models in a way because they were both real scummy pieces of shit who like abused their wives and drank to excess and ended up dying because of it in both cases.
That's a good answer.
I had a manager who didn't take care of his people. It was I don't want to out him too much. It was one of my managers at Cisco. I had a bunch of them, and it was almost like this guy made his career fucking over people. Like Cisco had this thing where they would fire something like 20% of the staff every quarter. Or it was the bottom 10%. They bottom 10%. So 10% of your staff would get fired every quarter. And you might think
every quarter?
Yeah.
God damn, we've run out of people in a year.
Dude, you might think like how hard is it to be in the top 90%? Yeah. But when like if you're in a group of 10 and they fire 4 people a year, like if you trip, if you miss one deadline, if you miss anything, you could be that 1 in 10. Like that could be a thing.
Was there ever sabotage? Because I'm going to tell you right now.
But let me go on.
Okay.
Yeah. So other managers didn't do this. Like they had a policy of doing it, but most managers were like, I don't have a bottom 10%. I like all my guys. If I were to fire, I want to be firing a good person. He was like, nope. You know, like fucking Hunger Games, they always found a way to fire someone quarterly. I've told the story before. There was a guy, he was in San Jose. The guy was a superstar. He comes out here, he was going through a divorce, and he had 3 months where he just wasn't the best version of him. Manager fired him. Didn't last 1 quarter under my manager. And he had all these like awards from work, like crystal trophies and shit like that. And it's burned into my head. He took his trash can and he swooped all his like awards into the trash can and walked out the door. It worked under my manager for 1 month.
Now, is this a guy who was competing with you?
No, he was
did
my
your
boss.
Excellence? No. I'm saying, did your excellence sort of slide this guy to that role of getting fired? Okay.
So I was young and I was an asshole, and I used to point out whenever he was stupid because he was dumber than me. And well, you know, he would just like not know what day of the week it was sometimes.
Not know what day of the week it was.
Yeah, you know, he'd be like,
How many
2 days from now.
Are there in an office?
Right, yeah. But like if every time he slipped, I would like.
Of course.
Yeah.
This is where I was headed with this. Of course. So did you look at this guy and all of his crystal trophies with a bit of fear for your family?
Oh no, I'm talking about the manager. This guy and his crystal trophies. I thought I was going to learn something from him. Like I didn't. Yeah, no, I
See,
was.
That's
like,
where I was going with this. I was like, do you see this new? Because I'm thinking we're a baseball team. You know, and I'm starting pitcher over here, and all of a sudden you get Greg Maddux in. He's got fucking Cy Youngs all over the wall over there, and this is the guy you brought in. Him. I'm hoping for his downfall.
I left my company and went to Cisco.
Was this like
it was
just
an IT.
Your account? This was just all IT people, and it's like if you don't fulfill your IT responsibilities in the bottom 10, and this wasn't like the sales or some other department. It was just this one. Like it wasn't a total Cisco policy.
No, yeah, it was a Cisco policy, and he got the idea from GE, where apparently it was a policy there too. And anyway, yeah, so I left my company and went to Cisco hoping to work with people better than me. I was kind of like the lead dog in a sled team at QAD. And when I went to Cisco, I was like, I'm going to be surrounded by people who are all lead dogs on their sled team. So when this guy came, I was like, this is going to be great. You know, I'm going to learn from this guy. I'm going to be I'm going to grow. And he ended up getting fired pretty quickly.
Was there ever a quarter where maybe your numbers aren't so great and you're like, maybe I'll go over to Jerry's computer and delete a few things?
No. But I did take my turn in the barrel.
Maybe
once.
I'll add an extra 0 in this huge line of code on Jerry's desk.
Anyway, so after he stopped managing me and stuff, I kept watching this guy, and he like led efforts to ship jobs to India. And he led efforts to like get interns to do jobs. And he always found a way to get like cheaper labor, fire people. Like his career was built on fucking employees.
Efficiency.
But it didn't feel like that when you work for him. You
know? Of course not.
Yeah.
Yeah. When you work for him, it was always like, we need to find a way to have fewer people like you. And that was his career. So, and he didn't grow anyone. No one like did well and became managers or whatever their dreams were. He was always like, all right, I've got these 12 guys doing stuff for me. How can I make that 10? You know, how can I get that 6 and have 2 of them be interns? How can I, get half of their jobs and ship them to India? How can we do this? And when you work, and there was never a like, how can we get Matt to the next level? How can we make Matt some sort of architect or whatever? No, not that. It was always fuck your staff. So, if I had to pick an anti-role model. That couldn't have been a good work
environment, right? Like if everybody's constantly stressed out, like you'd think that in and of itself would take some productivity out of the mix because people aren't sleeping as well. They're in their free time. They're not getting true rest because you need real rest and free. Like, no, that's a real thing. Like if these people are worried, I'm just saying that like, maybe it's a bad
like killing the slowest worker or something like in one of those gulags or something like that. Gold production.
Yeah, that's a good model to run this on.
We got a whole lot more coal now. Than we did before. Well, if you're the guy in charge, who fucking cares about the coal miners, right?
So I was senior to this girl, right? There's a girl named Tracy, and I just came into the job with a lot more experience with her. I was a higher pay grade. And we were both working on projects. The projects were not alike. They weren't the same thing, whatever. But I was doing well on mine, and she was struggling a little. And he comes over, and he's like, I heard Woody smoked you on his project. And it's like, that is not coming from me. Like, why are you saying that? Why are you, like, getting on her. Like that's not how you
Yeah.
do this. Breeding weird competition between your staff. This isn't teaming.
Maybe.
You know what? You need that attitude.
It sounds like that's what he was
in-
doing. Like maybe it almost feels like if he ever were to withdraw and not have you guys under this like crazy system, that you might all stop and go, God damn, Rich is stupid, huh? Why is he our boss? Let's talk to Carl. He'll fire Rich in a heartbeat. I know it. Like it was like he kept you on your toes.
That happened. Yeah.
This does make sense if it were a sales department. Because like if you look at the breakdown of any sales department, it's not like the top 10% get 20% of the sales and like the top 50% get 60% of the sales. Like across the board for cars, for anything. I mean, I'm sure Kyle will confirm this. That top 10, 15% of people are making 75% of the sales. Yeah. They're making the overwhelming majority of it. And so in sales, it seems like that might make sense because that bottom rung person, it's like, yeah, you clearly aren't even competitive enough to be in this environment. You know, you're out of here. But if one of those good salesmen drops down, even that would be foolish. Like you wouldn't get rid of them after one bad quarter. You know, if they have a repertoire they can show you of look at this account, look at this account, look at this. So I don't know. It seems like a stressful environment.
The big threat, if people were being lazy around the dealership, would always be new hires. It wouldn't be firing because fucking cares. You know, you're on commission anyway. You're just hanging out. It's like they got plenty of desks to sit you at. They don't care if you're there or not. So the threat would be a new hire. It's like, yo, lazy motherfuckers. I'm gonna get some new people in here. I'm gonna get some head knockers or some assassins or whatever the boss would call them. You know, I'm gonna get some really good people to come in here and replace you guys. And then every now and then he would punish. Like we had a big sales event where they used a lot of they used all of our ad revenue for like the quarter or something for one big push in the newspapers and on TV, and we did that thing where like if you're watching daytime TV and I'm in the car pulling up and here's Kyle with a Jeep Grand Cherokee, and I'm in the car and my boss is introducing the car and everything, and we spent a lot of money on this thing, but we weren't on our phones. He saw that we weren't on our phones, so he makes a phone call and literally hires like a salesman for hire, like you think of like a gun for hire. Like he goes and gets like a killer and brings him in. And this guy, this guy's selling 5 cars a day. He was a killer. And we're all just seething with anger that they brought this because it's a real tribal type thing where like if you're the new guy, it's a while before we're going to accept you or have any respect for you. We got to see you do something. Like we got to hear you say something smart at least, like give some advice or sell a car, do a thing. And this guy came in and it was like, this guy's a shark. Like this is a shark and not a guppy. Like we got to watch this guy. He'll steal our deals from us if he can, but more likely he'll steal the customers. And he was just so good. He was better than any of us. But that was our punishment. Did
he stick around or was he?
No. He just brought that guy in for a 3-day weekend. That guy sold like 16 cars in a 3-day weekend or something. It was stupid.
He sold 16 cars in 3 days. That's insane.
We all sold a bunch of. I mean, on a weekend like that, it's pretty outrageous. It's a big store. I think we had 15 acres of cars. So like, sold a lot of cars that.
So Kyle, I'm looking for a little advice. I'm not going to buy a new car unless mine breaks down for a couple years. But when I do go, what are the questions I need to be asking and the bullshit I need to be on the lookout for? Or is there...
You can handle almost all of it over the phone at this point. The real question is like, what do you want? Like do you want to lease a car? Do you want to buy a car? What kind of car?
I'd want to buy one.
New or used?
Used, because I'm not a silly goose.
Okay, so things are really easy if you're buying a used car. Now it's really going to boil down to financing because the cost of the car, there isn't some sort of dealer markup. There's no systems in place to dick you around there. They're not going to hide money anywhere. There's none of that. It's a used car. It is what it is, and you can kind of do research and determine if the value that they're charging for it is right or not. And there's going to be some negotiation involved. You can look at the trade-in values to kind of get an idea of what they may have into it. But then you got to consider that they probably pumped at least $500 into it, just getting it spiffy enough to stick on the lot because they use their own in-house people, which they have to pay an exorbitant rate. So yeah,
if you ask them, like if you say, like I've heard like these kind of like silly tricks and like stories and stuff, but I don't know if they actually work. Like if you went to like a salesman at the end of the month, I've heard it's best to go near the end, and you told them like, show me what the wholesale you guys pay for this car, and I'll play wholesale plus 1,000 or wholesale plus 800, just to make sure that they finish their month out good with their numbers and they're still not losing money.
That would work on a new car for sure. The whole like show me the wholesale and I'll pay 1,000. But what you'd really say is I'll pay $1,000 under that. Show me your cost, and then lose $1,000. And that would be my negotiating stance on any new car. Would be show me your cost and then lose $1,000 to sell me this car. If you're really looking for the best deal, because they will. I saw it happen so many times when it would be like, okay, the dealership sold 389 cars this month. At 400, corporate Auto Nation bestows us with a $50,000 bonus. Guess who gets to decide how it gets distributed? The general manager. Guess how he distributes it? He keeps it. So he really wants to fucking sell 11 more cars today. And if it means losing a little here and there, like, he'll make it up somewhere else. He just will. And that's the numbers are always so pliable. Like to a customer, when you get presented with the cost of a car, you're probably thinking, this is like a mortgage. This is like written in stone. They went and printed this out. Nah, they can flub that whole thing up. I remember I went to a customer. I went to my manager. I said, hey, this guy wants to buy this car. Here's the stock number. Print it all out. Add this and that. These additional items. I like to have those as a negotiating tactic. If they're adding permaplate, that was our big one. It didn't even exist. We didn't even put it on the car. It was just a warranty against stains. Only one person in like 2.5 years ever came in to like activate their permaplate warranty. It cost $700 a pop, and we don't do anything. So. So I just remember my manager gives me the manager gives me the one sheet or whatever, and I'm like, no. Make it $2,000 more expensive. And he's like, well, that's just the cost of the car. I was like, make it $2,000 more extra on the bottom. Just say plus 2,000. All right. So I go back over there. I said, got a great deal for you, sir. I was dealing with this British guy selling him a Ford Freestyle, which was the ugliest piece of shit they ever made.
I don't even know what that is.
It's sitting on a Volvo XC90 platform. It's the same platform as the 500. It had the Ford 500, which I think is discontinued now. It had this CVT, continuously variable transmission, this really underpowered engine, and it looked like a faggot mobile for minivan moms. It was like, oh, sir, you don't want to drive a minivan? Well, how about something even worse, the Ford Freestyle? But this British guy fucking loved it. The whole time I'm showing it to him, I'm like, well, we only have one. They go so fast. We only have one here. Look, I was like, I'm happy to let you leave. Go home, talk to your credit union. But this green one here, it was hideous. Probably won't be here. It probably won't be here when you get back.
Racing green.
And he's just like, I'm like, usually we sell these things, and this is me, like, this is stuff that I was taught or like I took from my managers. We usually sell these things $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 over the sticker price. There's so much demand for them. People are traveling out of state, coming here and buying them, and just paying their taxes out of state. This is the only one here, sir. We're a corporate store. Do you understand? We're not just one store. We're not three. We're 800 stores across the United States. We sell more cars than anybody in the world. We're Auto Nation. We have one. Oh, he's just all frazzled. He comes back the next night with his credit union check, and he paid $2,000 over the sticker price for that fucking Ford Freestyle. We would have discounted that thing another like $2,800, $3,200 or something like that. He overpaid $6,000 because I wanted him to.
Taylor said he wants a used car because he's not a silly. I forget what he was.
Not a silly goose.
A silly goose. Thank you.
I've never met anyone who said that buying new cars, like if you buy a new car because you want to, like it makes sense to me. But I've never heard anyone say, oh, yeah, always buy a new car. That's the smart financial move. Like everyone always says buy used.
You're probably right. You're probably right. I bought my truck.
Disagree.
Okay. Then you can follow up on this. I bought my truck in 2003, brand new. And I really like that. I like that I bought it new and kept it for 14 years so far. I think it's kind of cool. I don't know if it's more reliable because I broke it in right and always had long term in mind. Over the entire 13 years of that thing, I never thought, or 14 years, I never thought like, oh, I'm about to dump this thing. We'll put the bad oil in it or anything like that.
Yeah.
I just like that it's always been mine. And
yeah. I like the idea
Makes
of
sense,
buying.
yeah.
New cars are nice, man. There's a difference between a new car and a used car. There's just a huge fucking difference most of the time. And if you find that snowflake of a used car that is like, oh, it's immaculate, I mean, you're really paying a lot for the immaculate used car when you could start with new, get the full warranty, get any kind of lemon coverage. If that thing falls apart right away, they're just going to give you a new one. I mean, if it falls apart right away, like a new car is nice. The AC is nice. Like whatever electronics and like media, it goes so fast that like, the screen that was in your car 3 years ago might not be cool anymore. Now maybe it's going from LCD to LED. maybe now they're brighter, maybe now they're not as bright and they work better in like low light conditions, and it's just a totally different thing. I'd like a new car, but really what I would be interested in if I were you is leasing a car, because like it's all about the mindset of what you're doing and what transportation and your car means to you in your life, right? So if you're the kind of guy who likes to have a new car, and in 3, 4, 5 years, you're like, yeah, I'm probably going to trade this in and get something else in 3 years once this has 50,000 miles on it or whatever, then why not lease a car? Because you already are going to always be making a payment. Like, that's a given. Since you're 3 years, you're not going to pay this thing off in 3 years. You're going to get a new car anyway. You're always going to have a car payment. If you just accept that as a cost of life and don't have this future mindset that eventually I will buy this and I will own a car, and then that's one less expenditure out of my bank account every month. No more paying for cars. If that's what you want, then that's a really smart thing, and that's great and all, but most people would rather have a new car and something fresh every 3 years, so why not lease? It's cheap.
I get it, compared to like having payments on a used car. I was more referring to just outright buying a used car, so you're not like saddled with payments or anything like that. But I don't know. It's definitely more appealing to get a new car for sure.
Yeah, I've always bought my cars, but I would. Do you have any idea what kind of car you're going to get? Hopefully something that gets better gas mileage. An SUV, perhaps?
I'm getting, an SUV. It gets competitive gas mileage with my current car, and so it won't be a difference in gas.
So a Suburban.
I like Tahoes. That would get way worse. That would not way worse, actually, just a little worse than my car. I like Jeep Grand Cherokees. I like, the new ones are really nice. I like the Toyota. What is it, Highlander? Is that the
one of the SUVs?
Yes, the larger SUVs.
The Sequoia is the big boy, I think.
Yeah, not that one. Don't need a Sequoia. I don't know. I just like the idea of getting an SUV, something like that. Like not anything too nice or anything. Just like something that if something happened to it, it would be like, oh, that sucks. Not like a big scratch. It would be like, oh, that blows. Not I got to go put $6,000 into this. Otherwise, why'd I even buy it if I'm not looking cool?
Shiz and I were looking at the lease numbers on maybe Mustangs a while back. He's looking at the new 2018 Mustangs, and they're pretty good. It's pretty cheap. And I went down the lease rabbit hole looking at other stuff, and I was talking to a girl a while back, and it was going to be, she was like, I need you to pay all my bills, though. And I was like, oh, that's not going to work. We're not going to be able to be a thing together. But just curious, how much are your bills? And she's like, $800 a month to probably cover it. And I was like, that's an Escalade. That's an Escalade lease. That's what $800 a month will buy you. I think not, my dear.
Yeah.
I have a video I really want to watch, but it's 5.5 minutes long. Is it crazy?
Hilarious?
What kind of video?
No, it's about financing cars. This guy lines up with the Woody philosophy of buying cars.
I don't know. That's risky business. I can hear people in their cars right now going, Don't play the 5.5 minute financing video. So
it flows well and it has background music. Hey, can we try it? And then at 1.5 minutes in or something, we can give it a thumbs down.
Yeah.
If we decide to stop it. All right.
Yeah, it'll be like the X Factor.
Yeah, or if you're old, the Gong Show.
The Gong Show.
So
it was a high quality video. Yep.
All right. Ready?
I'm all ready.
Ready, set, play.
We Americans have a love fest going on with our cars. We love them. Where else on earth can you find a couple who is flat broke and living paycheck to paycheck, but with 2 brand new cars in the driveway? The problem is our mindset. We've been bombarded with the notion that we'll always have a car payment. So when the car starts to show a little wear, we just run off and sign a $26,000 note for a new one. Hey, car payments are just a way of life, right? That's the normal way of thinking. Well, the truth is that car fever and normal thinking are sabotaging our chances for success. Recent statistics show that 1/3 of car buyers sign up for a 6-year loan at an average interest rate of 9.6%. Among these buyers, the average price of the car is just over $26,000. This means that 1/3 of the cars you see on the street are dragging a $475 payment behind them. And what the car dealer won't tell you is that your awesome new car loses about 25% of its value the instant you drive it off the lot. After 4 years, your sweet ride has lost about 70% of its value, and you've still got 2 years of payments left on it. That means that after 6 years, you've paid almost $33,000 for your $26,000 car, which is now worth maybe $6,000. At that point, the normal person would get car fever again, run out and take out a new loan on another new car, and start all over again. And the payments just keep on coming. But what if we decided that enough was enough? What if we decided to hang on to our money instead of sending it all to the bank in the form of payments? What if we got really radical and devised a plan to make our money work for us instead of letting it work for the bank?
PowerPoint question mark back.
In our example, our car payment was $475 a month, right? Well, let's think differently for a minute. Say you want a brand new sports car that would normally cost you $475 a month, and the car you're driving now is worth around $1,500. If you take that $475 and pay yourself instead of paying the car dealer, you'll have $4,750 in just 10 months. Add that to the $1,500 you can get for your current car, and you can pay cash for a used $6,250 car. That's a major upgrading car in just 10 months without ever owing the bank a dime. But let's keep going. If you kept saving at that rate, you'd have another $4,750 in another 10 months. Chances are, less than a year later, you could sell your $6,250 car for about what you paid for it. This means that you can step up again with cash into an excellent $11,000 used car just 20 months from today. Not bad. Now, let's just go crazy with this. At this point, you're 20 months into the plan.
It's not a pyramid.
This sounds like leasing. Yeah, right?
Like dime, and you're sitting in a great paid-for $11,000 car. Remember where you were?
And you've become an amateur car
salesman. Sign up for
Yeah. Now that you have no free time because of your wheeling and dealing with cars, because of your late night
you want to buy a new
fever
phone to answer all the Craigslist calls.
By paying that $475 car payment to yourself in a good mutual fund for the next 52 months. Let's just see what
Now
happens.
we're investing.
Now, you're 6 years in the future. Under your original plan, you would just be finishing off your car payments for that sports car, which just doesn't look as good to you as it did when you needed it 6 years earlier. So, you start to shop around and pretty quickly end up signing another car loan and going right back into endless payments. Sound familiar? But what about our new plan? At the end of 6 years, your $11,000 paid-for car has just about run its course. It's been great.
They're purposely using these cute car pictures because they don't want to show you the fucking Dodge Stratus you're going to be in when you use this strategy for the first 6 years.
You know how much is sitting in
Someone
that
was
fund
murdered
right
in the
now?
back, but it gets good mileage.
Stock market average of 12%.
Here's the kicker.
$32,000. Here's where things get nutty. If you go buy a car with cash for $12,000, you'd still have $20,000 sitting in your car fund, earning about 12%. You know what that means? Even if you never add another dollar to the car fund, you'll be able to buy $14,000 to $18,000 cars every 5 years from now on. The interest you'd earn on that mutual fund will pay for your cars for the rest of your life. That's free cars, man. That's what happens when your money
And for
starts working
$19.99,
for
we'll send you
You'll
the
never have a
DVD
car
box
payment
set,
again.
How to Buy a Car.
And do you know what you can do if you don't have a car payment?
I mean, you can apply this to
Do you
everything
know
in
what
life,
your car
right? It's like
payments
save
are
your money,
costing
invest
you?
it. It'll.
You remember that $475
And you won't have to do
payment
anything.
you were about
Like,
to
I
start
feel like you
handing
could
over
just
to the
keep
car dealer?
amplifying this to
If you
every
were to invest
segment
that
of your
in a
life
good
until you were
mutual
living
fund
on
every
rice
month instead of
and
sending
living
it
in a
to the
tent.
company, you'd have
It's like
I lived in a tent from 23 to 27. The money I saved.
20 years.
Let's look at how much it costs to have an apartment.
30 years.
Now,
it would be
you buy a tent for $189.
$40 years, that former car payment
Forgo
would be worth
vagina for the better part of your 20s and 30s.
Just 3 years later, you'll have saved enough to treat your malnourishment and spider bites.
To me, it's about quality of life while you're here to live it, right? It's like, hey, I've got this great idea. You're gonna drive some pretty shitty cars for the good part of your life, but by the time you're old, like cars, you'll have like so much interest that cars will be cheap, and hey, you won't even. It'll just be money from nowhere. It's like I don't like that at all. I want a nice car now, like right now, because of all the things that come along with it. You know, it's not just transportation. It's style. It makes me happy. I love driving. I go out and drive my car just for fun. You know, it's like I'm gonna go drive. I like leasing better than this
That's the
option
challenge.
because you don't end up with the shitty cars. Like you remember when you were in that Ford and how much you hated it?
I do, yeah, and that's the tricky part because I literally did this, right? You know, we would buy a car, we'd pay it off. It was easy for me to do because I worked at Cisco where the pay was lumpy, so like it seemed like twice a year I'd get like 20% of my pay. So we budgeted as if we lived on my salary, and then boom, like $20,000 bonus, like you know, that would roll in.
Mm-hmm.
And anyway. So that's what we do. Like my truck, for example, I paid it off in 9 months. Like I got it, I had car payments on it, and then I got a bonus. We paid the truck off. That was my last car payment back in 2004. And then we just kept like making payments to ourselves, you know, putting that thing that we would have had into a car fund. We did that for a long time. Then we bought my wife's car with a check. You know, I wrote a check for it, and that was that. And that's the last time we bought a car, in like 2006. And like Kyle's right, you know, like I'm not going to misquote him, but like you can't save sex for your old age, right? Some things you got to do now, right? It doesn't work the other way. And there is something to be said for like enjoying your stuff. I didn't like driving that Ford Focus. It was kind of a dreadful thing for me to walk through the parking lot and like every single car on the way to mine more than my own car. Like that really sucked. Yeah. And when I bought my Tacoma, I think I've said this before, my father said buy a Chevy S10. It was the last year they were making it, and I hated them. I hated it. I went there because I put a lot of value in my father's opinions, and I checked it out, and it was just like, I don't want this car. I don't want it. I think it would have been a bad financial decision because I don't think I'd have kept a Chevy S10 for 14 plus years.
It wouldn't have lasted for 14 years.
I wouldn't disagree with that either. So I'm glad I got my Tacoma. I've been really happy with it for a really long time. There's something to be said for the notion that it's not a bargain if you don't want it. But there is something to be said for, like, I'm not a leaser. Like, I don't like that. I don't like buying a new car every 3 years. I don't like having a $400, $800 payment, whatever it is, and thinking of that as just a cost of life. Like, you get to own stuff and just keep using it, and it doesn't cost you anything.
You kind of own it, but you're going into that pit because with the lease thing, I'm sure you know how a lease agreement works, but for everybody else, the lease thing, you set terms. Okay, I want this Mustang for 3 years, 36 months for the non-mathematically inclined. I want this thing for 3 years. I want to drive it for 15,000 miles a year. And so that they say, okay, well, that Mustang in 3 years with 45,000 miles on it will be worth Y. The sticker price is X, and so they subtract the difference, and then you pay on that. You know, you pay on the difference. The assumption is that when you turn this car back in at the end of your lease agreement, it's worth the difference of what you paid them. And and in some cases that can work out pretty advantageously. Like if some cars hold their value better than others. So if this new fancy 28 Mustang, it's probably going to hold its value very well over the next 3 years because it's a new body style. It's a whole new thing. So that might be an attractive lease agreement. And they'll make more attractive lease agreements by giving you fancy interest rates and stuff. But the reason I like that is because of that scenario that I said. It's like if you always wanted a new Mustang, if in 2021 you're really going to want a 2022 Mustang and you're going to do it either way, then like if you'd purchase that Mustang, then you're just eating all that depreciation likely, and you become a car salesman again, unless you want to turn it in at the dealership for a trade-in, and they always fuck you on the trade-in. We did.
Yeah. If you're going to buy a new car every 3 years, it very well might make sense to lease. But having
you can go to different stuff too.
Yeah, that's true too. But having a new car every 3 years is a pretty expensive proposition. Really what you're doing is you're buying that front end depreciation. You know that thing about losing 20% of its value, or 25 it said in the video, as you drive it off the lot? You pay for that in your lease every time. You're paying for the 3 most expensive years of a car's life constantly.
Yep.
And
yeah, that's a good point.
That's what leasing is. It's
but only a lot cheaper than buying, and you always have the car.
It's only cheaper than buying if you get a new car every 3 years, right?
Well, you got to do that.
That's
the point.
The most cost-effective thing to do is to buy a car and use it till it's done, right?
Or a horse. How much millage and Milo do you have in your yard? A horse.
How many poor people do you see getting around by equine? Like nobody.
Yeah,
nobody's using horses because it's not like you can just take it home and put it in the garage. Like now you've got a 2-ton animal that you got to feed and brush, and you can't just ignore it. You can't just be like, all right.
Do you know how much Woody would love that? First of all, the man owns a stable. Second of all, you don't think he's capable of growing a crop of Milo or wheat or something or barley?
Yeah.
Please, millet? Yeah, absolutely. He has everything it takes.
I don't think horses save you money, and they only have 1 horsepower, which kind of sucks.
I think they have like 2.
I actually read that somewhere. Yeah, I read like the average horse has like 2 horsepower or something.
Yeah,
2.3,
it's old timey horses.
I just
weak as shit.
Yeah, it was old, shitty horses. That's probably what it is.
I had no idea. But anyway,
No,
that's
not
the
the
car
shit
thing. We go all over the. I like our range here. We've got Taylor kind of in the middle, Kyle with a beautiful newish car, and me on the bottom end.
It's about time for me to get something different. I don't know what I'm gonna do.
Are you due?
Huh?
Are you
Like,
due?
are you due for a new car? Because I haven't heard. Like, I know you got the Camaro. Like, what is it? 4 years ago now or so?
That's 5. Yeah.
5
or
years ago.
6. Yeah, 6 years or something. So yeah, it's about time for a new car. I don't have that many miles on it. I think I got 78,000 in 6 years or something. So that's pretty low. But I'm never gonna sell or trade or do anything with that car. I'll just keep it forever. Because of the depreciation, it's worth so much more to me than it's worth, if that makes sense. Because I've taken very good care of it, and I think it's got one dent about the size of a dime that you have to like move your head back and forth with the sunlight to find, and it has one singular scratch. Those things irk me. If it had a big dent, I'd fucking get rid of that thing right away. Like if there's an imperfection in a thing like that, like a car or my phone, I let my phone screen go oftentimes, but that's just because it's gone so far that now I kind of like that I have a crazy Frankenstein phone.
I did that with my truck.
Yeah, I was gonna say that in the same way that like if I had an older car, I'd feel the same way. It's like, yeah, this one's mine. Look at this character. It's dented into the material.
I'm not playing your perfection game. I play a different game. Yeah. You know, I'm in a different contest. It's not about having something nice. It's about having something that's mine.
Something with character.
Yeah, but it's about time for something new. I don't know what I'm gonna do. My thoughts go everywhere on this. I've thought of a new truck. I've thought of a new sports car. I was looking at those those Camaro lease options, and goddamn, it was like, man, that would be fun to just drive this, like get the crazy one with like 600 or 700 horsepower for a couple of years. But I've been fixing up an old car.
Two Camaros. Like,
well, if I did that, I would get rid of mine. Now that's the scenario in which I'd get rid of mine. If I buy a new Camaro, then I get rid of the old Camaro. Of course.
It's funny you say that because so I would want a new truck, right? And the things I want in a truck, I'd like a better back seat. With this paramotor thing, I take it somewhere like twice a week, and I throw the wing in the back seat. I'd really like to have 4 doors, and oftentimes like to bring multiple wings. I could just go on. I feel like if I were to get a new truck, it would serve a lot of the same purpose as my current truck. So what am I doing with my current truck? But then on the other hand, it has no value to anybody else. This is dented piece of shit Tacoma.
Keep it for sure, 100% sure. There's no reason you're gonna get like
as a yard ornament.
If someone really liked Woody's Gamertag's truck, they might give you $2,000 for it. You know what I mean? Like it's just because of the mileage and the year and everything. Its intrinsic value is so much greater than its blue book value.
You could use it for like around the yard stuff. Like I know you have that Gator or whatever it is, but I guarantee if there's like a really big job, that Tacoma has way more power than that Gator. Like it could just be a big farm tool, basically. Yeah,
you
take
could
the doors
it
off.
up. Like imagine if you put a hydraulic tilt bed on it, fucking took the doors off and some netting or something.
I don't hate that idea.
You could make your own, like making those hydraulic tilt beds. You can do it yourself. I've made one, like with the help of other students and stuff. But we made it. You know, it's just a hydraulic arm and everything. That'd be kind of neat.
I think if I were to get rid of it, I would think back to it and wish I still had it, and I still want that. Sure. But it is hard to overlook the duplication of tasks thing. You know, it's a truck. I'd be getting a new truck. I don't see myself getting something that's not a truck, especially Hope's going to college and freshmen can't have cars at UNC, so that's in my rotation now too.
Shit.
So
okay, I really enjoy like having the full 4 doors on my truck. See, that's that my truck's getting quite old now, so it is about time for a new truck of some kind, I guess. But then I look at SUV, and I talked to my dad about this, and he's like, just keep the old truck for like work, you know, like something's gonna be dirty that like truck stuff, and then you could get anything else to be like your conveyance. And I was like, yeah.
Real quick, this isn't about cars. I made my own candles for fun. Like I bought some wicks off Amazon and some wood wicks, And I bought this huge glass container at Target and was like, oh, I'm going to pour so much fucking wax in there. I'm going to put 3 wood wicks. And it was working splendidly. I put 3 different scents of wax in there, which probably you're not supposed to do. That's probably like a kid combining a bunch of candy. Fuck it. It smelled great. And I was looking at it over there and I was like, oh, man, those flames are getting pretty big over there on that candle. And then I didn't know this could happen with the candle. All of the,
Can you show us?
Did it shatter? Did it shatter?
No, I've had that happen
Get some
too in the
pot
past.
holders.
Yeah. It's enormous, and now it has a bunch of shit all over it because it was burning clean, and then it just suddenly stopped burning clean in the last 3 minutes. All of the wax caught on fire. And so it was just a plume of smoke. That's why if you go back 1 minute, you see me go and move my computer because it was flaming up. I had to go grab a ceramic bowl and put it on top to put it out because I couldn't.
I wish you showed us.
This out because I could have started a fire.
You should have got a pot holder and brought it on camera. A
thing
minor
is
apartment fire is no big deal.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
But yeah, that was my other 2 candles I made that were smaller with 1 wick pre-waxed. Those are doing fine. This one, I'm going to have to go back to the drawing. And it's not that interesting, but I thought you'd know I almost started a fire.
Yeah.
Oh, no, that's great.
I went to the candle making Reddit a few days ago because I was like, I want to try and figure this out. It seems kind of that I literally typed in candle making Reddit and then candle making YouTube, and there was tons of stuff there. And I by reading it, reading through, but maybe the 5th or 6th thread, giving you tips on how to do it better, because I'm still clearly a retard when it comes to this. It became very obvious that I'm the only man in that forum.
Yeah, just you.
And then I started thinking. I looked up candle making classes, and if I go to a candle making class, how many young girls are going to be there? There's going to be a lot of old women too.
No,
but there will be young girls.
Those women are too old for me, Taylor.
No, you're good. All women love candles. Every time I have a girl over, one of the first things they say is, "Oh, it smells great in here," because I always make sure my place smells fantastic. Because I hate
upstairs right now.
I hate when I walk into someone's house and I get that family's scent, where it's oh, this is what the Smith's house smells like. But I liked it when I'd go to someone's house and I'd be like, oh, it smells like pine in here. Huh, I bet it always smells like pine in here. What a wonderful, do you guys think like that too? When you notice those scents?
No, I like family smells. I like when you go into a new house and you're like, yeah. But they get up to some crazy shit around here. You can smell it in the air. Yeah. It smells like bacon grease and lubricant.
Every once in a while, my friends would wash my clothing. It just would happen. I don't know. Maybe I'm staying over there that night, or we went swim party or something, and I'd get my clothes back after my friend's mom washed them. Right. That is a kicking candle, Taylor.
Yeah,
10,000. That's one candle. 10,000 candle power.
Exactly. That is amazing.
10,000 candle power. You know why? Is because after I looked up more things about candles, I found that not all wicks are the same. And so I bought a wick that is now in there that is meant to burn in a much, much larger container. And so I didn't know. I just ordered, off Amazon Prime. So, all of my mistakes I've made on my own. And so we'll see where we go from here. I think it's fun. I like fucking around with wax. I liked trying to layer in the different scents, letting it dry and stuff. I don't know. There's something about it that I feel like this is a good in if I could find a candle making club, that there would absolutely be young chicks there. And if not, and if it's a bunch of old bitches, then I'll just be able to sit there and focus on my candle making.
Yeah, right.
No
or maybe, look, old bitches produce young bitches, right? They might say, "You're so perfect for my Julie."
Oh. You're so perfect for my granddaughter. She loves candles. Her hips 9.
Granddaughters might be cool.
Yeah.
But yeah.
All right, let me do an advertisement here. Tell everyone about texture. 2016 was one for the books. The Cubs finally won the World Series. We said goodbye to far too many celebrities in the election. Game changer. 2017 is a whole new world, and it's easy to stay informed using the Texture app with access to all of the top magazines right on your tablet or phone. The Texture app has gone beyond delivering just the magazine itself. They've made it easy to find and enjoy the articles that you want to read, with daily recommendations, exclusive interactive features, videos, and more. Texture makes magazines easy, and there are so many great ones out there, like Rolling Stones, Forbes, and Time. Texture is searchable. You can mark what you like, check out back issues, view bonus video content, and they even curate articles and magazines just for you, or whoever you're giving Texture to this year. Texture is normally $9.99 a month, and you get access to over 200 magazines. But if you sign up right now at texture.com/PKA, you get a 14-day free trial. Why on earth would you subscribe to just a couple of magazines when you could have all of the best ones on your smartphone or tablet all the time for way less? Plus, Texture was selected as one of Apple's top 2016 iPad apps. So start your free trial today and download the Texture app. Right now, Texture is offering our listeners a 14-day free trial when you go to texture.com/PKA. That's 14 days free, texture.com/PKA.
It's the new thing. Texture.
You want to stay informed. You don't want to live like it's 1998 and you have to read a whole big stack of catalogs. You don't have to anymore. You don't have to carry those around like a goober. All on your phone. You get bored of one article, go to another one. It's great. Highly recommend.
That's how it's done.
So I linked something here.
Okay.
It's a breast milk story. And so this woman who was doing a bake sale for a school, like a grade school that her son or daughter was going to, she says she didn't have time to go to the store, and so she used her own breast milk in these brownie recipes, and then didn't tell anyone and gave them to children to eat.
That's
Is that not disgusting to anyone else?
Yes.
It's a bodily fluid. There are diseases.
Look, when we get milk in the United States, specifically in the United States, like they fucking homogenize that shit, which is boiling it.
Pasteurize it. Yeah.
That's what I meant, pasteurization. Yeah. It's clean. We know it is. It comes in a jug. It's legit. I don't want your titty juice in my children's food. Now, me personally, ma'am, I'll eat your titty juice brownies all fucking day. You can squirt that shit right into my mouth. I don't care. Like
That's what I'm saying.
Double. You know that thing at the dairies that like sucks onto the titties and it's like boop, 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 sucking and it's like going to the main hose? I'd stick that hose in my mouth. I don't care. Like right off the women's titties, not the cow. That'd be gross.
I would not.
Yeah, I'd suck it right out of there. Suck them dry. They'd be all flat. Like you ever see titties? They're just flat and deflated. They look like that when I was
National
fucking
Geographic
done.
titties.
You know when you're at the bottom of a soda and the straw goes. You hear that noise out of your titty by the time I was done with it. But you can't just spring some titty brownies on unsuspecting children at a bake sale. That's fucked. I'd have been a little irked if I found out it was goat milk, lady. I'd have been a little irked if I found out you didn't wash your hands. But when I found out that you used milk that you literally milked from your own body, a secretion of you that you were just storing somewhere in your household, presumably, because I doubt she like milked herself into the brownies. Like that's not cool.
Not.
I made brownies
cool
for my school bake sale that had breast milk in them. I didn't have time to run to the store and didn't think it was a big deal. One of the other moms found out and was blowing it way out of proportion. I don't know what to do. That's her Facebook post.
I would sue. Like we get some restitution out of you, motherfucker. You fucked up. People that stupid deserve to pay.
Here's a couple of comments from the other mothers in the group who did not see it as a no big deal. Honestly, this is actually a damn near criminal offense. Breast milk, like blood or semen, can carry disease, which is why legit donation services screen the milk before passing it along to moms and their babies. Secretly feeding children that aren't yours baked goods with your bodily fluids in them is gross, shady, and borderline psychotic. Wait, not borderline, it's full-blown psychotic, another mother wrote.
If you're gonna bake it, it's fine. What viruses survive baking? Look, I'm an amateur scientist, and this is the sort of thing that I would make a guess about.
I don't know enough to dispute that, but I don't want anyone to take this and run with it.
You know what? I don't.
Baking is not an effective.
It's gotta be, right? Baking. What diseases?
God damn it! It probably is.
I think it is. I think it is.
But it's still gross.
Oh no!
Oh, you know what's gross?
No. She said herself right in her Facebook post, and if it's on the internet, it's true. Some of these kids could use the nutrition. Let's be honest, and I bet she's
what's
right.
Grosser than that?
What?
1,000 times grosser than that. It's a real thing. These bitches who make omelets with their period blood, and
who are they feeding those to?
They eat them. They make omelets with their period blood, and they cook them up and show them on social media and enjoy them. Well, I'm gonna go pee because I don't like looking at the period blood omelets, but I'm sure a bit of Googling will lead you in the right direction. I'll be right back though.
You're gonna
It's
introduce
disgusting.
period blood omelets.
Yeah, I don't want to be part of it. Like this isn't like dragon dildos. Like this isn't fun for me. This is kind of gross, and I'm gonna go piss while you look at period blood omelets.
I don't want to look at this.
Yeah, I can't believe you. This is not the kind of drive-by topic that you just leave on.
No, you don't go. Hey, there's period blood omelets out there. I gotta pee. Like, let's see.
And frankly,
let's go ahead
Google's not
and
turning up a lot on
incognito
this.
Yeah, I'm like saying maniac.
I'm looking up this on Google, and there's not a lot on period blood omelets.
Let's see. I just put in period blood food. Right off the bat, there's a lot of red tinged cookies. Those are sketchy. I know what's in there. I cooked for my husband using menstrual blood.
Oh my gosh.
There are few bodily fluids in the world more taboo and controversy inspiring than menstrual blood. I love how this narrative of men are super grossed out and icked out by periods. It's just allowed to run wild because women talk about it. Like, I've never been in the company of men and women, and a woman's like, I'm on my period, and people go, ew, gross. Like, the only reason this is so gross is because you're taking a bodily fluid and you're cooking it into something that shouldn't be eaten. That is revolting. But the only reason we think it's revolting is because you're trying to confirm your own bias that men dislike this by making it so gross that we have to dislike it, because you know that you don't actually have anything to complain about because of the benign fact that women bleed out of their vaginas once a month. Do you think that men are seriously that grossed out by it? Like, we don't want to eat cookies made of it, but I just think the whole, men think periods are so icky. It's like, okay, give me one time that's ever happened. I've never, ever seen it. Ever. If a woman is on her period and she brings it up and she's clearly distressed, if anything, the guys are going to feel bad and be like, oh, can I get you like an Advil or something? Like, that sucks. That blows. Like, It's never, ever, gross. It's just like totally made up victimhood. To the point that you're baking blood cookies, you maniac.
I'm somewhere in between on this. Like, certainly I've never, done the whole like, oh my God, it's so gross, it's whatever. But I do prefer you not to mention it. It is my preference that this is not a topic of conversation.
And it's like all women's preference too. Women don't want to share it for the most part. Like if you're with a significant other or something.
Just toss this out here. I have a website here, cookingwithcum.com.
Equally repugnant.
That's where I was going to go. Is one grosser than the other?
Yes. Oh yeah. They're both very gross. Oh good. This one opened up not incognito.
I do what I can. There's a mojito cum recipe here. There's a book on it, Natural Harvest, a collection of semen-based recipes. Really, those seem to be the big hits on here. There's not a lot of semen-based recipes. I guess it's not a common ingredient.
Semenology is the word they've given this.
More amateur scientists.
Oh my God!
But is one grosser than the other?
Let's
ask Kyle when he comes back and see.
I think they're both equally gross.
Equally gross, you think?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Kyle.
I wonder which one's more dangerous.
What is grosser, cooking with period blood or cooking with cum?
We provided links to both.
Period blood.
Period blood, because period blood, the way I understand it, is like the lining of the woman's womb sort of dissolving away and flowing out of her body. So oftentimes it's like, I won't say rotten blood, but it's already clotted. It's not like blood flowing from a vein. It's kind of bad blood. It's been in there, and certainly never had a period.
Some like
try to kind of shy away from that.
But
it's a womb grew for an egg to be fertilized, to grow in, and no egg got fertilized, so it throws the womb away, or at least the lining of it. As far as I know, this is science.
We have to read this. I just scrolled down on this Rebel Circus link. Did I share this? Cooking using menstrual blood. You guys have to see this article. This it was okay.
Fuck that.
People react to periods the way
there's some sketchy cookies here.
Yeah, but these are just like Getty Images, I bet, or Shutterstock or some shit. People react to periods the way you'd expect people to react to things that are way more unnatural and horrifying, especially considering half the population has to deal with it. That's why people react so strongly when learn to be concise, you bitch. A great example of this taboo in action is the backlash and she's light on blood. That's what's happening. She didn't have enough for the recipe, so she's cutting herself. I'm gonna go down to the text under the pictures. Her story about using her menstrual blood to cook for her unsuspecting husband got a ton of backlash when the story went viral on social media. However, she wasn't worried about it and came clean as to why she did it. She admitted outright that she cooks with her menstrual blood because she doesn't want her husband cheating on her. She swears up and down not only that it works, but that her aunt also does it and is in a happy marriage to a man who wouldn't look twice at another woman. While she admitted that she knew that cooking for her husband using her period blood without him knowing was wrong, she doesn't think it's poisonous. If she doesn't think it is, she was adamant that if cooking with her period blood was the way she could keep her marriage intact, she's okay with continuing to do it.
That
Quote,
shit would have the opposite effect on my marriage. I fucking guarantee it. I will. And any judge, then what is the reason for divorce? She fed me a period blood omelet over the course of our entire marriage every morning. Case dismissed. All right. You give him everything you have and death. Death to you. Your Honor, you can't just sentence someone to death. This is divorce court. Death to her. What? That's awful. And yeah, cooking with condoms is disgusting, but not equally disgusting. There are degrees.
Look at this. If that is it say D-way? Yeah. Anyway, it says, if that is the way my marriage will be intact, I have no regrets. Am a very emotional being. I might die if my heart is broken. Who are people to judge me? Who are you people to judge me?
I'm judging your mental health.
Look at this right here, ma'am. The woman known only as Rose was dating a man with a huge sexual appetite, and he came home to him cheating on her after she went away for a week to see her parents. She forgave him, but she vowed never to forget. After 1 week, I forgave him because I love him, but I was still angry with him. He asked me to cook rice for him. I was on my period. I removed my pad and stuck it in the water and made sure the blood was very much in the water. I added my urine in the water, and I made stew for him. He came back and ate the food without knowing. That's the end of the quote. This is the commentary on this from this depraved maniac. The comments on her story are not just insulting towards her. They're downright scary to read. It's like, what? No, you're taking the side of this maniac who's feeding bodily fluid. Do you think in any world ever these maniac feminist kind of people, because normal women don't do this, these are obviously hardcore feminist people, in any world would I, if I came home and it's like, oh, my wife's cheating on me, but I forgave her after a week. Little does she know that actually all of her facial cleanser bottles are now full of my semen, and all of her food has little bits of flecks of fecal matter in it, But I still love her. And then the comment was, Taylor's receiving a lot of hate for this, and it's downright scary. It's like, oh my God, what world do we live in? But I guess by virtue of the fact that 99.999% of people would be horrified by this.
In the old days,
but is that even true?
Didn't they send the women with periods out to live in a shed in the backyard or something, when they were on their cycle? Isn't that what we used to do? I know it's what the Arabs do.
No, I don't. No, I don't think Western culture.
Let's Google menstruation shack,
Arabs
and I guarantee we get a ton of menstruation shack. A girl gets her period and is banished to the shed. NPR.com.
Wait, is this what? This isn't Boston, is it? Where is this happening?
Well, I think if you look at this photograph, it looks pretty urban to me. It looks like maybe Philadelphia, maybe Boston, yeah, or the Congo. I'm not sure.
That doesn't
Nepal.
look urban at all.
Yeah, I was being facetious.
It's in Nepal, which is borderline the poorest country on the planet. So who knows? Maybe they can't risk, those Nepalese giant sloths or whatever they're afraid of coming to camp. They couldn't even have this girl in the picture stand in front of a full hut. Look at this. They told this chick to stand in front of the worst looking hut in the village before this. Look at that. It's just thatch roof.
Flip back down. Oh,
so I want to talk about.
Rain.
What do I want to talk about? We can get Game of Thrones or transsexuals?
Game of Thrones.
Game of Thrones, okay.
Okay.
That's what I'm more interested in right now. I want to talk about Game of Thrones.
Wow. So episode 2 better than episode 1. They definitely answered my concerns from the first week, not intentionally, of course, because I made the shit last year, and who would care what I have to think? But Euron showed what he was made of. I think what I said after week 1 was like, there's this whole hierarchy of Game of Thrones characters, whether it's Jorah the Andal or the Mountain That Rides or Eddard Stark, and you kind of rank them with their swordplay and their effectiveness in battle, like who would win, that sort of thing. I remember Sir Loras was always high in mind, like he was a badass before
Jaime Lannister was quite
Jamie
high.
Lannister, of course, like you've got all of these like uber top of it. It's the best of the best. Everybody's is kind
Jaime, Mountain, Sir Loras, like you said, the flower guy.
Yeah.
Like there are a handful of them.
It's all opinion. You just got to base it on what you have in the narrative or whatever. But Euron, we didn't have any information. Is what I'm getting at. We didn't know. Like I hadn't seen Euron even bitch slap anybody, and I had seen Tyrion slap Joffrey around. I saw Tyrion win the Battle of Blackwater Bay by leading his troops. He took that axe wound. I saw him when he was Catelyn Stark's prisoner. He killed that man in that battle with a dagger or a shield, maybe bashing his face. He's killed a lot of people in hand-to-hand combat when the odds weren't in his favor. He's legit enough. I know he's a little person. I know Euron would beat him in a fight, but what I'm saying is we had evidence of Tyrion's badassness, but none of Euron's, and yet we were putting him up as like, this is the baddie for this year, sort of in the first episode. And I was like, I haven't even seen him get in a fist fight. Could Theon beat him up? Like, Theon's really good with a bow, like what would happen? And then Euron comes in riding a golden kraken jaw or something, screaming and smiling with full plate armor and a squid-shaped battle axe. He crushed a man on his landing. And then he, of course, proceeds to end 2 of our least favorite characters of all time in Game of Thrones, the Sand Snake 1 and 2, fuck their names, and he kills them with their own weapons, and it's not even a hard fight.
On the Sand Snakes, did you remember the one scene where she had like the finest boobs in the land or whatever?
Yes.
Did anyone else think it was a bit of a tragedy that she's gone?
Is that the one who?
No.
Yeah,
I don't remember which one it was. It was a shot of
do.
just the boobs. But as he's killing them, I'm like, that's one less perfect set.
I don't know. That fucking Lysandre.
No, not at all. She's like, I was happy. If they had said, all right, Sand Snake, if you, with the permission of this guy in Missouri, you can fly there and blow him, and that'll secure your spot the rest of the season. And if she called me, I'd be like, I'm so sorry. It's honestly nothing personal. You're a very attractive woman. No ill will, but you are a bad character, and I have no interest in your storyline. I'm so sorry. No. Don't get on the plane. Don't get on the plane.
Cry,
Don't cry.
No, choreography, not blowjobs. Jesus Christ.
No. You're the best boobs in Westeros. The U.S. has a bit of a larger palate, for me to select from.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was just happy to see them all die because I think I said it in PKN. It was or 2 of them die. It was like watching 2, or I guess the majority part of a boring storyline die. Yeah. And so it's ensuring further that we're going to get more time devoted to the shit that matters and not time devoted to a trumped up, contrived storyline that doesn't really add anything. It just aggravates everyone. Like there's nobody.
I'm glad it turned out that the cure for grayscale is just to pick it off. Like how many times have we gotten like a mosquito bite or an infected thing or like some wound and our mom is like, don't pick at it. Don't pick at that. Jorah was fucking up. If he'd been picking at this thing from day one, remember when he had like a silver $sized thing on his wrist? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think I would pass out in shaving that much like gross flesh off my body. I'm pretty sure I could god damn it. All right, fix me. I could shave that much of me off totally with a sharp knife, especially knowing the future and having seen a stone man. It's all over him now. I watched Sam cut off his nipple. Like that was gruesome, and I wish there had been a part. That's my only issue with that scene, really. I guess, as far as I wish Jorah had been like, so this whole time, all I had to do was pick it off. Yeah.
I think there's going to be more to it.
I feel like Jorah learning that would be like this like moment of like it would be like if he'd been carrying the cure in his pocket the whole time because he has. It's his knife.
No, I agree with Woody that there is going to be more to this because if there is no more to getting rid of grayscale, then that was pretty stupid.
Sam said there's an appointment.
Okay, well that would be too simple because there's no. I don't know. there has to be something else to getting rid of grayscale, because otherwise it makes no sense to not just chip off the little scab that you get in the beginning.
No one in the history of grayscale has ever thought to pick at their wound. Please, everyone's thought to pick at their wound.
Yeah, it's natural. It's like it itches.
That's why it's making sense to me. You know, I feel like they could have been like, and it'd been easy. Like, oh, have Sam do a spell. You know, just make it some magic words that he's got to fucking say, and that would have solved it right there.
Also, milk of the poppy. My understanding of Game of Thrones is that they have a 50-gallon vat of milk of the poppy every 60 yards that they can go grab from, and there is no goddamn way that Sam couldn't have walked to anywhere in this ancient hospital-type library building and been like, I need some milk of the puppy. And it's like, why do you need it? Oh, I'm a big fat pussy and I can't sleep without it. And they're like, oh, sounds about right. And so they give it to him. And then he could just go and give that to Jorah. And then it wouldn't be a whole thing of Sam going, shh, 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 shh. And he's like, you're cutting my nipples off. He's like, I'm going to scream. I hope there's something more to it, because otherwise that's just another logical, silly thing that I guarantee is not the way it would have happened in the books.
What if he'd like taken a mortar and pestle and like crushed up a bit of obsidian, dragon glass, and like made a fine powder, and then added like lard to that, like pig fat, and just made an ointment from that? Like that would have.
I feel like that's
the scabs are gone, but he's got
but
blood poisoning.
They haven't shown it, and I don't think they will.
He got the secret recipe from the book, so I'm thinking there's more to it. I think they even said that was just the first part of it.
He said there's an ointment to follow, but I guarantee we don't touch on that ointment. We don't get, like, we may see him dabbing it on or something, but they won't ever tell us what's in it.
And it's not that I want to know. Application anyway. I don't care.
It's not that I want to know or need the ointment application. It's just like, well, what about this plot hole? And there's a little bit of plot hole in that. Like, why don't you get some milk of the poppy? Like, I also feel like
how easily it came off. Like when he started using the knife, how I was imagining it going to be like a saw and then like a chip off. Like within 2 knife strokes, he had a chunk this big off of his chest. Like it looked like the shit was barely hanging on. Like it was just
like a scab.
You kind of pull it off, and it like I don't know. It was definitely gross. And the way they segued into that soup scene or the creamed potatoes or whatever that was, that was gross. Whatever.
Yeah, it was cool seeing Hot Pie.
Snow's gonna bend the knee.
No, he's not. It was cool seeing Hot Pie. He might. Yeah, I guess he could. It's possible.
It's good to see that Hot Pie hasn't let his weight get out of control.
You know what Hot Pie does for a living?
Makes pies.
Makes pies.
In real life, he makes pies. He has a bakery. They make they make Game of Thrones type pastries and stuff.
Really?
You could not employ someone like Hot Pie to work at your bakery unless you're laundering money. Like there's no way to do it, because you're operating at a loss, because you got no yeast, you got no dough. I guarantee they walk back there twice a day and he's just got flour on his face. Like, what the fuck have you been doing back here, Hot Pie? I work at a bakery. It's like, we know. You've eaten all of our profits. Look at the size of you. Look at that table of 4 Lannister soldiers over there. You know what you and those 4 have in common? Weight. And they have armor on. Like that.
It's like Walking Dead, where they had like the fattest chick in the camp watch all the food. Yeah. And what's his name? Negan. Yeah. Negan's like, do you not see what I see? Where do you think your supplies are going?
That was one of my favorite Negan.
Guarding the food.
That was the best Negan thing ever, because that's one of those tropes that in every TV show, movie, nobody ever addresses it. Like, you see the fat person and they're always put in charge of food because you assume fat means they like food. Just like the guy with the big beard is out there chopping trees because he looks like a lumberjack. Like, this was the first time I'd ever seen in a show someone like, are you guys fucking kidding me? Like, is everybody in here blind but me? Do you notice how all of you are famished constantly and this bitch is morbidly obese? No? Yeah. Nobody? Okay. Like, she's not, unless she's eating a fuck ton of cans of peaches, she's not gaining weight back here.
I don't blame TV shows or producers or creators for their fat actors that are portraying characters that don't lose weight over time. I blame those actors. I think that's very unprofessional for them not to lose the weight. I think that if like, I guess that's it. You know, look at Hurley on Lost, Sam here in Game of Thrones. The girl from Walking Dead, I guess, was a little chubby, but that was more viable because it hasn't been that long, and they do have canned food and shit. But she should have thinned out by now.
At the end of Walking Dead, we'll get back to Game of Thrones after this, obviously. But like that distracted me at the end of Walking Dead when that one girl had clearly put on some weight in the midst of all the action and everything, and it was almost just like, God, like this doesn't make sense. It pulls you out of it. But the same thing with Sam. Yeah, like with Samuel, like the fact that he hasn't lost 100 pounds at least after spending that much time at the wall, like, it just doesn't make sense. It really should be part of their character.
Like, the walking, forget his diet. Like first of all, there'd be no way for a man in his era to eat that much food unless he was very wealthy. Like a guy at the wall is just not given enough food to be that fat. Even if he's like sneaking extra, he's still not getting enough because of the work. I know he's a steward, but it's still a physical job where he's walking around serving people all day, like during his like main brotherhood days or whatever. And then when he was north of the wall, there was a lot of cardio, right? Carrying all that armor and furs and stuff. Like, I feel like that actor is kind of a little unprofessional that he hasn't dropped 50 pounds or something like that. You know, like he's getting paid millions of dollars over the course of this thing, I'm sure. Like your main character, lose the weight.
And it wouldn't be hard for him to lose the weight. He is like he's very, very fat. He's fat. He's much fatter than how I imagined Sam from the books. Like when I saw Sam in the show. Yeah.
Val Kilmer did an AMA on Reddit, and they were talking about his preparation for certain characters, and they brought up Doc Holliday, and he lost an extreme amount of weight for that. And he said, I spent just 6 months learning the dialect for Doc Holliday. The weight loss, don't get me started. It's like yeah, that's the kind of actor that I want. Those are the kind of actors that should be the highest paid. The guys who are, you know, changing their goddamn body for a role.
That's
I guess
amazing
you could say,
to me.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess The Rock has kind of done. Here's an like if The Rock played like a guy with leukemia, a bodybuilder who gets leukemia, and he like stops working out for a year to like get that look. That's the kind of like
Tom Hanks did it a couple times.
Tom Hanks is probably
I can think
top
of
three best actors of all time in my
Castaway
opinion. Like my
and
favorite.
Philadelphia. In both of those, he kind of went. Who was the trainer in that boxing movie? He's known for losing weight, I think.
Are you the trainer?
Yeah.
In Rocky?
No. It was a better boxing movie.
No such thing. It won an Oscar.
Did Rocky win an Oscar?
Yeah, for best screenplay, I think. Stallone won the Oscar, right?
Oh, Oscars don't mean anything.
Best original story, maybe. Original screenplay. I don't know. It's like the 70-something Oscars.
Boxing movie. Let me see. That's his move. Oh, it's showing his picture instantly. It was Christian Bale, I think, that did it.
I was going to bring him up next because he is the guy probably best known for altering his body for roles, from The Machinist to American Psycho to The Fighter. I think The Fighter maybe is the one you're looking at.
The Fighter is the boxing movie I'm talking about, and he said,
but he's the older
took
brother.
A lot of coke. Seriously?
Yeah, I think he plays the older brother with no hair. Like he's going bald, and like he's like talking. He's like trying to like be an example to his. It's been a while since I've seen the movie, but he's trying to be a better example for his younger brother, who's like the fighter. He looks like shit basically, and he did it on purpose, you know.
6 foot, 122 pounds.
Fuck, really? 122?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's outrageous. That I had no idea I can't imagine dropping that low. You've seen his bone structure in American Psycho and like briefs. Like, where's it going?
He joked that he did a lot of coke. I'm sorry. I saw the headline and he joked.
Yeah, he did the coke.
I don't know.
A lot of people do coke. It's. I think coke is a lot more prevalent than you might imagine. Like everybody does cocaine.
I feel like coke is an up and coming drug. You know, like I don't know how to better state it. I've said this on the show before. When I was a kid, coke was like a death drug. How people think of heroin now, or what's a drug that if someone's on, you're like, oh, they're probably not coming back.
Crystal meth, heroin, injectables. You know,
maybe crack. Yeah, I think Taylor just said crack. When I was a kid, coke was in the same category as meth, crack, etc. And now I feel like coke is like, oh yeah, it's like marijuana plus.
Yeah, I don't want to do cocaine, but like, it seems like if you abuse it for years, you'll like burn a hole in your nose, and like what else other than that? Heart problems too.
Heart problems,
yeah, but that's years of abuse. You know, that's if I'm guessing again, Doctor.
You can overdose on it and die.
Sure, but you'd have to snort a lot of fucking coke to overdose.
I don't know how much you need to snort to overdose.
Heart issues that didn't cause them any problems, and normal amounts of coke can start. Like maybe you have a heart murmur and it's never been an issue for you, right? You just lived a totally normal life, not caring about it, and now you're doing coke, and suddenly you're predisposed to have giant problems.
It seems like it's not as big now, coke, because of how big Adderall and Vyvanse and Ritalin and all
Kyle, you
D
still
medicine, you know? Oh, sorry. Did I drop out?
I think you both did, which might imply it's me. So, but we're all back now.
We're good. Yeah.
I was just saying, I think that ADD medicines, a lot of people probably don't do coke because they already get those kind of amphetamines. But I'm sure those same people probably, if they like it, they probably do coke as well.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's. Well, they may be, because people snort. I was gonna say that nobody's popping an Adderall and getting the same effect as snorting a lime, but people snort fucking Adderall. That's the thing, right? Yeah, they're snorting it like coke, and it's legal to carry around in your pocket because you got a prescription. So that makes a lot of sense. But like, every time I've been to like a big party in a major city, like there's just cocaine everywhere. There's just cocaine to be had. Waitresses, the cocktail waitresses will sell you cocaine. I've
never heard of snorting Adderall. Does it make it more effective?
Well,
it just makes it hit you faster.
You crush it up, and you're snorting it right in, and it's being absorbed by that soft tissue back there. It's going straight into your brain, like not literally straight, like making a turn into your brain tissue, but like it's being applied very effectively because it's going in right here and then going in right there. It's not going to your stomach and being processed, going into your bloodstream.
Like your sinuses are super porous, so you just it absorbs right in there. Whereas with the pill, it takes a long time.
Yeah, but I can remember like someone I was with, like the waitress came back with drinks, like cocktail waitress is a club environment. It's dark and there's music and stuff. But he's just like, yeah, lean down here. And she leans down and he says something in her ear. And she comes back like 5 minutes later with a bit of parchment paper, like folded over several times. And she's just like, does this with him. And then he's got a fucking little parchment thing of Coke. And he's just like putting it on his hand. Just right there at the table, you know, and like nobody cares. Nobody fucking cares. So I think Coke's a lot more prevalent than you might think. And I don't think it's that bad for you. It just doesn't seem like doesn't seem fun to me. It's just like an energy rush, right? I'm guessing, like is it just like, I've done Adderall, I've taken Adderall, and that's like, whew. I feel like I'm on high octane fuel is the best way to, put it as far as a physical feeling.
I would never take Adderall for fun. My Adderall and Vyvanse experience, like, because those are the same drug, my understanding, or the same kind of drug, like ADD medication.
Yeah.
My only experience is taking them like the night before big exams, where like a friend would be like, "Oh, you want to take this?" And it's just stressful. Like all it makes you want to do is work and pore over things and be meticulous. And it's like,
yeah, you don't mind the fine details.
I can't imagine taking this and then going out and expecting to have fun somewhere. Like, I feel like I'd just be like sweaty and anxious and stressed out and have.
Yeah, that's not the drug you would take and like dance and like zone out. You'd be like,
it's not ecstasy.
You'd be like, I can't remember my dance moves exactly. You'd be like, I better go watch a YouTube video and brush up on them. Like, I gotta go.
You know what it would make me do is I'd be there dancing and be like, oh my God, my counters are so dirty. I have to run home and clean them. They can't just sit there dirty the rest of the night. What's wrong with me?
And then I'm gonna take apart a clock radio.
Yeah, then I'm gonna take apart a clock radio, and we'll see where it goes from there.
That's what you hear about with people on crystal meth, because I think that crystal meth is like a lot more powerful of an amphetamine than Adderall is. But what it says like on my bottle of Adderall, like the chemical thing at the bottom, it says amphetamine salts. So like it's straight up amphetamines. But it seems like with crystal meth, I've read or seen on the internet people who, like, for 3 days they won't sleep, and they're taking all of their electronics apart, like their TV's sitting over there in a bunch of pieces, like it doesn't work, like that's a whole different kind of thing. Whereas Adderall, it's like there's part of you that's, when I take it, there's part of me that like is inspired to do something a little better. It's like, that there's some things maybe you do in your life that you do half-assed because you can just get away with it. Like maybe, nothing like important, but maybe you kick your shoes under the bed rather than put them in the closet neatly, right? Like that sort of shortcut in life. That doesn't cut it if you're on Adderall.
If you're on Adderall, though, how does it direct you to something productive, right? Like, let's say I'm a student and I have to get my homework done.
You hunger
and
for
I pop
busyness.
some Adderall. But why aren't I hungering for organizing my iTunes playlists, right?
Because you don't need to do that. There's no stress pushing you to do that. You have a job at hand. It's not that you're looking for motivation in a bottle to do your homework. You're looking for high octane fuel to delve into it, and so your mind won't wander to a girl or to next weekend's party that only really is going to be any fun if you ace this exam. You are just laser focused on the work in front of you at hand, and you are you can't be satiated by enough work. Like doing work is pleasurable. It's like scratching an itch that you have that you can't itch unless you're doing something. And to me, it's never busy work. It's not a fidget spinner wouldn't cut it. I don't need to just be doing this. I need to be utilizing my brain and preferably my motor skills as well. Like I want to sit there and do a thing, like whether it's math or, if it was in school, it would be math. That was the thing I did not want to sit down and learn. It was like, now I do. Like I'd love to learn this.
It makes it makes it so that you can focus on something way longer than before. Like I remember studying for a test, having taken it, and you know how it is to just sit and read a textbook. Like it's very dense and it's not fun and it's easy to lose track and be like, oh, I don't even remember the last 2 pages. I have to go back. Like I would just be able to sit there. And no joke, like, when people are like, I went to the library and I was there for 9 hours, so I studied for 9 hours. It's like, no, you didn't. And your test scores are going to reflect that because you were getting up and going in, to the bathroom or going and smoking cigarettes or something every 20 minutes. Like when I went to the library on Adderall, I sat there for 6 hours straight, just reading and taking notes to the point that like I'd filled up like a lined notebook, like halfway, just with incredible, like it was the kind of notes, like the way I used to study a lot is I would make huge outlines in notes, knowing that I would never use them to study because like once you've written it down, you kind of internalize it and that's all you need to do. Like when they say, teachers are like, hey, you can use one note card to get all your stuff on there and you fill it out like teeny tiny little lettering and then you take the test. You're like, I don't even need the note card. I learned everything. God damn it, teacher, you bamboozled me into learning. But this, like it was unreal. Like I would look up and it's like, oh my God, it's 6 hours later, 7 hours later than when I started, and I haven't had a single break. I haven't looked up from the page. I haven't gotten distracted on my phone.
If you've ever zoned out driving and sort of go into like a bit of hypnosis, it's kind of like that in the way that time passes, but it's the opposite of that at the same time. In that when you're doing that driving hypnosis thing, your brain kind of flips into auto drive or like cruise control. But on Adderall, God, it's like going from an auto to a stick shift. You're just really in control. You're right in the middle of the torque band. Your mind never wanders. And if you read something and you didn't quite understand it, you're like, I want to understand it though. I must understand it. You'll go right back and absorb.
I hear all your words and I understand everything you've said. I still do not fathom how the drug knows which one to focus on, right? That doesn't make any sense to me.
The drug doesn't.
It doesn't. It goes by whatever. So basically it'll make you, if I have to mow my lawn and that's all I have on my plate for the day and I take an Adderall, I will get that done quickly. If I have nothing to do all day and no incentive to do anything and I take an Adderall, I've never done that, so I don't know. Like I imagine I would just clean stuff and manufacture something to do.
What do you do?
But like with studying, like I had a goal and all it was like I could study and do well on this test without any assistance.
Already
but
motivated.
This facilitates
it wasn't motivation. It was just focus. It was like, that's all it gets
It's focus.
You still have to be the guy that says, I choose to focus on this.
Correct.
Oh,
it doesn't force you to focus. It's
not going to make decisions for you. But it's going to make the decisions more attractive to you.
That's how it's always been pitched to me. Like, oh, if you take Adderall, suddenly, like, the thing that you don't want to do is the thing that you have to do. And it's like, really? Why? Because it seems like if I didn't want that, then I would just be really focused on something else.
Yeah, it's kind of like a pre-workout. Have you ever taken a pre-workout? Mm-hmm. Like, if you take that and you drink all that caffeine, or G Fuel or whatever, and then 30 minutes later, you start getting jittery because it's hitting you. Nothing's making you get up and work out. It's just making that decision more appealing because you know that you're going to be able to do better than you would have otherwise.
To me,
so you could sit there and do nothing on Adderall or pre-workout. Yeah, it's kind of
so it's not going to put any ideas in your head. It's certainly not, like if you didn't already have this thought in your head that you need to do a thing or that there's a proper way to do things already in your head. If you don't already have that structure in place, Adderall's not going to do anything other than like fire you up and get you. But it does motivate you to do productive things that you believe are productive, not things the Adderall thinks are productive. So if that's yard work, man, you're going to get right to it. You want to do it. You're hungry for it.
A negative thing about it, like I've people who take Adderall every day who are prescribed it and go to school and are on Adderall every day, it actually does the opposite thing when they're not on Adderall and they just are completely incapable of getting shit done because they're so used to being on Adderall that studying is easy for them. You know, it's easier because they're constantly on this mind steroid, quote unquote, but they get off of that and suddenly they're way worse than someone who just never took Adderall because they have no ability to focus. Like they're like almost hamstrung or handicapped at that point. So I don't know. I think the whole taking those drugs every day is probably a bad idea, because I can't see a way that you wouldn't get like at least addicted to the feeling of that.
Yeah.
Like
it becomes less effective as well over time. I take them when I got some stuff to do. I just keep a bottle in a drawer.
Yeah, I think that's probably the way to do it. I don't see any problem with it if it's just something that people do every once in a while to like get like a boost, or if you actually do have severe ADHD and you can't focus and get shit done. But
yeah, I've heard so many people casually be like, "Oh yeah, I got an Adderall and cleaned the apartment." You know, like they'll go get an Adderall so they can get something that they got to do done. You zone out and you work better. It's I watched that guy who unboxes the MREs and does MRE reviews, and he does new ones, but he also does the old ones. And I think it was a Coast Guard survival pack, but it had amphetamines in it. It has stimulants in there. No, it was Air Force. I think a lot of the Air Force crash kits, whatever they're called, like the emergency ration / it'll have like a signal mirror and some other bullshit in there, but there's amphetamines in there because these guys I think are presumably already pretty tired from some flight, or maybe they take them in flight. I don't know. Benzos or something. I can't remember what he called them. But he had them. He like opens it up and there's these like 1960s era speed. I wonder if he took them.
Yeah.
So there's three.
Go on.
Oh,
go ahead.
No, I was going to change the topic.
I was just going to do a Game of Thrones thing again because I wanted to talk about Lady Olenna. If you guys had anything to say about her trying to basically sneak in and be an equal influencer to Daenerys with Tyrion there. What did you guys think about her? Because I really like her as a character.
Yeah.
Lady Olenna.
I think she had a good point, and I think Danny took it to heart. Are you a sheep? No, you are a dragon. Be a dragon. I think she took that to heart, and that could be like maybe her plan that she laid out, or Tyrion's plan, however you want to look at it, it was altered after that talk with Lady Olenna.
Kyle, didn't you say she was dead, the actress?
Taylor did, but he was just fucking with us, or wrong.
No, I was convinced, and then I don't know. I must have read something online that convinced me, because I was for sure that she was dead. I was not trolling, but yeah, I was wrong, thankfully.
Oh, okay.
So you should have kept it up and just been like, no, that's CGI. Google it.
Yeah.
Google it. It's not widely known. You might not find
Google
it.
That's actually Andy Serkis in an old lady costume.
You are a dragon. Yeah. I would know.
Yeah.
Was she trying to become an equal influencer? I really felt like she was just doing her best. Like she was giving sage
There was nothing manipulative.
wisdom.
Danny asked for that meeting, not the other way around. Danny was like, Lady Olenna, stay a moment. I would like to speak to you privately. So I didn't see it as Lady Olenna doing anything nefarious. I felt like Lady Olenna was giving she was like, hey, you want to hear some advice from somebody who's been around the block like 90 fucking times, clearly?
I think Lady Olenna is a super smart character, and she knows exactly what she's doing. She's good at this diplomatic shit. And so I saw her little speech. Like, it didn't really actually provide much instruction, like not much of anything unique, but it did allow her a chance to sneak in the line of like, what are you? You're not a sheep. You're a dragon. Like, really pump Danny's tires up and like make it in Danny's eyes be like, okay, this lady knows that I am the chosen one here. Like, milked some trust there, put a deposit in her emotional bank account, like, so to speak. But like, that's the way I see it, because I think Lady Olenna is too smart to not have little ulterior motives all the way. Like, it seemed pandering. Like, she was trying to do that character where like she was pushing her, but also not actually pushing her, so that Danny could, fight back against a non-existent foe and come off as I don't know. I feel like Lady Olenna was playing a little bit of a mind game there with Danny.
She's definitely, I wouldn't call it manipulation, but she's given her honest opinion, I think. And that honest opinion, she hopes will push Danny to do the thing that she wants, which may be like to forget about Casterly Rock and take her forces down to King's Landing, since her first half of her forces just all got melted. Like, it was very dark and they kept cutting away, but I'm assuming that all of those ships were destroyed, or at least their combat effectiveness is no more. Like, we need not think about that army, right? Like,
we all
I
knew
feel
that
like
was coming there, right? Because Danny was so OP, she had to get nerfed. Like, I called this a while ago.
Well, we knew something was gonna happen, you know, because she's definitely the favorite.
I want to check it, but I think I called that specifically that Euron was going to attack her at sea and take out an entire thing.
But it didn't attack her.
Well, no, not
he attacked. Well, it kind of attacked her, like one of her allies.
Yeah, I thought he was going to wipe out an army, and that's what he did. I wouldn't be surprised if he did it again the next time she went. Or
the war would have been over if they met up and attacked Dany's actual fleet. Like, it would have been done. Like, they would have just like the entire war would have been finito. Like, that's it.
So, and in that regard, if you think about it, if Dany listens to Lady Olenna there and says, yeah, you know what? The entire force to King's Landing, like, they win that night because they burn Euron's fleet up with the dragons.
Could be.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Maybe. I mean, it seems like it'd be hard to utilize dragons in a big sea battle, like a naval battle, because like all they do is like
easier. I don't think dragons are as good as you guys say they are. People are
let's say
be,
you guys, because I'm of the opinion if they can put together 100 of those badass ballistas that they made that fire the giant, the bolt that went through the bone of the giant dragon, the ancient one in the basement there, like all you need is a couple dozen of those, and this war is won. Like, even if you have shit aim, you're gonna hit a couple of them. You're gonna wound them. Like,
it depends. All right, what are we talking about? If we're talking about how do I think this narrative will play out, this fantasy
no, I'm saying that's all they would need. What's going to happen is they're going to make fucking 2 of those things. They're going to end up making 2 of them, and they're going to go, oh, it's been burned up, and the other one's malfunctioning and missing. Like, when really they get just all they had to do is be like, all right, everybody in King's Landing, are you a baker? Are you a blacksmith? Not for the next 3 days. You're not. We're making ballistas for the next 3 days.
I'm with Taylor. If you've got, done. I'll say 36 of them, 3 dozen. If you get 36 of these things pointed at the sky, a couple runs of that, and they'll get a hit.
I don't think so. Not in real life. Like, if there were real dragons and real ballista operators, it's just hard to hit shit in the air, and it'd be so goddamn hard. Like, did you see that ballista? Like I've shot skeet before, and there's a lot of like, oh, pop, 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 like catching and following targets because you match the speed and then pass. Well, it depends how you've been taught to shoot, but in any case, you got to shoot in front of this thing and lead it. Mm-hmm. They need these dragons to go up there and like hover and like wait for them to hit them,
that's exactly what they'll be doing. That's the only way that they attack boats anyway. Like when they flame the boats, they flap over it and go.
They
like,
can't
that's
do
when
that.
they hit it. And
they
even 36, I don't think would enough. I think if they made 110 of those, they could sleep easy.
Now we're not divisible by 12. Taylor, you messed it up. We're talking in dozens.
Okay, we make 144 of those.
A gross of them.
Solid. Yeah, a gross of these things. But I don't know. I'm glad they're not going to do that because that would really ruin the story. If they're like, but my liege, they've made 500 crossbows.
They're going to make so many of those ballistas. They're going to make so many of those ballistas. I bet. Because like the last time Qyburn dreamt something up, it was wildfire to blow up the Citadel or whatever. And he didn't skimp on the wildfire. I think he's going to have the whole top of that castle wall bristling with ballistas. And they're going to kill one of the dragons, clearly, with a ballista. But what I want to know is, like, I keep hearing that stuff from the book. The three-headed. I want to get this whole, maybe. They won't get Drogon. But I want to hear, like, where the whole three-headed dragon comes in and if it will be a part of the plot. Like because the fan theory and some of our theories is that, like, it's Tyrion, Jon Snow, and the Khaleesi. They're all Targaryens. And they are the three-headed dragon. So each of them will ride one into battle in our final moments of victory. So it's hard to imagine that they're going to ballista a dragon this season to death if there's ever going to be a three-headed dragon moment.
There won't. I don't think there's going to be a three-headed dragon moment.
May not.
It seems like too perfect. Like Game of Thrones doesn't do a good job of setting up those perfect moments. Like
Hodor.
I mean, that was one. I think that takes a lot less coordination than the three dragon thing. Like, well, I guess like the past part of it. I just mean like. It's not a very Game of Thronesy picture to see 3 of everybody's favorite character flying in on the creatures that everybody likes the most. Like this story is never. There's never a time where you're like,
the good guys will win, right? The idea that the Khaleesi, Jon Snow, and Tyrion all ride in a dragon formation, maybe a flying V of some sort,
of course,
and come with fire laying down rows across the White Walkers.
Yep.
No way. No, it's much more Game of Thrones.
It's been alluded to
for the
so
White
many
Walkers
times, though.
to just fucking like kill dragons far more easily than you thought.
I know they got nothing for them dragons, and Bran is going to take control of them dragons maybe anyway. Bran is so OP right now, and nobody's talking about it. Bran can read your fucking mind and tell you everything you've ever done. Probably like snap his fingers and turn you into a retard or something.
Yeah,
like
he'd
Bran
still
is
rather be
scary.
able to jog. Yeah.
They told him that he'd never walk, but he'd be able to fly, and I always thought that meant he was going to warg into a dragon.
Yeah.
Now that he's the three-eyed crow, I'm like, oh, maybe that's what they meant.
Could be. Yeah, either
That
those
would
are
be a
plausible.
huge letdown. You one day, my son, you will never walk, but
Now
you
all I
will
do is
fly.
look at letters.
A dragon, master, a dragon. I will be a dragon. Not per se. More of a scavenging bird of sorts. Will I be able to fly over the trees into the cities? No, you're still bound by the range of a normal bird. You know?
Well, he's a raven, right? He's a three-eyed raven. I said crow. I think they're different. I don't even know.
I think the ravens are bigger. They are different though.
Ravens can definitely go from city to city because that's what they use as their post office. But I think he's not going to work into a dragon.
But he's like a remote control, right? He doesn't have. We're about that range. Like he can't pilot a bird across the country. He's got like a 50-mile range on his remote control skills. It's what I think we're joking about.
I didn't realize that actually.
Because it's not
and
big.
you know what I did put together? Remember you said, I think that what's going to happen is if you kill one of the, it's not a white. What are the knights? What are the blue-eyed men called?
White walkers.
White walkers. Okay. So I think the zombies are called whites. Wights. I was reading about it. Anyway, consistent with Game of Thrones canon, you were saying, hey, you kill the main guy, all the rest drop. And someone I was reading, and they're like, oh, yeah, they're essentially warging the dead. And I was like, oh, I never put that together, that was a warg talent that we've seen in this universe all over the place. It would make a lot of sense if
I don't think it is that.
Okay.
I think it's because they're dead. You know, like the warging thing
is
like
twist on warging. I'll
their brains don't work anymore. But this guy has resurrected people. You know, I think he's literally like put some of his magic into each of their bodies and has reanimated them into his army of the undead. I
would just be consistent with the universe if he was warging them. Semi-consistent anyway because they're dead. But
yeah, except that he's walking around while doing it, and there's a whole bunch of them instead of just one animal, and they're people. And we've only seen Bran like do that once with a person.
I don't know. I mean, Bran is definitely going to have an enormous part to play. Like maybe in the end, more than anyone in like the final battle. Like maybe what has to happen at the end is that he wargs into a dragon because the dragons are too dumb to know exactly what to do to win the battle or something, and so he has to remote control it, or not remote control it, just take over its brain. Like I can see something like that maybe happening, but aren't we also led to believe that the dragons themselves are pretty smart?
What about this? If that dragon horn thing comes into play and an evil character takes control of a dragon, then Bran is the only counter to that. Now, that's the only way I see that playing out that makes any sense whatsoever, because you have to lose control of a dragon to need to regain it, because they are very intelligent. You could talk to it and be like, go burn those 3 guys over there, but not the 4th, not the 4th, and it would happen. They just seem that intelligent. So my guess is someone else takes control of a dragon, Bran takes it back, because Bran's a good guy.
You know what's actually going to happen is those 3 dragons are going to fly north to the battle, and because they're in olden days, no science, stupid times, everyone will have no idea that reptiles are cold-blooded, and they'll be dead in a day.
That'd be funny.
That would be great.
Blankets for Drogon!
My lord, we thought their internal fires would keep them warm. Like, what were you thinking? It's a lizard. Did you bring your pet lizard here? No, he'd die. Exactly.
We have lizards this far north.
You'd have to be a fool to bring a lizard here.
I think the dragons are not as OP as we're making them out to be.
I think
they have to be because the White Walkers are the only thing in the world more OP than the dragons, right? Like if you could have
whenever the dragons come up, it's like, oh yeah, that's what Aegon used to conquer the 7 kingdoms. Remember when 7 of the 7 kingdoms rose up and tried to defend against 3 dragons, and he just trounced us all? That was our grandfathers he destroyed. You guys all remember that, right? As kids, how our grandfathers all got their asses kicked? Like that. I feel like dragons, like one dragon, especially the big dragon, it's worth like almost an infinite number of men. And because he can just do these strafing runs. They can't hurt him unless he hovers or lands. He can just fly overhead and burn them all. And like one little second of burn and a man is ruined, right? Like if he flies over you and gives you a little puff, you're done.
I do think dragon's fire is meant to be hotter than normal fire.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's
normal
how they
fire
say,
is
like,
also
that's
very
how
hot.
Valyrian steel was forged or whatever, or like they were
that's how
hypothesizing
they
about that.
forged the Iron Throne. It was the great dragon skull, the one they penetrated. That dragon forged the Iron Throne of all of the swords. You know, that's made of all the swords that Aegon.
If I had a
took from all
dragon,
them.
I'd be making some history. I'd be like, I have a dragon here, right? First off, I'm gonna get a couple tons of dragon glass. I don't know, it's just cool shit. I'm gonna need you to make some Valyrian steel because I heard you can do that. Like, all these dragons are doing is catching fish, killing babies, eating sheep, right?
I don't
Do
think
something
dragons
cool.
do either of those things. Like I don't think dragons make dragon glass because it's obsidian and it comes from the earth and volcanic activity. And the Valyrian steel didn't have anything to do with dragons. That was magical spells that had been forgotten.
Well, if I
that
had
make it-
dragons, I would be completely wasting them, trying to make shit that they don't make.
Oh yeah,
Joe
I'd
gotta be
waste
like,
horrible.
the fuck, Woody?
Oh, it's all a circus.
I've been
Everybody
breathing on
wants to see a
rocks for
dragon.
3 days. They're still rocks.
One go calling for a dragon ride. Please come back.
I would want someone like Qyburn or Qyvern, whichever way it is. I would want someone like him with my dragons, so that he could just be down there fiddle fucking around and being like, we tested to see if dragon blood has any healing properties. It's like, oh, does it? No. It's like, all right, well, you just keep figuring it out. Maybe their toenail shavings do something. Like, keep this research. I am funding this shit out of this R&D. And then the other dragons I have out doing missions. Like, I'll announce to the people, like, I know that a lot of you out there, not going to name any names, are still growing beets. I've told you many times I very much dislike beets, and we're going to replace that with corn. Anyone found farming beets will have their beet farm burned to the ground and replaced with corn. Like, I would do things like that, control the economy. I'd take joy rides to Essos just to see how those slave cities that jackass freed and then re-slaved, see if they're still going. They won't be. They won't be. They will have collapsed back to the masters. They will. You say that. You say that like getting rid of the masters all at once would make it forever. But no, just new slaveholders are going to fill that power back.
Again, you have to let me know if we're talking about what would actually happen in a real life, like global political system that involves slavery and dragons and queens, or if we're talking about what's going to happen in this Game of Thrones
Kyle,
story.
I can't make fun of the story if I treat it like within the confines of the reality we're talking about. I have to ascribe our logic to it in order to mock it.
I see. I'm on board now.
I'm on board now. So you're agreeing that the slaveholders would have
well, of
popped
course
right
they're going
back
to
in
fall
there.
apart. You've got no solid means of communication back and forth. One little hiccup, one little disagreement, and all of a sudden there's a war. There's slaves cutting masters' throats and masters, kidnapping babies and selling them for meat or whatever they do. Oh, I saw it. I was on 4chan
leave you
the
in
other
charge
day.
of the city. Write all the laws. I cannot read.
I was on 4chan the other day, and I guess it was a wrecked thread, but I clicked this thing, and before I could even look away, there were dead children all over the ground naked, and this guy was going around slicing their buttocks off with a big meat cleaver and collecting them. And he was doing it fast, like he was collecting chicken eggs or something. I was like, oh God, he's cutting their asses off. Click.
Oh, wait, hold on. I'm confused.
Why were there dead babies all over the road?
I would imagine. Well, they weren't on the road. They were on the ground around him. Who knows the locale? But it seemed that he was collecting the dead children's buttocks for meat with a large cleaver. He grabbed
that's the best
ass
part of the baby.
And he was just like, I don't mean he was getting one ass. He gets 3 asses before I can click away. You know what I mean? He's like, ass.
He's like
and
that guy with the watermelon. Yeah.
Yes, he's like that guy destroying the watermelon. Like he is the Bruce Lee of child ass mutilation. And like you said, Woody, I've heard that's the best part, the child's ass. Taylor was informing us that a couple weeks ago. He's got the Ed Gein cookbook, and he's told me that That should be a thing.
And
like,
lamp making manual. Yeah.
Yes, yes. Home improvement. You'd be surprised of the 100 uses for boy flesh. Like that's
Can you imagine how many asses you've had to cut off before it becomes second nature?
Yeah.
That guy's thinking, he's like, I got to go to the laundromat after this. And of course the bank's going to be closed. Gee, like,
he looked like one of those guys at the fish market who's like got the sharp filleting knife and he's like gutting the fish so fast that you're afraid for his safety. Speaking of that, did you see, I don't know if it's a YouTube video or where it was, but some guy tried to do Fruit Ninja for reals with samurai swords.
All that. Oh.
I clicked away, but I know what he did. He cut his right wrist, didn't he?
No,
I want to say it was his finger.
Left pink, or his right pinky, because he
got lucky then because the way the swords were crossing, I thought he had like imagine this is a knife blade, and this is the edge. I thought he had like done one of those and like went in at a nasty angle because like wounds that are at weird angles.
This like two swords crisscrossing, and one of them got like this part of his hand.
Was it
finger.
bad?
Yeah, you could tell the guy started freaking out and was bleeding pretty bad. His finger wasn't missing, but having recently been recovering from a pretty bad finger injury, I empathized but also had the same feeling about myself of like, what are you first time handling a knife, idiot? Like at least I was drying a knife I was about to use for eating, not slicing at grapes in my backyard, probably
were they
drunk.
Tennis balls? I think they were tennis balls. I could be wrong. The caption I read was
Fruit Ninja, so I would
Ninja in real life, but the comments all said tennis. That makes more sense. I don't know.
I didn't watch it. I saw the GIF. I saw that he had like cut himself, and then I didn't want any more. I don't like gore. I really don't. Like if it's a car accident and like you see a car explode, I can watch that. But I really don't want to see people like fucking die. There's a lot of that on the internet. Let me do another advertisement here. When you drive for the right ride-sharing app, every trip can feel like a walk in the park. With Lyft, you can pick your own hours and work when you want. Lyft can make driving the best job in the world. Only Lyft offers in-app tipping. When you drive for Lyft, you keep 100% of the tips. Drivers have made over $150 million in tips since that feature was introduced. Express Pay lets drivers get paid almost instantly instead of waiting for weeks, and Lyft has even taken the guesswork out of pickups. The new AMP device uses color coding to help passengers find their drivers. You can earn hundreds of dollars per week, plus tips. If you want to earn more money, just drive more. It's never been so easy to give yourself a raise. It's a simple formula. Happy drivers mean happy passengers. Maybe that's why 9 out of 10 Lyft rides get a perfect 5-star rating. So, join the ride-sharing company that believes in treating its people better. Go to lyft.com, lyft.com/PKA today, and you'll get a $500 new driver bonus. That's lyft.com/PKA, lyft.com/PKA. Limited time only, terms apply.
They're doing super well
Lyft
right now.
Yep. Lyft is killing it. If you want a high-quality ride-sharing app where you're allowed to tip, where the drivers are more friendly, where they're more likely to be receptive to you not wanting to talk or wanting to talk, like that's the whole bit here. That's what you're going to get with Lyft. Don't settle for any low-tier service. Lyft is the only way to do the ride-sharing.
Woody, what do you tell your barber?
I don't say it anymore. But I think I used to say, buzz the back and sides with the number 1, point me at the TV, and faster's better.
I feel like you can almost use the same thing for the car. Yeah.
Faster's better. That's what I want to say every time I get my hair cut. Is just like if you get me out of this chair in 15 minutes and I don't look awful, it's fine. Like I'm a man. I can put enough product in my hair to make it look like presentable. Like as long as there's not like giant tufts sticking out.
Regardless of what you do, it looks the same when I do it tomorrow. There's very little difference. And
the thing I don't like is I've had it before. Like I put my hair to this side, and I've had it where I wasn't really paying attention because I had to take my glasses off, and she cut it like I went this way, and it was just like a little bit like this. Yeah. And I was just like, what? Like
you couldn't tell which way I part my hair?
That bothers me. Yeah,
like my hair now.
When I come in there, take a glance. Look, I get that what I came in with is not what I'm trying to leave with, but it should give you an indicator, right? You should be like, all right, that's the after. I need to make it the before. No, that's the before. I need to make it the after. I said it backwards. But that's what they should do. They should take a look. And when they like have no idea I parted my hair is like perma-parted now. I as a little kid, I parted it in the center. Somewhere around 6th grade, I changed it to the side, maybe 5th. you could shave it bald and it would grow back with that thing. It is so trained at this point. I don't know how they don't know how I styled it.
That's a bad barber. She's stupid. That's a stupid person. I always let the same person cut my hair, and she's been in the hospital for a couple weeks, and I haven't been able to get a fucking haircut. I don't fucking know. I don't care. But I hope she makes
old. She's not
I'm kidding. She had a little operation.
No, I don't fucking care.
Who cares? Nah, she's okay, but she's missing work, and my hair's crazy long right now. I put product in it and brush it back and everything, but if I pull it all straight down, it comes down a year.
That is longer than I thought.
Like the front hair is going all the way. Like everything is going back. In the back, it's just long. It's just long and
It's just like almost you could have a man bun almost. You're getting to that length.
Not quite there, but yeah.
I'm jealous of your. Here, let me see your neck. Turn around.
That's hairy mode.
This is what I want, is to be able to not have the deciding factor of when I get a haircut to when my neck hair connects to my beard. That is the deciding factor, is when I start seeing creep around here and I'm like, this is bananas, Taylor. You got to get this under control. Nobody has ears in the middle of a circle of hair.
You get ear hair?
Sense. No.
Nose hair?
I don't get ear. No, I don't have nose hair that I've ever trimmed. Just hair everywhere else.
I like to cut my hair so short that it's not that it looks good all the time. I want it to never look really bad. So I wear helmets a lot. I want to take that helmet off and not have anything crazy happening. I want to wake up. I wear that frickin' CPAP mask when I sleep. So you can wake up with some really wacky hair if you have your hair too long. Not with this, there is no messing up. Look at the sides of this shit. You can't mess that up. You can mess it up tussle my hair and it will not change a bit.
I'm surprised you don't do it yourself. I'm surprised because you always get it's fairly simple and you always get the same one. I'm surprised you haven't learned that one.
My wife used to cut it for a long time, but she doesn't like it.
Yeah, I had a friend in all the way through school. Always had the same haircut, and it suited him because he had a big fucking melon. Taylor, you'd love to sit next to this guy on the bus. This guy's head was a popsicle, a popsicle stick. I mean, like one of those big suckers with a lollipop. Outrageous. I remember when we were in football and none of the helmets fucking fit him, and the coach being like, "Boy, you got a big old noggin." It's fucking huge. But he always.
I remember that my first football in middle school in 7th grade. I went to the office and they're handing out equipment. And he was like, "All right, here's your helmet." And I ran down to the field and I got it on, and everybody's like, "Is your helmet snug?" And I was like, "I'm gonna actually pass out." And so they had to take me back up there, and then he goes, "All right, it needs to be real snug though. Take a large." It's like, all right, let me give you an adult XL. Jesus,
anyone who's never worn a football helmet that's too small, it is excruciating.
Horrible.
It is excruciating, and you I can't explain how it hurts. It's a mixture between. It's a little bit like a headache, but it's closer to the skin, if that makes sense. And I just remember my temples.
Gave me an eye ache.
Yeah, for me it was my temples. It was squeezing in like that, and maybe up. I don't know. I just remember being out there doing up downs or whatever, the calisthenics, and just being like, this is excruciating. This is awful.
The opposite experience just yesterday. So I bought a motorcycle helmet. I liked it, but it fit too tight, on my head. It was too much. And I could wear it, but you wear it for an extended period of time, you come back, and it's a relief to move it. So I switched back to my old helmet. Anyway, I tried on that helmet more recently, having lost about 21 pounds, and it fit better. And I'm like, yeah,
my head's not as fat,
a little less fat in the cheeks or wherever it is that was all over my head. New motorcycle helmet fits properly now.
That's cool. Yeah. I saw a guy try to rob a store with a motorcycle helmet on the other day, and at first I was like, that's smart. Protection and concealment. Then the guy got him in a headlock.
You're not popping out.
He got him in a guillotine, in this really tight, behind the counter area, and the guy ends up going down to his knees, but then crammed into a corner, and he just got him down, just to his wife, yeah, call the cops, yeah, call them. And he's just roughing this guy up. I love seeing people who deserve it get hurt. I guess I watch a lot of Justice is Served, and I watch that YouTube channel Police Activity. Police Activity has good cops and bad cops. So you'll see a cop plant evidence on a guy. That's on there right now. You'll see cops get their story straight to frame someone. That's on there. You'll see cops defend citizens. You'll see citizens run in and help a cop who's like getting the worst end of a physical altercation. Like people come off the street and like throw down, fight. There's one where the cop's wrestling with a guy. The citizen comes in, tries to help. Then the guy produces a gun, and the citizen and the cop like jump away from him, and the citizen's running. The cop's gunning him down, of course. Lots of stuff like that. I like that.
That sounds good. I'd like that. I daydream like it. I saw a cop was getting ground and pounded basically by a guy, and he's yelling help. But the fear in his help was like, shit, like this guy is very scared, you know?
Yep.
And once you lose control to a bad guy, like you're at his will, you know, and he's a bad guy. And I'm like, oh my God, I wish I was there. I wish I was there. Like a distracted guy who couldn't jump on his back with a rear naked choke. I could jump on his back with a rear naked choke and control it. I'd be like, I got this. Oh my gosh.
Stretch him out right there. The cop would probably just sit back and watch a little bit.
Oh, I hope. You know, the cop would be like, all right, I got this. No. Like 3 more seconds, he's going to go out. I love it when this happens.
I watched I was going to say a subway altercation, but so as not to be confusing, an altercation that happened on a subway train.
Mm-hmm. I think I know it.
One guy's standing there, and the other guy's just trying to instigate. He's just all over him, like fuck you and fuck you for saying this, and the guy's like, I didn't say any of that. Like, well, fuck you for thinking it, you know? And he's just like just really antagonizing, and the guy's just okay, and then the bad guy looks away for a second, and he doesn't move like an athlete necessarily, like it's not fast. But he just goes, come here, and puts him in a rear naked choke. They go to the ground. He wraps his legs around, fucking stretches him out right there on the floor, bends him all the way back. And there's a few people on the subway. They're like, no. But you can tell in his head, he's like, it's okay. Give it 15 seconds and it'll all be over. He just chokes the guy conscious.
Oh,
I love that.
Like you might, if you've never been through this, you might think, well, what happens when he wakes up? When he wakes up, I promise you, his fight will be gone. His fight is gone. He doesn't know. He needs you to explain to him. He's not mad at you anymore. He's a whole different guy when he comes back from unconsciousness. I promise.
It's like you not only reset his brain, but you reset his brain chemistry. He's not in the same place chemically anymore. He's a different guy. And it's like a physical. It's like dousing somebody in the face with water, but a little more
better.
Physical. Yes. Yeah, it's better. Yeah.
It's wonderful.
I've been choked out maybe 3 times unconscious. I did it once in high school for fun. Joe choked me out. Yeah, because I was like, yeah, bro, no, do it like this. I didn't have any martial arts training, but you can Google, get online and figure out how to do a choke. And yeah, I just remember Brady, getting behind me in the desk, and I was like, yeah, tighter. No, it didn't hurt. Don't let me fall though. I'm gonna go unconscious. And it just choking me out right there in class, and then just coming up from my desk like. And my friend going like, yeah, that was fucking awesome. That was awesome. He choked you out. I was like, yeah, it's cool. You're fine. You're fine now. This is what you should do in a fight. I remember thinking that even then in like 10th grade that like, this is how you should fight. Like I'm not even hurt, but I was out of it. So I love seeing that when someone gets choked the fuck out in real life, except when the cop on that police activity channel, and they're in Vegas, cop chokes a guy to death.
And that's on the channel?
It's a risk. If the other guy's on alcohol or drugs, then sometimes they can be more prone to dying.
Same with a taser.
Or with a taser too?
I believe that. That's. Yeah. I think you're going to have a hard time finding any studies that'll back that up because there's probably a reason that no one wants those studies to be done. Because you know what is more dangerous to use on people than a taser? Glock.
Yeah.
Take your chances, buddy.
When compared to the Glock, the taser seems exceedingly safe and reasonable.
You're both right about that. I will say that because the taser's safer, sometimes they go to it when maybe they could use words.
Yep, I agree with that.
But yeah.
I think they do that because they don't have good enough physical training as well. I think that like if every officer should be a blue belt in jiu-jitsu. Like if I'm king, first of all, cops make $75,000 a year. Second of all, they all have blue belts, right? Like we're gonna, and I'm not talking about paying the cops we have now $75,000 a year. I'm talking about the whole new class of individuals who would be cops in a world where you got paid $75,000 a year to be a cop, right? Like let the wheels turn a little bit on this for the audience. Like you'd have good fucking professional, negotiating, intelligent, personable human beings out there enforcing our laws. Like one thing that's always kind of been odd to me is that the people who enforce our laws don't have to know them. You how many YouTube videos have you seen where some guy has to explain to a cop the law, and the cop will just tell you that you don't know the law, and who's got the gun?
Yeah, and there's kind of an attitude like
I am the
be
law.
a barstool lawyer. That's what the cop said to the guy last night, and he's like, "Don't be a barstool lawyer."
I was in a scenario. I don't want to give too many details, but a guy was flying low and he bothered someone's cows. Okay, and they called the police, and the police was like he was making up aviation laws about how treetop is the legal minimum for where you're allowed to fly, and it wasn't me, by the way, and it was like, dude, you're just inventing this is the one area where I happen to be an expert. I've been through training courses 2.5 times, and I've read the law, and there's not very much. There's 2 pages on my class of aircraft. It's not that hard to know it. And the cop is inventing shit that's not true, and I
would be really surprised.
That's he knows so that's he's inventing it. That's
yeah. So that's a really niche thing, right? Like, how often is he gonna be making up laws about aviation? This is probably his first and only time in his career, right? It won't affect that many people, is what I'm getting at. But there's been so many times, and these aren't bad dealings with cops. Like I've been talking to cop buddies, or been hanging out with people, and there were cop friends there, and I showed them one of my weapons or something like that, and they had no idea about. I have to educate them. I was like, oh, well, yeah, anybody can have. Sometimes they don't know you can have the things, and sometimes they don't realize the things are regulated. He's like, well, I know a guy that's got one of those. I was like, well, he shouldn't. He shouldn't have one of those, because the only way you get one of those is by stealing it from the U.S. government. They don't hand them out, bro. Like you can't just get one. I mean, yeah, I got one, but if
but you got it legally, yeah.
Well, there's no legal way to get one. I just said that.
I was trying to give you an out right there.
I'm just saying, if you go to Knob Creek, there's big cases of this ammunition, and it's U.S. government only ammunition. No one else makes it, and it's whether it's Ralphos or some sort of fancy penetrator round. There's a few kinds of things that were never distributed to the general public, and so if they are possessed by someone in the general public, then there's only one way it gets there, right? So it's not a crime. There's no police out there oh, that was once government property. Come here. That doesn't exist, But just we all know, you didn't get that on the up and up, because they don't sell them at Walmart. They don't sell them on the internet.
To circle back to my cop, I wasn't mad that he didn't know aviation law. That I'm okay with. That's fine. I was mad that he made up aviation law. And, in his head, he has to know he made that up. And when you tell him, like we were presenting it, we're like, all right, here's the FAA guidelines. This is an FAA publication. This is the section that governs our thing. You can look at it here. And he's like, nah, I'm still right. No. And you're full of shit. If you know or not. You know if you have doubt. He's just puffing up and blustering and being a dickhead.
You could have asked for his. I think the only thing you can do in that situation, if there were any consequence for you, who cares?
I wasn't involved
to a random guy. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, but if it's me and if you're gonna get in trouble, then you got to get on the right side of this. But if this is just letting some guy think he's right and leaving, that's a different thing. But if it's the other thing, then you got to call. You got to be like, all right, well, we need to get your watch commander or whatever you call your boss in this district and locality here, because I want to talk to him. I don't like this. I think might need to call my lawyer, have him down here and represent me in this matter, because we're having very different perceptions of what the law are right now, and I'm not sure if you have your whatever the name of the law book for aviation. Do you have your 7130 with you? Let me see here. It's Section R, Part B. Yes, you're not. You don't work for TSA. No, not that black woman. You'd have to pull one of those. It's really frustrating dealing with law enforcement. That's why it's nice to try to be friends with them.
I know, I had an exact thing like that. The first ticket I ever had, I got when I was 16, and a cop had pulled someone over on the side of the highway, and the law in Missouri, I remembered because I had taken my driver's test 8 months prior. It was, if you see an emergency vehicle on the side, you either slow down or go into a different lane. It's or in Missouri. Some states it's both. Some states it's just get into a different lane. In Missouri it is or. Either get in a different lane or slow down. I couldn't get in a different lane because there were too many people, and so I just slowed down to 40 or something, the minimum posted speed limit on the highway. This dude went 1,000 miles an hour to catch up with me on the next off ramp, and then had the biggest attitude. And I didn't know how to deal with cops fully yet. And so he's like, "Do you know why I pulled you over?" And I was like, "No, I really don't." And he's like, "Yeah, you went right by me over there. Yeah, you have to get over a lane." And I told him, "No, I have to get over a lane or slow down." And he's like, "No, you have to get over a lane." And I was just like, "Okay, I guess I'm getting a ticket then." Like, I know you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, or you know you're lying, and I'm 16, and so nobody's going to take my side in this, even if I'm right. Like, it was just annoying. It was like, oh, fuck. Like, this is kind of why people have a little bit of resentment towards cops. It's like, I was actually right. Like, I could take you to the fucking DMV and show you my permit test where it says, what do you do when there's an emergency vehicle? Fucking slow down or get in the other lane. But he doesn't care. Like, that really, really bothered.
There's no or here.
Did you pay the ticket?
Yeah. Yeah, I had to pay the ticket.
Yeah, we call it the move over law. That's probably a common thing. Yeah,
I don't know
it's a good idea.
Carolina
I always get the fuck out of their way because I've seen a few videos.
You
where
can't
cops
always get out of their way
sideswiped.
if there's traffic. Like, you
Yeah,
can't safely merge.
Like 3 months ago, I got pulled over for that same offense. And so the truth of it all, what happened was I was on the highway for like an hour and a half, right? And then I got onto the back roads, and my mindset wasn't there for slowing down. Like, going whatever reasonable speed was, like 55, felt like it was crawling to me. So I was going like 70. And I saw a cop pulling over another driver. And I register as, well, that cop's probably too busy to fuck with me, right? I mean, he's already pulled over that other guy. So I slowed down to like 55. And he pulls me over, and he's like, "You were racing by me. Like, you didn't slow down." And I didn't want to tell him, "Actually, sir, I was going far faster."
Yeah. Like Seinfeld. That's a good one. When Jerry has the really hot model girlfriend, the cop pulls him over, and he's like, "You know, I pulled you over. I clocked you back there going 96 miles an hour." "Really? Because must have clocked me after I slowed down because I was doing well over 100 before I got to that curve." "Can I see your driver's license and registration?" "Honey, would you get him out of the glove box, please?" I think the guy who plays the cop in that episode is a fighter. I could have that wrong.
Anyway, in the end, I was just really respectful toward him and told him I was sorry. And he's like, "Did you even see me?" I'm like, "Yeah." And I had pulled in I was fully on the other side of a double line, like to give him that lane. I don't know. I was going faster for so long. I wasn't really set to go the kind of speeds I should have in a back road. But
yep.
Yeah, turned out well. Wrap?
How deep are we in here?
404.
I want to tell everyone a little bit about our hats. Chiz has a note here for me. It seems that there are very, very few hats left. So you want to head over to hats.painkilleralready.net to get one of the PKA hats. We did a small promotional run a few weeks ago, and we expanded the collection, I think, last week. And not many left, so get them while you can. And he added here that the shipping is very fast for our European listeners, faster than anything you may have bought from us before.
Nice.
Awesome.
Check the hat out.
Hats.painkilleralready.net. Check them out. Very good. So, PKA, episode 345.